make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that goal. Till I get that goal. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money.
We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission.
Yeah, I came to change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all God like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me. Got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising. My time, that's timely. I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. Yeah, yeah. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. Yeah. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, shh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. We on a conquest, came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition, it ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion, not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up, tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason, no days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to play.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming
game time. Get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time. Been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this year, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Up to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game? Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run them out in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my own, just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never
between, all I got is family. And you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty, do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe, can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team.
South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. And this my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't quit the fight until the last break. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, third boy in the South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Third boy in the South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. 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 Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Stop. Oh no. Stop. Yes, you know I'm from the block.
your best shot. Cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep on going up, I can never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, city standing tall, stand tall. Built up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough. Built tough. Built tough. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down to my knees, I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound, you never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break steel. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down to my knees, I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound, you never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break steel. You can take me and take me,
so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, high running so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a poll to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise a novice can handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all duck and they hide aside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they looking sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para manos, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes.
low key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Yeah, you know I don't really do this too often. I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action, we don't say. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cash? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. Please CC me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I mind like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. And it's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the gold. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry loaded team. I get that ring. I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity. Knock at the door. I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish. I don't share. I play for keeps. And that's all game time. Know that win all mine. I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say. We about action, we don't say. Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, only thing I need is time and the rest is on shit. Yeah, tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, hey, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't want
ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah?
Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. This ain't a game, you get forfeit. We back to trophies, better not get cold feet. Starving, the other team was dinner, now they garbage. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They block it, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shade, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings with you want the crowd. You can keep the rings with you want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. 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 all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. Feel like I can never lose, put it all on the line. Every day we gotta choose how we wanna manage time. Yeah, they know I gotta feel it, in order get for me to want it. Nobody can stop me when I put my mind to it, manifest and I own it. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. No energy that can move me, I feel like I'm in a movie. One time they try to imitate me, but can nobody else do me? People they know when they see me, they better believe me. I'm going all in when I'm logged in, can't nobody defeat me. I got nothing to lose, yeah. 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 I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm like a dog, I do the most.
Game was insane.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Let me in! Hey! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they after me. Just do it and stop without talking, G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Tuve una caída en mi carrera, pero he vuelto más fuerte que nunca.
Pero ojo con Supa, va a reventar a Marlon. Se atreve ahora con el 1 contra Flanque. No debería de ganar el tetón.
J'ai progressé une étape à la fois jusqu'à arriver au sommet.
Maintenant qui est dans la mêlée. Et la côte de Roguette, elle est magnifique du côté de la TSC.
Ich weiß, ich kann der Beste sein. Jetzt muss ich es nur allen zeigen.
Für ihn wird sogar noch mehr ein Triple Beat. Der Quadra-Kill für Kinui.
선택할 수 있는 길이 많았습니다. 저는 지금 걷고 있는 길이 옳다고 확신합니다.
No a przyczepienie gotowe. Nie odbierajmy. Pentakill jak najbardziej zasłużony.
Orada sıfır bir değişim. Ayakta kalan son isim Erdemir.
uzun zamandır bekliyordum. Şimdi benim zamanım.
Welcome to the final day of quarterfinals, a best of 5 that will decide the remaining region to enter the semifinals and get one step closer to making their dreams a reality. The games so far have been absolute nail-biters, with each team stepping foot into the competition, fighting tooth and nail to get out of it. I'm Ginny, your host for today, and joined once again by Trouble and Aragon, so welcome back to the both of you.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm really happy to work with you back-to-back days. Last quarterfinal today. How are you feeling, Aragon? Yesterday was your first day working in the studio.
Yeah, no, I'm actually feeling pretty sad because today is my last day working in the studio, but happy and excited for the games.
What do you think, Chad? Do we bring him back? Do we bring him back?
Please?
To be
Guys,
fair,
please?
though, I'm gonna argue against your case because he said he didn't listen to
Eminem and 50
and he
Cent.
doesn't know who 50
Yeah,
Cent is.
yeah.
So
Actually
take that
brought
into
that.
consideration when you're gonna be voting whether or not we need to bring him back. But that's fine because yesterday you were here, so you got to witness the games that we also got to witness, and it was all the way to 5 maps.
Do we tell them? I think we tell them. Most people did not think that this series was going to be a 5-game banger. Most people had Unicorns of Love Sex Edition going all the way to the finals. One of our favorite teams here at EMEA Masters Spring. But Movistar Riders, they brought the fire over from the LVP, that early game aggression, and honestly, they must be kicking themselves right now because that one game that we're seeing on our screens right now, that Nexus, if that Nexus you guys are seeing right now had died, Movistar Riders would have closed the series 3-1.
Like Aragon said, 3 years from now, you'll still be kicking yourself.
Yeah, and I think one of the most interesting things for me with this series was how it played out. I think, especially in terms of the players, when it comes to the prep, you wouldn't have expected the people who played well to play as well as they did. You were looking at Peach and Mask to really pop off for the side of UL, but Peach honestly had a really, not a great series, you know?
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, you expected Venor to be maybe the weak link of his team. And he actually performed really well. I think he won lane all 5 games and actually translated some Aurelia games into wins.
Yeah, win game. We don't really see that often, but still, it worked out for them. And with that, the bracket has also been impacted because now we only need one more team to close out the 2 semi-finals that are coming up next week. We have SK Prime up against Istanbul Wildcats. We already have Unicorns of Love Sex Edition locked in, but with the game today, Georgia, oh, it's looking spicy.
You know what gets me really hungry? Some good narrative, some good vendetta, some spice in the bracket. Unicorns of Love are waiting. They've already dispatched of LVP seed number 1. LVP seed number 2 is playing today. They're coming in as the reigning champions, possibly winning that. Unicorns of Love are waiting in the semifinals to dispose of them too. So some great narrative forming, some storylines.
It's pretty crazy because if Heretics does win this one, again, it means that they got rid of the LFL.
Yeah. Last team for France, last team for Spain. It's definitely do or die. I'm really excited.
It's going to be an interesting one to see for sure, but let's have a little bit more into a deep dive when it comes to this matchup. We have Team Geo up against Los Heretics. So if you want to have a little bit more of an insight as to what it's like to be a player at Team Geo, maybe some of their really cool facilities, watch.
Moi j'ai été approché par Géo vers la fin des Worlds à peu près. On a directement voulu avoir un projet très ambitieux, remettre Géo vraiment au centre de l'écosystème LFL et ERL. On a essayé d'aller chercher d'abord un peu une ossature de gros joueurs français. On a assez vite récupéré Toukouille. Et à partir de là, on savait que notre autre prospect c'était Jésus, qui était un très bon AD carry.
Mon choix s'est très vite porté sur Géo, parce que juste c'était le projet qui me semblait être le meilleur pour moi.
Ils m'ont dit qu'ils avaient les moyens de faire un très bon roster. Je pense que le joueur avec qui j'étais le plus hype en junior Géo, ça devait être Ragnar. C'est même lui qui m'a contacté et qui m'a dit qu'il aimerait bien team ensemble.
Like create space, you know, to make them think we contest or wait for an ult.
J'aimais beaucoup le profil de Ragnar qui, par miracle, n'était pas pris au LEC. En support, Camillus qui apportait énormément en termes notamment de cohésion d'équipe, de shot calling. Et enfin, le dernier, Linsas, qui est un joueur assez jeune, qui était chez Dusty avant, en Angleterre. C'est des personnalités qui ont été aussi sélectionnées pour leur capacité à travailler ensemble, à se remettre en question, qui moi par le passé a parfois été un problème dans certaines équipes et je sais à quel point ça peut faire la différence.
Does Scuttle goes in enemy jungle, deep wards, reset. That's very standard, right?
Because now Lushnami is stacking, right? So I wanna see if they actually prevent it or what do they do.
J'ai fait pas mal encore une fois, de saisons et j'ai vu à quel point l'absence de communication, de travail de communication des équipes leur coûtait cher. Généralement, les équipes se réveillent et commencent à travailler leur com une fois qu'elles ont les résultats, sauf qu'après c'est trop tard. Et du coup, elles ne snowballent pas sur le résultat et ensuite, en fait, ils perdent tout. Et derrière, c'est surtout effectivement le pôle communication qui a beaucoup travaillé pour essayer d'avoir des idées un petit peu innovantes, un peu marrantes. C'est-à-dire qu'un joueur pro, toute activité en dehors du jeu va forcément le faire râler à un moment ou l'autre, mais dans la réalité, les quelques vidéos qu'on tourne en collectif, généralement, c'est plutôt l'occasion de se marrer un peu.
Mais vraiment, c'est un super plus d'avoir une communication que les gens apprécient, où on peut se mettre en scène un petit peu et tout.
C'est assez drôle ensuite de voir le résultat quand c'est réussi, et c'était le cas pour ce split.
C'est vrai que ça n'avait peut-être pas été la saison à laquelle on s'attendait, honnêtement. On s'attendait à détruire tout le monde. À partir du moment où tu perds en tant que super team, très vite, tu te poses des questions, tu commences à te douter de tes teammates, tu te doutes de toi, du projet, tu te dis qu'il est mal monté. Donc on n'a pas eu une saison incroyable, mais je pense qu'au playoff, on a réussi à monter en puissance.
Maîtrisé, bien faire comme il faut. Assez logique. Ils ont bien joué leur composition, hein. Ragnar n'a pas forcé au top. Saluer le public de la LFL, grand bravo au Géo pour cette victoire.
Par contre, on a su à chaque fois rebondir, travailler sur vraiment identifier nos problèmes et travailler dans le fond sans réel ego. Et je pense que c'est vraiment la grande force de l'équipe.
Du coup, on avait 2 BO5 à gagner pour aller aux EMEA Masters et 4 pour gagner la LFL. On a aussi en gagné 3 avant de s'incliner en finale contre LLC. On s'est vite fait ratio, on s'est juste fait 3-0, ça allait très vite.
Ragnar, j'attends récupérer, le dragon est très bon, il n'a plus de points de vie. Au niveau de l'île, ça s'est récupéré par White, comme un symbole qui pourrait leur offrir la game et le titre de champion de France. Les LDLCOL sont à nouveau, pour la 3e fois consécutive et pour la 5e fois de leur histoire, champions de France. Forcément, on était très déçus après ce jour-là.
À nous, notre ambition est clairement d'aller gagner les EU Masters. On veut aller se venger dès le DLC. Pour être content, on ne va pas dire que si on est top 4, c'est un résultat catastrophique et tout, mais l'objectif est de gagner les EU Masters.
Clairement, performer aux EMEA, c'est super important, que ce soit pour chacun de nos carrières indiv. Pour les joueurs, c'est encore plus important les EMEA que la LFL.
C'est le moment où il faut briller, quand même, je pense, la façon la plus sûre de monter en LEC. On l'a vu au fil des dernières années.
Je me dis pas qu'il y a une ERL qui est trop forte pour nous. La LFL est censée avoir les moyens de battre tout le monde. Pour moi, on fait clairement partie des favoris.
La victoire est là pour les Géos en 33 minutes, 4-0 pour les numéros 2 de la LFL.
Et au moins, si on finit les EMEA, la finale, on l'oublie. On finit, on gagne ça, on est champion et tout est derrière nous.
On joue à League of Legends pour vivre des moments incroyables. Donc on espère que on va jouer du beau League of Legends et et qu'on va gagner les EMEA.
They're looking for revenge against their counterpart at LDLC, but guess what? It's
They're gone.
That's already done that for them. Exactly. They have had a great season up until that final point, Aragon.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to get excited about when it comes to Team Geo, especially considering, they were disappointed by the finals. I think rightfully, I think they've actually definitely got the, the ability to maybe go to the finals and even win it, and they've definitely improved since Team Geo. I think they got 3-0'd, right, in the finals.
They got ratioed.
Yeah.
Their words, not mine.
Tukui said it.
Hey.
Yeah, and that's my favorite part. They've absolutely improved through group stages. There's so many reasons to consider the fact they've improved. If you take a look at the stats, they've become way better at taking objectives. I think they take 75% of Rift Heralds now that spawn on the map compared to, I think it was 40% in the LFL playoffs. And yeah, just straight up improvement across the board.
I just want to talk a little bit about the roster because Jezu said the very forbidden word, which is a super team, and that's exactly what they freaking are. Camillus in the bot lane, coming from all this experience that he's had during all his years in the ERLs, bringing him to Hui from the LCS, Jezu from the LEC. Ragnar was rumored to get into the LEC last season, one of the best performing top laners we had over at EMEA Masters. And of course, Linces, the last piece to their puzzle that was also rumored to be looked at from many teams from the LEC. This is truly a super team, and I'm not afraid to say right here that I believe they are the better team over LDLC. The result in the LFL finals did not necessarily mirror the ability that these players have to play the game.
Well, that's quite a statement to be making, and if that's the case, which we're going to find out today, I mean, LDLC is already out, so we don't have to worry about that. This is the last LFL team that has to show up to the plate and prove themselves, and they've been doing that as of now, so this is their biggest one yet.
And I think that the big theme with this team to me is versatility. You take this roster, they seemingly can play anything. You have Tuki in the mid lane, and Jezu has said in many interviews that he could just play absolutely anything he wants, right? They play every single flex that's potentially meta. They play multiple styles. If you want to play for Linces with the Wukong flex, you can. Not flex. If you want to play for the Wukong to scale up, you can. If you want to play for top side, if you want to play for bot side, if you want to play the mid 2v2, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
See it, like it, they want it, they got it.
They got the champion pool.
Yeah.
Not like an actual... No, champion ocean. What was I saying? A pool. It's an ocean.
Too small.
So look at the player stats as well individually, starting off with Lysas, one of the players I know you so much love.
I love because he was my boy first, but you know what he said? He said, everyone says it's his one true love. I feel like Linces was such a key part last year to Dusty, who also made a pretty deep run at EMEA Masters, and therefore, due to his really good performance, a lot of LEC eyes fell onto the very young jungler, very little experience, but really big plays on the map. Very deep champion pool because the jungle play from last year to this year has changed massively. He could play the carries and they could facilitate for him, but now that he has to facilitate for his team, the stats speak for themselves.
Yeah, I absolutely love what you touched on there, because last year, it feels like no matter what team he's on, the whole team becomes incredibly good at playing around the jungle role. And it must be him, the way he communicates, the way he brings up his team, the way he teaches them behind the scenes. Because last year, he worked incredibly well with players like Stend in the support position. Moving together, and back then the meta was, invading second rotation camps. Invading was much more, high value. And they did that extremely well using priorities in different roles. Now they play absolutely anything, and it's the exact same deal.
Yeah, and Ragnar, another name on the roster that we need to highlight here, because without them, they probably wouldn't be here.
I mean, honestly, we said in the rehearsal, Aragon mentioned how this is a very bot-centric meta, or at least mid-jungle, or at least anything but top lane. And to have a top laner that can stand tall, no matter if they're playing AD carries, AP carries, or tanks and engagers, Ragnar does it all, and he does it well. He very rarely will lose laning phase, which means that if you have that isolated target over in the top lane, doing so well during that laning phase, and providing you with 650 damage per minute when you're playing a lot of tanks is a lot of damage for a top lane.
Maybe he's playing like Sion.
It depends really. You could see him playing a few different picks, right? I think his damage numbers are also being inflated a little bit by the influx of Kennen that's being picked. It really does, when you're wailing away on a tank, you do get a lot of damage out. But no, he's definitely getting played for as well, so that makes his life better as well.
It does, but they are up against no other than Los Heretics. Heretics? I'm trying my best here, but we're going to work on that. This is another team not to be taken lightly because they won EMEA Masters Summer 2022, and they still have that core from that roster.
I think what is very important right here is the fact that they're coming in, as you mentioned, as the reigning champions from the LVP. For so many years, the LVP has struggled to even make quarterfinals, guys. For so many years, they're such a force to be reckoned with nationally, but when they come to EMEA Masters, they always falter. Not last summer, they knocked down LFL favorites, and they came in this year again with the same core trio on the top side of the map, which is so important. Bluerzor, Aibo, Zvero, the same trio which gave them the huge victories last summer when it was about that top side and it was about having that very strong mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, and it shows diversity, right? Like, Aibo was playing those carries, like you said, last year, and nowadays it's more like you played like these Stonewalls top laners, the handshake scaling. So yeah, diversity coming in from Aibo, and then I really want to highlight Bluerzor and Zvero. I think they're having issues. I'm gonna be real. No matter what happens...
Oh, it was a bad highlight.
It was a bad highlight. Yeah, it was a bad highlight, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it can be a good highlight. It's a bit flip. Usually the outcome of the game is decided by how well these two, this 2v2 is performing, because they often very much draft towards playing these jungle 2v2s, enabling Bluerzor or the other way around, and playing for Prior mid lane, you know, with these one-shot combos that are currently meta.
Well, another player on this roster that we really like to highlight or under-highlight, depends on how you want to look at it from that perspective, Flacket.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Flacket. I was a big fan when he was over at the LEC. I loved the fire that he brought, the memes over on social media. But there's always been a shadow ever since he got demoted, obviously, from G2 over in the LEC, that he's just not a good AD carry. And G2 made a mistake by getting him. This guy is back in his league. And these stats are there on purpose. You'll see that they're massively negative. He's 11th on CS at 15. He's 12th when it comes to goal difference at 15. His XP is behind. And that's because he's a team player. He allows his support to roam the map. He always rotates for the Rift Herald, which means he's going to fall behind. Now, the most important thing, production, if we can flip up the stats, because I started saying that Flacket is a really good AD carry for a reason. Thank you very much. This is what he produces with what he does. 850 DPM. His team heavily relies on him to do the heavy carrying in the mid to late game with minimal resources.
Yeah. And you can just see, and then just bringing back the point on their draft, they will always play for the mid 2v2 and never give anything to Flacket, except in like 1 or 2 games where they'll maybe play Varus and play for Prior bot lane, you know? So the fact that he can always come back, despite giving the enemy bot laner plates when he, for example, rotates with Zeri to contest the Rift Herald, he always comes back, does the most damage per minute for some reason, is really impressive.
Yeah, it's always an angle to blame your team, I guess, rather than actually playing.
And if you think about it, right, Flacket coming into EMEA Masters, he's now going to be playing against Jezu. Their record so far from the LEC is 2-2. They are tied on victories versus each other. So this particular best of 5, whichever one wins from these ex-LEC AD carries, is going to break the tie and bring one as victorious.
Yeah, looking at the playstyle as well, as specifically what's been highlighted throughout the last couple of days is playing through that bot lane is what gets you ahead the furthest. So
better bot lane wins.
Better bot lane wins, absolutely. The thing is, they just don't do it right. I really hope they do. I really hope they start bringing their mid-pro down into bot side, but typically, they just haven't been able to get that far, right? Usually what's happening in the games right now is that the mid laner Zvero is just either getting solo killed. For example, in the game versus GK, he was just getting solo killed at level 3.
That was Giyu, okay? He's built diff. I'm gonna tell you, he built diff.
Giyu is pretty good. Or, like, I think back to the LVP finals as well. You had Bluerzor just getting picked non-stop, for example, on the Lee Sin and throwing. So, yeah, I want to see them play more towards Flacket.
I'm just loving the flashbacks right here from Heretics last EUM back then versus BDS Academy. Jack Spectre down the bot lane. Not much has changed, you know? Like, Jack Spectre moved on to the LEC. Flacket came from the LEC. Not much has honestly changed from this team. And talking about not much having changed, mid-jungle duo is still the same. They're still acting the same way. And I know you've said Aragon, live by the sword, die by the sword. This duo right here, they're either going to bring the victory or maybe the defeat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think another game that potentially highlights this is their games versus Istanbul Wildcats, right? Of course, Istanbul Wildcats are now tournament favorites, which I don't think a lot of people expected, but suddenly, you know, they are just demolishing everyone. I think they knocked out LDLC, right?
I did.
Okay,
everybody
fair enough.
except
Absolutely
you.
fair enough. Yeah, I didn't, you know, I was a bit sleeper on the Turkey region, but, you know, fair enough, they've shown me wrong.
You got some of the hopium now.
No, yeah, absolutely. But sometimes it just does not go well, and they definitely live or die by this duo.
Yeah, but the mid jungle duo, we said it as well, is very important. Yesterday in the game that we've seen, it was once we start that mid jungle duo roaming towards that bot side, getting the pressure on bot lane, getting a Herald, throw that in the mix, get a couple of plates. That's how we've seen a lot of these games being able to close out. So we're expecting that today as well. Looking at the stats, I want to dive a little bit deeper into Bluezor and what we can be expecting.
I'm actually loving that you want to take a dive into Bluezor. I feel like he's been such an unlucky guy. Right before BDS joined the LEC, he was playing for BDS Academy. BDS moved over to the LEC. They did not continue with Bluezor. Then he played for Heretics. He wins EMEA Masters. Heretics joined LEC. He was not the chosen jungler that they wanted for their LEC team. So he's been back-to-back to 2 orgs that win or do really well at EMEA Masters, move on to a higher league, and he's not getting chosen. And he has showed enough to prove that he is good. And by winning EMEA Masters, hopefully back-to-back, will prove that he deserves a shot at the LEC.
Yeah, and I think definitely I agree with you. There are moments where I think Bluezor is very good, right? For example, in his early games, he often finds ways to invade with Prior. For example, you put him on the Sejuani against the Wukong. He will find ways to invade and shut it down. He's really good at playing with priorities. It's just the shaky mid-game. I really hope he clears it up.
Okay, mid-game is pretty important, though. We've seen it yesterday. If you have that early game lead, you don't hold on to it long enough. You allow your opponent to snowball, get some of that gold going. I mean, the graphs have been up and down, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of teams get a little bit confused, especially when they play towards these early game shenanigans compositions. But this is why EMEA Masters is so fun, because every team comes with their own niche playstyle, whether it's early, whether it's mid, whether it's top, mid, jungle, or bot. And honestly, from what we've seen so far, with the different S-tier champs that are not even touched in drafts, there was one best of 5 that Maokai was not touched, and he's S-tier jungler currently. There was one best of 5, Annie was not touched. Yesterday, Kennen was not even banned at all, and he's one of the most first pick champions currently, like all around the world. So I can't wait to see what these 2 top-notch teams will be prioritizing.
Yeah. I think in terms of priority, we're definitely going to see a match of diversity on the side of Team Geo versus like kind of the same style that Bluezor and co have been playing the exact same time. It's always for them. It's always for Team Heretics. A stable top laner, carry mid jungle 2v2, and a bot laner who scales. And Team Geo, they can just play it all. So I want to see how that goes.
Okay, well, the scene has been set, and there are now expectations that both of these teams are going to have to meet. Champions, titles, regional pride, the last hope for one of the most dominant regions in the history of EMEA Masters, the Ligue Française, taking on the defending champions, Los Heretics. Team Geo back since their last showing in spring 2018 with the weight of the LFL on their shoulders. Heretics, they're back. They had a fairy tale run in EMEA Masters summer 2022, one for the pride of the Superliga. Both of these teams are fighting, but not only for a last spot in that semi-finals, but also a chance to do right by their region. Only one will make it. Who will rise?
There is a lot on the line here in this game. It's going to be an absolute banger series. Hello and welcome to the Caster Desk. My name is Hitbrain. I'm joined by Namira and Jamada. Gents, we'll be getting into Champ Select fairly soon. And from our discussions before everything, I think these Champ Selects are actually going to be really exciting because there's a lot of different moving parts. So Namira, talk us through what we're expecting going into this first game.
Well, I think what we're expecting is a bit of different priorities compared to some of the other best of 5s that we have seen in EMEA Masters so far. Kennen is going to be on the table because Ragnar is a player of the champion. Not everyone is at this tournament. Both these teams are very much Zeri teams. You've not actually seen any Xayah from both these teams, but they are Rakan players on their support roles as well. So top lane and bot lane seems to be a little bit different. And a lot of this, I think, is going to be fueled by also the people behind these teams. Got a lot of coaches here, which have got some interplay between them. You've got Duke, Jevu, and also Peter Dunn on Heretics as well. Duke on the other side, of course, who have all been part of like old rosters of Splice in 2019 and before that point. It feels like there's a lot of interconnected kind of like neural battles here.
Yeah, a lot of, you know, what would you call it? I wouldn't say sibling, but, you know, pupillage battles going on amongst the caster, or the caster, not the casters, the coaches.
We could battle too, if you like.
We could battle right now, yeah, I guess we could, but bans here, pick and bans are here, and Team Geo immediately removing away the Varus from the side of Heretics. I think just not wanting to have to deal with a strong laning phase immediately for them, just because it's one of those things where even though Heretics more top side centric, you don't want to necessarily give Fleckett the opportunity to have a strong bottom side whilst that's going on as well on the rest of the map.
The question for me is, obviously, with Heretics on this red side, are they going to look at that Zeri, or do you think maybe this could just be give the Zeri over, get that Zyra Khan that you were talking about. Lucian banned away so far. There goes the Xayah. That might be the key.
That is key, because typically we've seen Zyra Khan be a really good slam-in red 1-2, because you see the first pick, which I guess in this tournament it's actually been Jinx over the Zeri as soon as we got to the knockout stage.
Yeah.
But now this leaves you this question of, okay, Vi still open, Maokai still open, of course the Annie's ban, that's one of our other priority champions. We also talked about Kennen being good for Ragnar. A lot of prio picks have been left through in mid-jungle and in its top lane at the expense of trying to curtail some of these bot lane interplays that we've highlighted.
Sejuani as well is the other one that's on my mind, just because generally melee champions on the top side, Sejuani loves to facilitate those skirmishing kind of lanes. We'll see what these guys want to go towards. Ragnar, just hovering, if you're not familiar with Ragnar, last year when he was on LDLC,
tank duty.
He was on the hardest tank duty you would ever see in your life. But with the Jace up and available, they want to take the flex. I imagine now Heretics likely, at the very least, to try and split apart the Maokai Jace combination that we see, which is typically very, very powerful for the objective control. So they should have this in their 1-2 on the red side.
Also gives you a lot of space for the Jace as well. He typically needs like a little bit of safety. Maokai's not exactly going to be ganking into his lane. We might see the Sejuani, which you highlighted as well, now paired up with Linces. He's not played it at the tournament so far, but one thing I'm kind of talking about the jungler from Team Geo side is that he does feel like he's next in line in kind of the schools of like your Yikes, your Sheos, your 1-1-3s, these big, diverse junglers coming from the LFL which can take a game into their own hands. Maybe that Sejuani could be well placed in his pocket.
Yeah, definitely could be. It feels so strange for me seeing Lintus on this stage. I've been following him basically since his Resolve days back in 2020, all the way from the UK scene. There's the Zeri, there for Flackard, so gonna be very happy on that pick, most played so far this tournament. And obviously Zeri just very versatile. We know what it can do. It can be strong-sided, it can be weak-sided, because eventually it will just have its Zeri moment. Now for Linces, we mentioned, of course, the Sejuani. On the opposite side with Vigon. You could also look towards the Wukong, of course, don't forget, if you want like super strong skirmishing up there instead.
We haven't actually talked about the Rakan as well, because
True.
that's something we noted on before we got into it. The Kennen, I think we kind of expected this from Ragnar, to be completely fair with you. There's a lot of CC here. That is a scary 3 champs to get locked in.
And what it is as well is a hell of a lot of top-side focus. Team Geo are one of the few teams, maybe even the only team, that doesn't just draft towards topside, but also plays towards it as well. When you look at Takui playing from the mid lane alongside Linces as well, they haven't just played picks to kind of just fight around bot side so no one is ever focusing top. They actually go top lane. They push out lane, they skirmish around the top side of the map, and it allows them to affect things. Rakan has finally been locked in. This is a very good roaming support. Marlon loves to get out of lane. That might also add into this equation.
Yeah, we'll see what Blue Azor and Marlon can do on this pairing. I think when you've got mid-jungle with so much CC, hopefully we have a mid-laner in the early game potentially to actually layer in a little more damage in that combination.
Lissandra has been a big pick for them.
Lissandra could be pretty nice for them, yeah, I agree with that. Good mix as well, like extra CC, more damage. I think for Team Geo though, that rotation really smart, because now Heretics have to think about banning both AD carries and supports. You either split into both roles or you have to just hard focus one. We'll see what Heretics want to go towards, because I think generally there are so many strong AD carries still up. It makes a little more sense to try and trim away at the support pool. As you always know, Jesu's going to have something, right? The Jinx, the Felios is always going to be one of these hyper carries that will be able to be picked.
He's also been just so successful, just in general, this tournament. Now, Jesu at EMEA Masters has only played 2 champions. He has played Zeri, and he's played 1 game of Jinx. He's died in only 1 game so far, 5 deathless games. But the question is now, particularly if you're waiting to be a little bit more late game, as we've seen with the Zeri, where you're kind of sleeping until about 2 items, and then you start to really skirmish, what are you going to do outside this point? You're not going to see the Jinx again, not going to see the Zeri again. Jesu, you're playing at a competition already with these 3 picks, which is going to be topside focused.
Yeah.
You're likely not going to have resources in the early game. What champions has now Jesu got to stay safe and also stay relevant in the AD carry role?
Honestly, I feel like you could just probably slam a Felios plus Thresh, and you're probably feeling mostly comfortable about it. I think the laning phase is fine. Felios obviously has a little more versatility in terms of what he can do from his guns and the damage, so I imagine that's what Team Geo go for. We'll see though, as a your sweetheart champion.
That's me.
Inside of the Ahri should be locked in here. Just more CC, I think, you know, we mentioned the Lissandra, I think this kind of fits that same kind of pocket where more CC, more damage, anything to really enable rather the mid jungle plus support trio to come online.
Also fits in a little bit what Severo has been doing earlier in the tournament with stuff like Lissandra, which we highlighted, which is early shove and pinning his lane opponent into lane, which means that if you're playing against someone like Takui, he doesn't get that same chance to push out and to roam and to do something else. Now, this is a very different take to what we were talking about in terms of the Aphelios plus X. It is Sivir, it is Rel, it is Engage, it is Teamfight, it is 5v5 Deathball.
It's scaling. That's the big thing for me. Both of these AD carries like to play for that scaling. Jarvan getting locked in here. Yeah, we're going to assume that's Jarvan top. Is that what you're going with here?
It should probably be Jarvan top with the Emax, Airy, Scorch, all of the like poke runes in lane. They're holding onto it now in the jungle. I assume they'll swap around. If they don't, then I guess they're just going to have full tank Maokai top. Yeah, there you go. You know, we've seen a little bit of it in the LEC. Personally, I don't really like it per se as an answer. It theoretically makes a whole bunch of sense. Obviously, you can Cataclysm the Kennen as well in the team fight, so you have to force him to flash out of it or be useless. But I feel like anytime I see this counter pick, it doesn't actually end up achieving as much as it would like to achieve outside of the laning phase.
I've only seen one game of this outside the LEC, which was Breathe. RNG played it against, I believe it was BLG when they were on their run as well. It didn't really work out for them. You get like a 20 CS lead, but you have to transfer that into something else. You're also against Sejuani on top side. Sejuani is really nasty to play against on top side. If you manage to get past that early game, get a lead, and then play into 3 immobile carries though, without a Thresh Lantern to get you out of something like a Cataclysm, that Jarvan in team fights does have a huge ability to make an impact.
Okay, so what are the win conditions? What are we looking at for these teams? What are the expectations, at least in the earlier stages of this game? Because I think we've talked a lot about these teams putting a lot of priority on the top lane. Is that where this game plan is going to be? Or do you feel maybe there's other avenues for them to pursue?
Nope, I feel like for Geo, it's mostly about that. They've got, you know, strong solo laners with the Sejuani. I think it makes sense for them to play through that. On the bottom side, I won't necessarily, you know, turn my nose up at that matchup either, though, because I feel like Rel generally does really, really good into mobile champions, and I think for me that matchup is one in the 2v2 where they can actually take over if they want to send the resources down there. It's more about how Heretics actually on the opposite side want to respond to whatever team goes game plan actually is, because it seems quite versatile to me.
I think for me, person who I've really got eyes on is Linsis, this Prodigy jungler, once again coming up from the ERL scene. He stands there, Black is the one getting caught out.
Yeah, I'm looking for him here. He does have the flash though, so will we get over the wall? But no! He's locked down! And Takui, he's able to get himself the first kill of this game. That was just unfortunate for Flack.
Let that be a lesson as to why you don't skill anything until you see an enemy champion. Because if he could have skilled E, he probably... maybe he walks out of it. He might limp out at best, but really nice start for Team Geo. Takui getting the tier on the first base is actually huge, because now it's going to be able to keep him in lane a lot longer in the first couple of ways, where typically perhaps you would maybe expect him to try and trade out not only his mana bar, but his health bar to actually get priority in this match.
Yeah, it's usually so, because as we've seen earlier in the tournament, Takui has typically looked to get out of lane, impacting things in skirmishes, in river, and in side lanes, whereas Vera has been looking to lock people in lane. Now, with Takui getting a bit of extra gold, he makes that a little bit easier to get out onto the map as you'd want to. Very much helped him getting out into the lane, because Flack was a bit of the wrong place at the wrong time. Well spotted out. That's some good level 1 prep from Geo to catch out the enemy AD carry.
Yep, understanding where someone could be there, and unfortunately with no additional mobility spell outside the flash and just kind of jumping into Takui's waiting arms.
You ready for Jake's copium / silver lining?
Yeah.
They got Lincis's flash at least as well. That's the response there, right? Like that's my one little silver lining there, but not the start you needed. I don't think it's really going to be the end of the world. I mean, obviously, like you said, getting that tier on the Jace means he stays in lane for longer, so there is an ability for it to affect the mid lane a little bit. So we'll see maybe if they can send Blue Resort over there to find some kind of an answer, because the 2v2 mid on both sides is really nice. Jace can set up the Sejuani. Obviously, really easy to land charms when Maokai locks whoever in place of the Ahri's charm.
And particularly then you put the nameplates on as well. Zvera and Blue Resort are, you know, these are two players which currently have the reigning title of EMEA Masters. They beat an LFL team in the semis and finals to get to that point, but it's Linsis making the first play towards topside.
Yeah, Ivo's already been locked down. There's nowhere for him to go. He's down. Ragnar finds the kill as well. Lovely little pick up there in Linsis.
So about that counter pick, huh?
Yeah, about that counter pick. I mean, this is just one of those things, right? The other, you know, side of this is you want to use your E for poke. In this case, I think he did have EQ available, unless he skilled W. I'm actually, was that click on Ivo just briefly? I'm not sure if it's possible. No, he had EQ. So it could have just been on cooldown, but that's the thing. You're using it to harass. If you don't actually have it up because you're harassing, then it's very easy to get picked on, and generally the execution very solid as well. Stunned up when Sejuani goes in so the CC connects.
Yeah, so now Heretics, we knew likely on paper they were going to be playing against a team which plays towards topside. You come out of draft, guess what? It's a topside favored draft again, with two very strong bursty lanes with the jungler that can get more involved earlier than something like that Maokai, and suddenly Heretics now find themselves down in every role across the map, across that top side of the map. Heretics dealt with a strong top side last tournament again. When they won this tournament, it was BDS Academy, it was Adam. We know what he's managed to do in the LEC this year as well, but this is a pretty poor start to try and fend off these strong early lanes from Geo.
Yeah, I think just a couple of things. Obviously, not going their way. Level 1, obviously the big one. But things not over yet. We saw a very huge comeback yesterday, if any of you are watching that series as well as today's, where, well, let's just say there was about 3 base defenses in that series anyway. But the first one in particular from UOL was quite something, so I'm definitely not going to write off the game just yet. I think Heretics obviously have a load of strong scaling team fighting options later on with a bunch of CC and hard snap engage options, so should be fine for a while.
Double stun.
Ooh, lovely. Don't really think they're under any major threat right now. They do get a bit of a chunk out, but they answer out onto Camillus' health bar, so at the end of the day, just a little trade, just a light bit of poking and prodding, testing the waters, shall we say, for them. But Jezu, he's got cold. He wants to just sit back and farm. We knew this from Flackhead and Jezu. They want to sit, they want to scale, and it's going to be about this top and mid side.
Yeah, so let's just have a look at what's going to happen in the next few minutes then, right? Because I was pushing in towards this top side, but you look at the vision which has been established already, lit up like a Christmas tree, is that bot side jungle. We have the first dragon of the game also just spawning up there in your top left-hand corner. Watch what's going to happen now in terms of the next resets of the game, in terms of what's happening towards the spot side. We already talked about that cull, going to mean that Jezu has less power to fight around something early. Sivir doesn't really want to either. Let's watch this, and then into the Herald rotations to see how the first neutral objectives of the game get split across these teams.
Yeah, excellent, cool. I like how Heretics do have their vision set up, but I think when you take a look at the laning states right now, Go actually have a slightly bigger window if they would have preferred to go for the, yeah, if they would have preferred to gone for the dragon, but just opting out of it for now. So not really willing to flip it perhaps, and just taking a step back, and because of this step back, actually they're trying to get mid-priority, and they could get forced up for it.
Oh, they're jumping in. That's a massive jump there onto Zwaru already. He's going to have to look to jump away as Linsis is keeping on him. The shield's coming in from Marlon on the Rakama. The battle dance. In jumps Camillus, misses the W forwards, and they're just going to limp away out of that fight.
Yeah, so big things which happened there. No level 6 from Svaro on that Ahri. I actually wonder if that kill XP factored into that a little bit from the level 1 onto Takui, but Svaro not in a position to play at that point. And also that vision which timed out, as we were saying, just before this play, meant that Team Geo managed to get an entrance into mid lane before Heretics could really see that coming. So we haven't really seen those objectives started up just yet, but as you were saying, Jamada, just before this, felt like Geo had the early march on that play.
Yeah, I think that's probably what they were looking for. Either Takui wanted a reset, or they wanted to actually get mid lane priority to try and go for a dragon set up there, because they were stacking wave in the bottom lane, stacking wave in the mid lane. That was trying to be forced in by Linsus, but either way, all this really results in is a whole bunch of summoner spells being blown. Both mids, support on the side of Geo, and of course Blue Resource. We'll see how that impacts how things go. Blue Resource actually got the Hex Flash. I don't think I've seen too many Maokai's run towards the inspiration tree.
It's the jump scare tree.
It's the jump scare tree, yeah.
You know, in Australia, there's a tree called the Gimpy Gimpy tree.
Okay, this is a great start.
Yeah, so Gimpy Gimpy tree, it translates to the Pain Pain tree. Now, if something is said twice in Aboriginal, it really means something. That's going to be a jump scare and a half when it comes out of a bush.
So we're calling Blue Resort the Gimpy Gimpy tree?
Yes.
For the remainder of this cast?
Yes.
Got it. I'm on board.
I know what I'm like. Yeah. That's not going to end well for me. I'm just going to call it quits here immediately on that one.
It's
interesting that we are now seeing, you know, they did have a play in that mid lane. Didn't really translate into anything other than a couple of summoner spells. Still a lot of power for Team Geo on the bottom side of the map. You can see they've got Linsis on this area, and they are keeping pressure up. So it looks like the attention is towards this dragon. And on the other side, Los Heretics, they've got 4 people on this top side of the map. They really want to play for this Herald.
Yeah, so I was about to say exactly that. I was wondering whether or not Team Geo would feel confident at any point to maybe just flip up the priority and go towards it, but it's Heretics all in the top side, all the vision, and again, I mean, I'll bring up the minimap just for the sake of it being there, but yeah, it's another base right here. No one can really get through on the side of Team Geo without being spotted out. Linus is going to find his first control with him. We'll see what extra vision he's going to be able to sweep away.
And particularly now you have level 6s in factored from Heretics as well. It's potential of a Cataclysm, Flag Drag over a wall, Sphero flying, Blue Resort as well. Lots of ability to catch people out if you don't respect that vision. So Team Geo, they group up, they have Linsis in a position to use that Aftershock, tank up the first engage. Bot lane's on the roam as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, Heretics actually have the numbers here first. Team Go are finally showing up, so this could maybe be the start of this fight, potentially.
Like it's not
Geo go through this choke, actually. There you go.
Oh, the Twisted Advance is coming forward. They're going to lock down onto Blue Resort. He's going to keep himself up for a little bit longer, but Camillus is able to find the kill. Flankhead joins in. Ragnar on that flank as well. Zwaru jumps over, but he's not going to be able to get out the Spirit Rush. And that is just a bad fight there for Los Heretics.
Yeah, even though Heretics had the numbers first of the play, they just don't necessarily go in first, and eventually it gives Team Geo the opportunity for Camillus to just make it to the fight and close up that choke. It makes it so difficult to actually advance forward for Heretics.
Also, Flacken just wasn't there at the start of the fight. It felt like it was very discoordinated in the fine details from Heretics. Blue Resort is not tanky on this Maokai. Yeah, you don't even have yourself something like an Aftershock. You got that phase rush to give you a bit more gank pressure and escape pressure, but he can't do that at that point.
I mean, Flackid was the victim of the fact that Marlon had roamed early. So then he was in the lane alone. He had to wait for the wave to crash before he could reset. Therefore, he was down on the tempo because they put too many people on that top side of the map and ultimately kind of bites him in the backside. Maybe they can get the pressure here on this Dragon and turn their attention towards it, but Camilius is over here already. They're going on resets and we might just get another fight.
Yeah, it looks like that Dragon will at least be going up to the side of Heretics, but one of the things which I picked up from group stage from this Heretics was, particularly in their games versus the Wildcats, which they lost both of in the group stage, their objective setup improved throughout the group stage, but there were still some holes in it. And you can see in this point, right, maybe they could have played around a choke point, fought, as we said, used those tools to get over walls. Didn't really manage to do steps 2 through 5 after the first step of getting those wards down.
Yeah, I just feel like it's so difficult to fight into a choke like that as Heretics when you don't have the damage source just yet, right? I think it's honestly quite risky for Team Geo to go for something like this, but again, just because they have the numbers advantage, it works out. So I think a little bit of discipline may be needed on the side of Geo moving forward once some of the damage options actually start to come online, because Zeri will definitely mince through you in a choke like that, and so will Ari. But taking their window because they know it's there, and they have the Herald for now, and I think realistically probably going towards Jezu just for the sake of the fact that it's a Sivir. And we all know, you know, Zeri might be the one that brings out the Zeri moments now in 2023, but the original Zeri champion was certainly
Auntie Sivir. Back in my day, Season 5.
CS.
No, funnily enough,
Avarice Blade Sivir.
Well, funnily enough, in Season 5 as well, you had like the SKT, like Sivir, Maokai comps even back then, and yet the more things change, the more things stay the same. Really feels like both these champions coming into their own kind of power yet again, and Jezu has been coming into his own power at this tournament currently. Well, before this game was what, a 41.5 KDA overall. Both these AD carries having some incredible late game performances. We're not there yet, but still, Jezu unkilled yet again, has been unkilled in 5 out of his 6 games so far, and making a good start towards another one.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not overly surprised because we didn't expect a lot to happen in the bot side.
Yeah.
So for him to die in the first 10 minutes would have been actually quite an upset and a bit of the script getting thrown out. Top side, Ragnar and Ibo taking a fight, and Ragnar just about pulls out the win on that one. That was a very, very close fight topside.
Yeah, so Mr. Q, the E does connect, but I think that Q missing actually might have just been enough for Ibo to not find the solo kill in response. But this, I mean, the lane matchup is such a bait. Like, it can work, but if it doesn't work, now you're just playing Java, which can feel great. You've got targets in this game, but now with Ragnar getting that second kill, he's 1k up. He's going to get to that pro belt very, very quickly. He's got it now, and he's going to be a big powerhouse in the next couple of team fights that should occur.
Yeah, it really feels like for actually the entirety of Heretics, it feels like when they're ahead of the game, they have the damage to close out the targets they want to. But now you're in a position where Ibo's on a lane counter pick, which is now 1,000 gold down, which is going to be jumping into God knows how much CC. Sejuani ults when the Aftershock's running, you're definitely not killing them. Maybe you're going to have that cannon ult in you as well. I wonder if Heretics at this point are going to have to start getting a bit more creative about how they approach plays. You're either going to have to catch everyone in the right kind of play or catch one person on the fringe of the fight to make sure the fight can snowball into your favor.
Yeah, let's see how this 1v1 breaks out. I agree with you. I think that generally Heretics have so many good snap engage tools that should be fine. So it's just a chase down because Ibo feels like he has lethal, but the Q flashed away from. The E hits. I mean, there's only... I mean, he's got like 50-something HP. Surely that Q should kill him. So
actually kind of minion diff as well.
Yeah,
full
a little
wave.
bit of minion diff. You're right. Actually, that's a great call. Yeah. Bit unlucky.
I do believe he's seen Linces. There is actually a ward just by there. Although there's a pink on top, so maybe he didn't see Linces. Doesn't matter, he's seen him now because the Herald has been summoned. And that was more or less about a dive, more about just getting the charge out onto his tower. Blue Resolve's in the area as well, but looks like it's just going to be the charge and the plates given over to Ragnar. And they're going to be happy with that one.
The more I think about this game coming out of the draft as well, you got to look at this now as Heretics thinking, look, you knew they were going to play towards topside. You knew that Ragnar was probably the best cannon player, one of the few at the tournament as well. This was all foreseen. And what's happened with it? Now it's got the Maokai ult flying topside. No, well, there is the ult.
Oh, they are looking for him. Slice and Maelstrom's been thrown down. Ibo's taking a lot of damage already, though, from Ragnar. And Ragnar's just going to run him through, getting in a damage down. And that is the shutdown for Blue Resort. Oh. But man, did Ragnar make that look close.
Yeah, he did. I think just the initial flag and drag missing makes it a bit more of a closer affair than perhaps it has to be, but eventually just winning out on the 2v1, it makes sense. Ragnar, though, does a really good job of just layering in all of the damaging spells that he has to. I think if he has the room to just throw out one more Q, Blue Resolve's blocking it, minions as well, not really helping him out, then maybe he could 2v1 that, but does drop in this case, and the shutdown does finally go over, so a little bit of gold reclaimed off this top side.
Yeah, it really sucks that they don't have any time to get plates off of this top lane as well, though. It's going to be sat at full plates. In fact, there's only been one plate taken by the entirety of Lost Heretics, which is one off the mid lane turret. So it feels like all of the small victories, alongside, of course, most of the big fights as well, going towards Team Geo. At least something happens with this job. But this feels like this is the bare minimum, right? You have to call in that 2v1. It still barely works. Heretics, it's going to come down now really to their creativity of using this pick around the broken map, trying to find the big cataclysm games.
Yeah, and he used Ibo's flash as well in the 2v1. He literally got him to burn his flash there. Ragnar, you know, we talked about how he has been just such a solidly performing top laner, and he is putting up numbers already, 2-1 in this game. And for Team Geo, it's very much a game of pride. The LFL was knocked out by Heretics in the last EMEA Masters, or, well, at the time, EU Masters. And this is very much a game of them kind of reclaiming some national pride off the back of this game and upsetting and taking out the defending champions before they can even get to quarters. Oh, semis, sorry, we're on quarters.
Yeah, it's there's a little bit of weight of history here. There's a little bit of weight of pride. Heretics, the last LVP team left in the tournament. Same with Team Geo, last LFL team left from their own region in this tournament as well. Team Geo are going to get towards this second dragon, stop Heretics get themselves their second dragon stack of the game. Kind of expect that at that point, the gold advantage getting a little bit out of hand, and as we said, Heretics, if they all in on fights, kind of need to make those fights stick, because if you're in the fight, you're not getting out too easily. Blue Resort, Ibo, not really champions which can escape all too easily when they commit. They don't have the damage to make it stick right now.
No, definitely not.
Oh, hold on. It's a bit of an interesting position for Blue Resort to find himself in. He's got Ibo in the area. Zwaru has that Spirit Rush. He's going to charge straight in, but the lockdown comes in and locks them all in place there with a rail. Marlon is able to get the knock up into a couple of members, but this is just not going to be enough. They are going to look to start this Rift Herald, and Flackett too late to the party, to be honest.
That's a bit desperate, really. Heretics, they didn't have the setup that time. Blue Resort kind of caught out in the middle of nowhere. Both AD carries slow to the fight as well. Heretics, again, just lacking the damage to make any of these big fights stick.
Yeah, and I think Blue Resort just not really being able to go anywhere. And again, you know, I think the rail pick plays into that so much. It is so obnoxious to ever get away. Even with the phase rush, I'm pretty sure which he procced, he still gets pulled back and he can't move. We'll get a look of it in this replay. I mean, realistically, Blue Resort just shouldn't be where he is, to be entirely honest. He's got it procced, but as soon as that gravity well comes in, pull back, 3 members in the well, 3-man stun. The return CC is great, but again, you can see on the minimap, AD carries not there. It's Flackett who's supposed to be dealing the damage, even at this early stage. And until he hits that 2-item mark anyway, he wasn't present here, but until he hits the 2-item mark, it's not really going to feel like you're going to have too much damage to work with. You need to be a little more nuanced in your approaches. You need to try and find Go members in rotation as opposed to trying to actually take them on, you know, head-to-head for the next couple of minutes.
Heretics, sadly for themselves across the tournament, not the first time they found themselves in similar positions, particularly in the games versus the Wildcats in the group stage. They found themselves at some disadvantages, find themselves having to bail themselves out of deficits later into the game. Typically, that's come through the man on your screen. Flackett, this AD carry. Laning phase, not really been the focus for Heretics around the bot side. They prefer Flackett roaming up to the Heralds. He's tried that in both of them. Hasn't really led to anything in this game, but now you're waiting once again for Mr. Flackett to get online with all those items.
Yeah, I mean, he's not overly behind. He's only 300 gold down on Jezu, so at least for him, he's not completely far behind, but typically we do see Flackett fall behind. But like you said, he'll roam up for these objectives and then just gift plates over to his to the AD carry he's playing versus. This time, he's just been a little bit too slow to the punch, and it feels like Heretics are kind of betting on him being there. That's already a fair amount of damage coming out from that Eclipse and almost fully stacked.
Yeah, it only gets worse from here.
Yeah, it's like the first 3 items, just everyone just feels like it just gets worse and worse when it's on a Jace.
Yeah, so my big concern for Heretics isn't even necessarily the lack of damage, but actually the amount of damage that Team Geo have in their own right.
Yeah.
And who's actually going to stop Ragnar? I mean, there is the exhaust from Marlon, obviously. It's what you often see from the support players when there's a cannon on the opposite side, but it still feels like being this far ahead, he's still going to one-shot people, or at the very least keep them in place, and with this much damage available to Jezu, available to Takui, it's always going to be a really huge issue for Heretics.
Big moment again. Once again, Heretics, they threw out a really good vision line, but they couldn't use it for anything. Zvera's trying to reclaim some kind of push in that bot side, but again, the vision's not there to protect him now. It's going to be Dove.
Can he play it out? I don't think he can. He has the ult, he has the flash, but he's just locked in place, and Jezu is able to find himself the kill. Question is there even going to be some level of response in the mid lane? They are shoving this wave under, but they don't really have any real option. The wave's taken too long to shove, and that's it.
Yeah, topside bit, but again, because Ibo wasn't really in a position to take down early place in the lane, we're 19 minutes in and he's barely chunked out that topside tower, so just kind of having to settle for a couple of jungle camps on the top side. You're going to lose the bottom side waves. They're actually not going to elect Jezu to stay on the tower and pick up gold for it. They want him to reset now, and he's not actually picking up a complete item either, so they just wanted him back on the map sooner for Team Geo, so that's the response. Heretics, though, did what they can. It's not the best situation. It is realistically just a lose on most fronts here.
Okay, so let's look at these objective times again. 1 minute on the next dragon, 1 minute on the Baron as well. Once Baron comes on, sometimes it's like the neuron activation kind of meme coming in. It's like, ooh, next time we get a big fight, something can come around that point. I think Heretics, I think your ears have got to be perking up a little bit. Get a big fight just before the Baron. Maybe you can turn the gold back into your favor.
Seems like Ragnar's ears perked up a bit there. A little bit
Spidey
of
senses.
Hit by the slow. This time, Ibo's able to land the knock-up, and they throw everything at Ragnar, slicing Maelstrom, but it's not going to be enough. I say that, and he flashes away to safety. The Protobelt gives him a little bit more of a distance.
Flash W.
And there comes Marlon with the flash, the W, and the kill.
With great gold leads comes great responsibilities. Ragnar has lost his ult, he's lost his flash, you got objectives coming up in the next few seconds coming after this point. That is a big play for Heretics, but they have to capitalize with a lot of that gold now being off the board.
Yeah, the big
They
issue
lose
for me.
3 kills. Ult side.
Yeah,
Three ults.
Not only that, but they have to now go back to base, a couple of them reset, and this could actually give Team Geo enough time to just not only have Ragnar return back onto the map, but just straight up take the dragon. As you can see, the observers also highlighting the amount of vision available to Team Geo. Heretics, it's basically a yield. It's a pick, plus this tower, in an extended map trade for this dragon, so that's what they're going for. Team Geo, one step closer to that Ocean Soul.
Really surprised that Heretics didn't try and opt in to say, look, cannon's off the board, let's go towards the Baron. Just try and push in towards that, force Geo to come into them and an even numbers advantage. I get that when you're on red side trying to retreat from Baron Pit, kind of sucky because you're stuck against the back wall of that pit as people try and engage onto you, but Heretics, they get the pick onto that cannon, they can't find anything afterwards.
Yeah, even in saying that though, all the Heretics members basically have dashes with the exception of Maokai, so honestly, the red side thing isn't
And
even
he
really...
has a Hex Splash!
And he's got a Hex Splash, so it's not even really, you know, a get out of a jail free card there, but I do agree, I think just maybe don't flip it after that pick anyway. Happy to just try and take some gold where they can, but it's not going into the Zeri. Zeri at the very least is actually at 2 items, does have the Runans, so eventually Flacken, when he does get involved in the next team fight, should actually dish out a fair amount of AoE, but I still, you know, I continue to worry about Ragnar's potential impact in the team fight, about just generally the front line and dive available from Lintus, from Camilius, and how that's just going to give space to Kui and Jezu to do their thing.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned the Exhaust on Marlon before. You actually kind of wish you had Spellbook on the Ahri here as well, so you could get a second one. That would have been very helpful. Would have been mine at that point, still win the early lane matchup, but Zvero wanted to have a little bit more burst potential. He's not really been a factor this game. He's been dove under that side lane turret, as we saw. Heretics, after giving that early kill over to Jace, felt like they couldn't really control that. Here comes the engage, though, around the Baron.
They've thrown down the Civet ultimate there for the moment. Ragnar's coming in on the flank, the slicing Maelstrom, locking them all in place, and it is just a scattered fight from this point on. That's going to be one shutdown for Zwire already, though, as Flacker's getting some damage out. He's not going to be able to do too much more, and it is not the fight that Heretics needed at all.
Excellent flank from Ragnar, has the teleport in, and unfortunately the exhaust comes in a little bit late. Not really Marlon's fault because they're all retreating back into that choke, but at the end of the day, those couple of ticks of the maximum damage locks enough members of Heretics in place for Team Geo to just rout that fight.
But it's a 2 for 2.
I know.
The AD carry dies. The top laner dies. That means that Baron is not on the table. As much as it looks really good, and the damage overall very much goes in favor of Geo. Only 2 members of Heretics go down. They don't give up that Baron. One of the people that dies is your support, who means that even if they are burst out at the start, they've used their cooldowns. It doesn't really matter at that point. Managed to at least get Flack and Zvero cleaning up some gold. This is by far not worst case scenario.
No, definitely not. And you could kind of start to see the power of the Heretics comp in terms of like the peel back as well. The AoE damage in terms of, you know, just Zeri ultimate plus Ahri kiteback AoE, all of that good stuff.
It's all those dashes you were talking about. You just saw that slice of Maelstrom, everyone just nopes in different directions.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like Heretics don't have answers. It's just that for now, it's always going to be Team Geo on the front foot, and it's going to be about how they actually set up to try and lock these very mobile members in place. And eventually, whether or not Heretics can stop having to use their tools defensively and finally find some kind of offensive option onto Jezu or Kui.
Other side as well, it's about over-chasing from Geo. They have a jungler and a support around Flacked right there, but what we saw the last fight was Flacked got enough space to do some damage on those 2 items, just as we saw about the Ivo. He doesn't exactly have much space up here. He has a flash though, might have to burn it.
He may just have to do so. They actually predicted the flash, and he does get out because of that. I respect what Linsis was trying to do there, because that would have been hype, but Ivo just held it.
I'm going to be honest, I think he just missed, Jake. I'm not going to tell you short.
No,
I think he just missed.
Copium, you're wrong.
I'm not going to cope here. I think he just missed. And that's okay. Maybe expecting the Flag and Dread to come out a second sooner at absolute best. But I think he was going to get the final all-in for the permafrost. So either way, it's all blown. Marlon. Ooh, okay.
That's Magnet Storm.
Yeah, and that could be a re-engage of Blurzo's ultimate.
Yeah, they're locking them actually in there. There's going to be the Cataclysm down. Warriors use the Spirit Rush over the wall into the middle of them, jumps back out. Marlon misses the knockup. Ragnar's throwing the Slicing Maelstrom, but only stuns down Blue Razor. Health bar trade, not amazing for Heretics, but nobody dies.
There's like a small strip of no man's land there, which ate like 5 ultimates and basically no champions were in them. Both these teams very aware that they can't over-engage. They didn't want to give up that first kill, but Heretics have solo health bars at this point, particularly on their jungler. But Gio were briefly thinking about that Baron. They quickly peel off.
A little bit of a damage check, just to see how much health they could actually bite out of Purple One. But not only that, because they know Blue Resort used the flash, could only get in with the Hex Flash. They will always have a little bit of time to interrupt it, or just stop him from getting in, all in all. But Dio, like you say, almost not necessarily wasted, but kind of thrown into the abyss of that Raptor pit. And it should just be a reset. Looking towards his next Dragon now in 45 seconds.
Okay, so Dragon setting up in the next 45 seconds. We have second items for pretty much everyone coming through. Zvero is gone towards that Death Cap second on the Ahri. Still a long way behind this Jace, though. 3 items on the Jace. If the Kui starts landing Shock Blast, particularly onto Marlon and Ibo, they are not going to have the HP to find those engages, which Heretics so desperately need.
This is the bit where it hurts on Jace. This is a really, really painful bit, and we'll probably get a damage check on that in a moment. Flacket does have that shield on him, though, and
surely he's not going to do like 700 damage with 1 Shock Blast.
Never seen that before.
Never seen that before.
Keep your eyes on him. Not going to hit that one. You can see that Lost Heretics do actually have most of the river warded up in their favor, but they don't really have deep wards, so they only have vision on that river. Need to kind of get some other ones set up for themselves, but running a nice little charm there and a bit of damage off, but that is all it's going to be.
I will briefly say, though, there's a couple of TP wards. I think those aren't blues. Yeah, regular wards there for Ragnar. If he wants to try and get a bit of a longer flank angle, then he's going to actually use one. So Flash can come in over the wall, and Blackett is actually a bit exposed.
Backline, though! Look at that backline! Marlon locking everybody down. Ragnar jumps in, gets the Slicing Maelstrom, and this fight is now starting to go really, really bad. Camillus is low, and in jumps Ivo. They've got the damage. Flackett's still alive. He's putting out some serious damage, but so was Jezu. He's still chasing. The health bars are low. Blue Resort flashes forward. Stopwatch gets used. Flackett's just jumped onto by Takui. He's trying to get the damage over the Linkers. He's able to find himself one. He's got one. Can he get more? Takui's getting the damage off, but Ragnar shuts him down. A triple kill over to Flackett, though.
Team Geo just over-chasing into the choke, not respecting all of the AoE damage that we spoke about that previous fight near the top side. But Ragnar finds the flank that we were talking about with those wards. It's a little bit late, but that actually gives Heretics the window to try and win out on this initial engage.
And you know what? Despite all the flaws which you pointed out from Heretics in the early game, thinking, oh, maybe they gave up a bit too much towards that top side. When they get to the 5v5s and they have options to give Flacket a run at these fights, they are exceptional.
And it's just that brief moment where they step in and they lose so much health to Flacket on the way into that choke. Takui does a good job of nearly one-shotting. I think the E kind of sets up Linsis to go in and die, but either way, even the Runan's playing its part, getting in over the wall and almost killing Ragnar for a quadra as well.
It's so funny because we were focused on Ragnar on the flank and we totally missed Marlon just W over the wall and just absolutely set up an insane flank there for Lost Heretics. Now, they are setting up for Dragon once again. We might have another 5v5.
Yeah, but the big thing here now is this huge thing, which is, of course, going to be over on, let me just drag this down here, the flash on Flackhead. That is the huge thing.
Yeah.
There's no flash on Ragnar. He has his ult and he'll have a proto belt, but it's much harder to close down Flackhead. What can they do without that cleanse, of course, on Flackhead, but that flash still available?
He also has an Infinity Edge, which is a major difference on that previous fight. We thought he was doing a lot there last time. Stopwatch as well, a lot in tow. Flackhead should be feeling relatively safe. Nice flank being set up there by Zero there, just for the moment to see if he can set up and find an opportunity on the flank. Camillus is coming the long way around, though. Dragon's half HP. Heretics, they just have to commit for this Dragon. They want to pick this up, and they're going to equalize the score out here. There's going to be the charm immediately. Slicing Maelstrom comes down. Magnet Storm lands onto Flackhead. He's CC'd, but he's able to jump over the wall. 2 kills have been picked up, though, by the side of Team GO. But Dragon over, but look at where they're running.
We're looking towards that Baron, but looking at this again, you know, you don't have a huge amount of CC left. Flack is still on the board. If you start this Baron up, there is the chance that Flack gets a good ult and chase down. Geo, they're taking a bit of a risk here, still trying to use their momentary point in power with more gold on the table.
Oh, this is so risky, I think. Flack having Crash Down, or the ultimate rather. It's so scary. Hex Flash as well can come in. They've got vision off the saplings.
They got enough vision.
Are they really going to take the flip?
This is going to be so close. That's a lot of damage coming out from that shot blast.
They're holding it at 3k.
How much burst have they got? They might be able to burst this over the wall.
They're going now.
He's coming in. Blue Resort's jumped in a little bit too early. He's stolen the Baron. Blue Resort coming in with the hero play. Gets a taxi out from Camilius as well. And no way does he get away with that. Ivo has to flash out as he gets a little bit trolled into the pit. But Lost Heretics steal the Baron.
If you ever hear the phrase daylight robbery, this is a clip that should play in your mind because Blue Resort gets into the pit, uninterrupted with Hex Flash. Sure, all right, sure. Team Geo can't necessarily stop that, no problem. Svero and Flackid getting the damage in for the smite to come in for the steal, but to get out on the backside is just ridiculous.
It's the jump scare tree. They call it. It happened after all this time. Blue Resort, one of those members remaining from the championship roster from last summer at this tournament, coming up absolutely clutch. Last summer, Heretics ended up 4-2 in the group stage, and then they battled their way up to the finals and to a title. Guess what? They've done the same again. He took out a couple of French teams on the way there too. And as you said, absolutely ridiculous that he gets in and gets out. He doesn't have flash. He W's out of the pit at that point, and then gets the body block and the Guardian to survive. And now you have this Baron power play to see if Heretics can get back even.
Holland is able to look to try and jump onto Linces. Linces should just be able to get away. I say that, gets caught by the ultimate, but is going to be able to sliver out. And now it's onto this Baron push. What can they actually gain off the back of it?
Yeah, that's the big thing now. They need to take down some of these tier 2 structures. There's actually, whoa, minimap for a second. Look at where the rel is, guys. Hello. I wonder what's going on here. And we'll see whether or not Heretics actually commit to this bottom side siege. They're kind of in 2 lanes right now. 2 in mid lane, 3 in the bottom side. Once that minion wave goes past, we're just going to have to keep our eyes just simultaneously. Yes, thank you for the pit. On the bottom side
he's
there.
Coming
so
down.
He's coming now.
Here comes the cavalry.
Do they see him on the pink ward? He's going to walk up to it. They see him now. Recruitry's got to be called.
They go for it. They throw the ultimate down. Blackhead uses the cleanse already. What a magnet storm. Looking 3 down and 3 fall as well. Team Geo making it work. Zwaru does answer out for kill onto Ragnar. He can spirit rush away. Ivo flags, drags, and gets himself out of there. But Linces will keep the pressure up onto him. Zwaru still has another charm. There's going to be the Cataclysm. He flags and drags his way out. The shock blast does so much damage, but he's just about able to sliver away. Ivo flags, drags. Oh, way! He's dead! Oh, what a mistake!
We'll ignore the last part. That was a play, a minute in the making from Camilius and Team Geo, just slipping into that tri-brush for the amazing flank where he finds all 3 members. That was sick, I know. We've got our heads in our hands.
You were saying daylight robbery for that last one. That was heartbreak. If you think of heartbreak, that's what you should think of.
Yeah, but look at this engage. Ultimate blows Flack into cleanse, and as soon as that cleanse is in, that's it. You're locked down by that rel. 3 members just immediately bursted out. And nice turnaround from Heretics, catching off Ragnar on this retreat, but I think at the end of the day, it's more or less just a consolation prize. Are we going to go all the way to see Ivo fail? I think we are.
We're doing him dirty.
What actually stops it, though?
When you cast your flag at max range and it's in the middle of a wall, it will sometimes do that. It's like a war hero which somehow ends up dying by slipping in a bathtub. It is the most awkward moment. Just sat there, like, honestly, Ivo's had some great teamfight engages. Forget about that bit, though.
No, you know what? His scoreline is not reflective of actually how much impact he's been able to have. I think that's the major thing. If you've just tuned in, like 2 minutes ago, you go, oh, wow, 0-5. Not a great game by Ivo. Genuinely, he has been enabling Flackhead to have so much space in fights. The same for Zwaru as well. They've just been able to maneuver around these fights in such interesting ways because of Blue Resort and Ivo's ability to buy space.
And you're ready for another fight. 20 seconds till that track.
Yeah.
And we might see another chance for Ivo to redeem himself a little bit.
Linces.
Huge items, stopwatch is available for the carries of Heretics. They sat in this bush again. They've done this a number of times this game. Marlon on the flank with the flash.
Yeah, he's ready for it. They actually throw the ultimate from Linces there onto Blue Resort, so he's going to be feeling very happy off the back of that one. Flackhead still has no cleanse. 4 seconds until his flash is up.
That's the main engage from Team Geo gone, though. So for Heretics, they always know when they can pull the trigger. They just have to track Ragnar pretty much. So teleport. That's on a control ward, so they should have an idea.
Yeah, they
of
know
where
he's coming.
that's going to be coming from.
Here he comes, and he's got his Zweiru in his line of sight. He's only able to lock one down, but Flacken has remained untouched for the moment. Camillus goes in with a Magic Storm, the flash out from Flacken. He's still not got enough to get the kill. 2 kills have gone over to Team Geo. Flacken, can he tidy this fight up? It's going to be so hard for him. Zipping over the wall, tries to land the W onto Takui, but he can't do so. Heals up somewhat, but he has to pull a 1v5 off, and I do not think he has enough fuel in the tank to make this one work. Stopwatch out, Flash not available, Cleanse not available, and down he goes, an ace over to Team Geo.
Heretics have been waiting for the late game fights where Flackid could hopefully pull out a miracle, but it is not to be at that Dragon fight. Team Geo, they've had a couple of bloody noses earlier in the game, but they walk away with a comprehensive team fight win at that Dragon.
Yeah, I wonder how far they're going to go. It should just be the inhibitor, maybe a Nexus. I mean, there's 10 seconds left on Blurrizor, on Marlon. A little bit longer. I think they're just going to take the safer option. Yeah. Team Geo, and like you're saying, it's just not enough for Heretics, and right now, it's starting to kind of feel as if it's borderline critical mass for Team Geo at this stage in the game.
Really surprised that they didn't see that teleport coming in. Of course, it doesn't show up necessarily on the minimap. It shows when you look in Fog of War, but I guess they just...
It's both.
It shows both. Yeah, so but they just don't get the right spacing. Maybe they thought that, hey, Flackid's got the damage right now, but who's he hitting? He's hitting Camillus and he's hitting Linsus. That's not Takui, that's not Ragnar, and that's definitely not Jezu. Those aren't the targets which need to be taken out early.
Yeah, and they crucially just dip out. As soon as they recognize, okay, I might die if I stay here an extra second longer, they just turn around and return back to the fight that's going on in the choke.
One extra point as well. You know, we've talked an awful lot about the AD carries. Let's return back to this Takui conversation. That's 12. That's 12, 1, and 11. That's a Jace with an ungodly amount of KDA. And it really goes to show you again that as much as Jezu has had a lot of the big numbers, Takui, with all the history of himself, looking to make an impact.
Oh, they're looking to jump into Dwyer. The on-hunt's been already used. Jezu's putting some serious numbers out. Takui's able to dunk it down for his 30th kill of this game. And that should just be, you know, at least control of the Baron Pit. I don't feel like they feel comfortable to completely try it. I know the smite is down, but there is still a lot of damage. Flackid is level 18 at this point. He is full build, almost full build. Needs one more item, but he is scary right now for them as Waru. Lining up a charm, can't quite land it, but Ragnar is able to jump forward here, does have the slicing maelstrom, forces the flash from Zweiru.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was ever going to get in range. Rockabelt wasn't actually there. Now with the smite, it was actually on cooldown from Lintus. Now it's back up, Blurrizor still dead, it's just a Baron. Probably take down. We'll see what Heretics actually have to do though to try and make this one stop. Oh my god. That's so much damage.
I think they're just calling this off. I think they're letting the Baron go, maybe looking for a miracle steal.
Oh, big Magnet Storm to lock them all down. They get the Baron, they get the kills. And it's a double onto Takui as well. It has gone so south.
But why are they standing around for that? Sphero has teleport. He stood in the bot lane. He is not joining that fight. So why are Heretics looking around that? They leave themselves open to an uneven numbers engage.
Yeah, to steal from my friend K-Draw, it's just a little bit illegal. The reason why they're still there, I don't know what it is. Team Geo, though, happy to just take the kills on the way back out, and now they've got a super wave on the bottom side with Baron. 5 members as well available against 3, and Flackid, the late game damage source is dead, and they're going in.
It's going to be a hard hold. Zweiru's trying to get in and get some damage down, but he's not going to be able to do so. Tower number 1 will fall. Cataclysm onto 4, but they don't have the damage, as Takui is able to mop up even more kills. 17 kill game on this Jace. And they're making it another one for good measure. 36 minutes on the clock. Game 1 goes over to Team Geo.
Yeah, Team Geo take down Heretics in the game 1 here. And I mean, it looked pretty convincing for a majority of this game. It felt like Heretics were really limited on their options in terms of what they could do in the early game. And it felt like they were just waiting for Flackid. And even when he did come online, Team Geo had more fuel in the tank still.
And, you know, despite being reigning champions, despite having now this kind of record of good results versus LFL teams coming in from summer last year, you look at Team Geo now, you cannot take this team for granted. Takui, 17 kills. That is the 2nd highest kills in any game across the entire tournament so far. There was one game with 19 kills by Bao a little earlier in the tournament, but what a performance from that mid laner with such veterancy to bring to his team.
Yeah, honestly, a really good game coming out from Team Geo to open it, but it is still a best of 5. There is still more to go. So we are going to pass it over to Trouble, I believe, before we get going into our next game.
Thank you very much, Heaprain. Great cast, guys. And for the first game, I just want to showcase something that Heretics have opened themselves to, even in the group stage when they played against Wildcats, and Geo being the team that always come studied in games. They knew that this was going to happen level 1. I'm going to bring up the minimap right there and show you that from the side of Geo, what we're seeing on the map. Now, usually what Heretics will do is that they will get their support and their top laner towards the top side of the map, which then leaves this entire part of the map completely free. Now, what has Geo found out here? That if they can take the Sejuani together with their AD carry in the jungle, they maybe will find someone wandering around, because remember, the support is top lane. That's exactly what Team Heretics did versus Wildcats. So Lisans and Tezu will wrap around, whilst on the other hand side, there's the Rel wrapping around to get inside the jungle. What will they find? Flacket. Flacket has already skilled one of his skills on this area, which means he cannot hop the wall. He has to flash over the wall. Now, a lot of people will say, yeah, Wild Trouble, sure. They just got a level 1 kill. What does that do? It's very simple. Usually the plan with Heretics is you get Marlon on the map. He starts roaming very early on, gives kills to the mid lane. That Jace in the mid lane got 1 kill. Returned to the laning phase with double longsword. Marlon's AD carry lost flash, which means Marlon can no longer roam until Flacket's flash is up and available. So that level 1 invade won them mid, won them bot, and later on won them also Herald.
And that's why you don't level up your ability before things happen, okay? You gotta hold on to it a little bit, but it was 32 kills in 36 minutes.
17 of them on the Jace.
By Team Geo.
Yeah.
It was a bloodbath.
And just to go back to Trouble's like impressive segment, the importance of putting behind this Ahri, because you get ahead that Jace, is really big, because the way this composition functions is that you kill the first target with the Ahri. That's always the way Ahri functions. She's secondary engaged to kill the target that someone goes on. But because the Ahri is behind, you just run out of damage, right? It doesn't matter if Maokai lands a root. It doesn't matter, you know, if Rakan finds an engage, because Ahri has no damage. And then you're just waiting on Flacket to eventually scale.
Yeah, absolutely. And right here also we've seen on the replay that this was one of the moments where you're like, oh my god, Heretics can actually come back. Blue Razor gets the steal over on the Baron. It's a 50-50, of course. And you're like, you know what, maybe they can stall. But it's the same case, as you mentioned, you only have Zeri for damage on this team. Sure, you have a bunch of heavy CC on your team, but if you're relying solely on Flacket to do everything, mind you, a Flacket that lost flash level 1, got put behind in lane, was always late in the fight because he had to crush the wave. Second, it just becomes very difficult to rely on that source. And of course, I felt like in general the composition from the side of Geo was pixel perfect for team fights. The front to back, the cannon flanking, so much room for their AD carry to play onto the Sivir as well. Extremely safe AD carry with the spell shield. I felt like start to finish it was very Geo. Snowball early, just end it.
Yeah, and I really like the scouting coming out from the side of Geo, because they knew that Team Heretics was a Zeri Rakan team, right? Everyone knew they played the same style every single time, and they knew they'd go for it, so they prepped an answer in the Rel, which is an increasingly common answer that's getting picked up. I talked to one of the coaches of Mad Lions, and he was telling me about Rel is just a phenomenal champion, right? Especially into Rakan. You can't do anything in lane phase as Rakan. It completely shuts down the lane, and then team fighting is fantastic, especially if you have Rel as secondary engage, because it just guarantees that you essentially have an Orianna ult that's almost always going to land if it's follow-up. And that works very well, especially into the Zeri, kind of locking her down in place, not letting her kite.
Yeah, but some of the fights, however, it did feel from the side of Geo that they weren't able to lock down Flacket as consistently and as much as they needed to, and that could have also been a downfall.
I feel like here's the thing, right? When you only have Flacket doing the damage and he's such a slippery champion, such as Zeri, and as Aragon mentioned over in the green room as well, they didn't necessarily have a point-click lockdown for the Zeri herself. You saw that Flacket in some of these team fights, he's an absolutely incredible team fighter, first of all. You saw him that in some of these team fights, he was actually shining, he was waiting for the CC to go down, but when that Jace goes into lane 2 minutes in, 1-0 double longsword, 50k damage later, and I don't think that Zeri has much of a chance, because you get hit by one shock blast, you're out of the picture.
And the thing is, again, with the Zeri, you're always constantly waiting for all the threats to disappear so that you can pop off with your ultimate, right? And if that never comes because the enemy team's so far ahead, well, you can't really ever start the game, right? Start the team fight. I just think it's phenomenal scouting coming out from the side of Team Geo, and really well played to them.
Yeah, also, Trouble, one thing that you mentioned in the green room was after Team Geo had locked in 3 of their picks, you were like, okay, yeah, they won the draft.
You gotta do it like this. Yeah, I thought the draft was over because the 3 picks that they had locked in are S+ tier, and not only that, they have such incredible synergy with each other. Thank you very much, producers, for showing us as well the pick order behind Jace first lock pick. We have not necessarily seen anything counter Jace other than a mid jungle duel with something like a Lee Sin and Lissandra, where you can really or a ban, where you can really lock him down and punish him in the early game. And then you've got Sejuani that pairs up so well with him. He's also a melee champion, can proc the passive much faster, really great skirmishing power. And then you've got the teamfight god himself, which is Kennen, which we've barely ever seen him have any sort of counter picks in the top lane. They tried it with the Jarvan. Eyeballs 1v1 didn't go so well, so even that lane kind of fell flat.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it. I think Jarvan's fake, right? I'm a top laner myself, and I see this matchup so often, right? I believe it was like the Korean top lanes were trying to pull it out all the time. You go defensive items, you go Emax and just poke him out, but it never really works. Yes, you have Jarvan into a Sivir and teamfights. That's great, but I really think it's a fake champion. If this is your best answer into Kennen, I really recommend just banning it moving forward.
Okay.
Not approved.
I mean, lukewarm takes here.
Yeah.
Looking into that. But I think one of the things moving forward that we need to look into is the emphasis on the bot lane. We were expecting both of these teams to just send hell down on both of these bot lanes and try and get that advantage coming in. It didn't really feel like that was the case.
I feel like this was the two teams that, in my opinion, were the most top heavy. Not only did they move one AD carry or the supporter was the Rift Herald, they moved the entire team repeatedly twice for that Rift Herald fight. That they were really bloodthirsty. We know that Aibo and Ragnar are fantastic top laners that were both on carries and facilitators at the same time, with the Jarvan locking in people, then having the follow-up. But I felt it very uncharacteristic for the side of Heretics, from the side of Geo to actually bring Jezu into these fights. But because they were that far ahead, they could actually bring their AD carry, make sure you secure the Herald so you can snowball the victory.
And just harping on about that, with the Rift Heralds, this is exactly what I tried to talk about in the pre-show. This team, statistically, has become way more about neutral objectives. Right? Absolutely way more. They take 75% of all Heralds that spawn in their games, compared to in the LFL playoffs, where they would only take like 40%. They've clearly had a shift in their priorities and become very good at securing neutral objectives. The absolute same applies to Dragons. What they like to do is take Dragon, then Herald, then Dragon, then Herald, and snowball the game and force the enemy team to fight by third Dragon. It's really good stuff, and they play extremely well.
Yeah, snowballing the game, that's something that Team Geo has been absolutely excellent at. And this is one of those games that demonstrated that they could just get the ball rolling, and it almost feels impossible to stop them.
I just feel like, again, when you lack damage and you have your CC, but then your Ahri is not necessarily that consistent damage that you want in your teams. Is more of a burst champion. I feel like that level 1 really did haunt them in both of the lanes that they were expecting to use later on in the game as damage. So moving on forward, Bon Jovi ban, that's ban Jace if you haven't watched any of our previous broadcasts. So I think a Jace ban, or if Team Heretics choose to go over to the blue side, just pick it up yourselves.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly difficult because they play every meta flex you can think of. Annie, Jace, Gragas, right? In terms of gameplay, though, a weakness I perceive, because you said, how can you stop them?
Yeah.
I think they've highlighted a weakness I saw in groups, especially versus SK Prime. Ragnar, right? Despite being a laning god, getting solo kills, he has a tendency to get picked mid-game. And what I saw in the game versus SK Prime specifically, he was on Kennen as well, is he would often die whilst off-tempo with his team. His team would perhaps be in base. He would die at the only timer that he could not die at, or potentially die at. He would disrespect the fact that Linsus was in bot side jungle, and he would use E to wave clear so that he wouldn't have an escape, stuff like this. If Team Heretics want to make picks in the mid-game, I really recommend looking at Ragnar, because he has shown he disrespects Lala.
Well, and with that, the bloodbath coming out from Team Geo has been secured in that first game. 4 more, potentially, if any one of these teams want to close it out, but they have so much riding on their shoulders. Can Flake turn it around, be the carry for the team that Heretics needs to bounce back? Find out after the break.
Knocked out 100 times,
Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind. All we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight. Times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind. All we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight. Times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind. All we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
Everybody, and welcome back. We're getting ready to go into game number 2, and honestly, a dominating start from Team Geo there. The question is how can Los Heretics bounce back from this?
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty big question, I think, for them now. Why did you kick like that? You're such an idiot. For them being on blue side, I think this is where things can maybe change for them, right? Draft, it just, let's just come out and say it, it's not a secret. Blue side is just a bit stronger than red side, it seems like, statistically.
And also just outside of that, I mean, you can look at it in terms of that kind of arrangement, and also just look at the team you're playing. Team Geo are the topside tournament at EMEA Masters, and they played a topside draft with the cannon, which they continue to pick and continue to do well with. Now, if you were planning around this and you said, okay, we have a counter strategy prepared, that's not worked. Now, maybe you can think it's because of the level 1, maybe you can think it's because of some micro executions in later game team fights, but now you have that blue side, you have a chance to maybe take a different approach to it. I don't particularly want to see that cannon pick and that Jarvan towards the top side. I don't think it worked out well for them.
No. I agree, and I will continue to echo the sentiment that I started and that Aragon continued on the AD. It's just a bait pick. It is just really, really bad. I think if you're going to go something like Jarvan, you might as well just go on. Like, generally, it's going to kind of do a lot of similar things.
Ragnar's done his duty on duty. He was a brave man. Are you asking Ibo to do the same?
To be fair, look, Ibo was the guy last tournament that kind of just shut up all of the very powerful laners inside of the top side from the last EU Masters. So it's not like it's outside of his wheelhouse. It just felt like
he did it on Sejuani that time.
He did it on Sejuani as well. It just felt like for Heretics, they wanted to go down this Jarvan route. It didn't work out. If we do end up seeing Team Geo get their hands on the cannon again, I think we just need to veer away from that Java lane counter.
I'm going to be interested in what the changes are going to be in the picks and bans here. So first ban on that Xayah, immediately coming out from Heretics. To me, that says that they don't want to play Xayah Rakan. That is just completely done for them. We've seen Marlon looks quite good on that Rakan. In fact, he looks very good on that Rakan. So maybe that will stay open.
Well, I think when it's on blue side Xayah, I think it's not about playing the Xayah Rakan. It's just that if you're giving both Xayah and Rakan over to red side 1-2, they're going to get picked up.
Yeah.
Typically, we see that. And often we've seen teams not some teams will take the handshake and say, we'll take the Xayah or the Rakan, and you'll get the other half of it on that second rotation. But at that point, there are typically better first picks as individual champions. Stuff like the Vi, which is currently unbanned right now. We've seen Maokai have a lot of high priority. Typically, we've seen some top lane blind picks as well. Be also fairly important in previous metas. But as we've seen, the bans are starting to change around a little bit more. Team Geo actually banning away Lissandra, which has typically been Zvero's kind of champion to be anti kind of Ahri Vi, hammering in that mid lane and kind of keeping them pinned in lane.
Yeah, so I wonder if there's kind of an extended thought process here where they're trying to bait them into that Vi Ahri combo and then they have something actually as an answer. We'll see what Team Geo are cooking. There's LeBlanc as well. So now, again, you know, it's kind of a continued... Now the mid lane priority pool is starting to look a lot more, you know, Ahri favored. There's the Vi. So what do Heretics want to open up with? Zeri's available. They want to give Flacked that. Jace is obviously out. Sejuani for the next rotation there as well. Wukong for Linsus, something he used to play a fair amount of, and he's been playing for a while.
Do you want to ban it? Well, do you want to take away the Sejuani at this point? Saw how powerful the Sejuani and the Jace could be as a combo together. We've all seen the Maokai be very powerful there too.
Honestly, what I wouldn't mind seeing is just, if Ragnar's down, which he should be, is actually just match the top side, go Ken and go Wukong. Screw the AD carries, you always know you're going to get a good one. If they really want to pick up Jesu's Zeri though, I think it's fine also. It's Zeri, you can't really go wrong. But I feel like you probably just want to pick up your jungle here just so you don't give away the next best thing.
And at this point as well, this is where the Vi ban starts making a lot of sense, right? Because typically, Zeri is very, very good if you're not playing into that Vi, because the Vi has that kind of guaranteed lockdown. You already called out that Wukong.
Right.
Wukong works really, really well, and kind of being this kind of half initiator. Now maybe you're actually thinking about picking up a Rakan or something a bit more initiating for yourself on maybe 3.
So that's the decision. Do you want the Rakan or do you want the Kennen? That's basically it. I think Heretics are probably going to forego it because they need an AD carry and they don't want Flackett's pool to get pinched. Jinx is being hovered, Jinx is being locked in, and at the very least now for Heretics on this blue side, they have a lot better objective control with the Jace and with the Maokai at the exact same time, a lot of poke, and potentially that can get things going for Flackett with the Jinx in the late stages.
Yeah, you definitely got Outrange running right now. We do have the interaction, which has kind of been very prominent in the meta right now, is that if you throw the Maokai ult out, the Wukong clone can tank up one of those tendrils. Now, Malphite can just ult through the Maokai ult.
Now, there is also one thing. Team Geo lost one game to memory in groups, and it was actually to Malphite hit AP. I can't remember what team it was that did it, but it was pretty funny. I'm thinking of Aegis actually, either way. It was a French team that lost the AP Malphite. I wonder if they...
so they did lose against the Malphite. It was just top. It was just top. Northesis Famagusta. They played around that Kindred.
They somehow lost with more... Yeah, anyway, that aside, I wonder if they would be willing to actually just keep the Malphite where the Jace is, just because that is actually a really good one-to-one matchup. But generally, when you have something immobile like the Jinx as well, the Malphite just kind of rises in priority. Now, given Team Geo's bans, that says to me that they are going to throw this into the top side, and they don't want to have to deal with not only AP matchups in the top side, but also just kind of a double ban over there just with Silas, if that Malphite is a bit scary.
Danger now is Ivor picks up Gwen. Gwen is the matchup I think could really threaten Team Geo. You already have a lot of stand and fight with outrange on the side of Heretics. If you're jumping in with the Wukong and the Malphite, and then suddenly Gwen's throwing a needlework onto your backline with, you know, a lot of champions which can get queued up, I think that could be a really important pick from Ivo. He's played that before. That would be the pick which I'd go towards for him.
Yeah, you're right.
He also has his Gnar.
He does also have his Gnar. I feel like Gnar kind of maybe struggles one-to-one into Malphite, but if you're looking at like a team fight composition, then maybe you care a little bit less about the matchup. But it is one that can typically be so rough that you would like to veer away from it. We'll see as a Team Geo go towards the Gragas, so it's just more displacement, more dive potentially, but just more non-committal tools, which I feel like you really need when you've already got the Wukong plus the Malphite.
What this also does now is, because one of the things which Heretics did really, really well, typically in group stage, was kind of playing through Zvera kind of locking people into lane, kind of making sure that Zvera could have a really good time while his opposing member couldn't get out on the map. If you play with Gragas and Wukong, if you ever blow flash against that Jace, he is a dead mid laner. Having a little bit of extra safety on board, with Marlon picking up the Thresh, which is a roaming champion, it can still allow him to do that, but then also have a bit more defensive impact in the game. Could be very important to keep Zverev safe.
Yeah, now let's see where this Jace is going, because you can see the matchups already.
I want to see Gwen. I want to see it.
You called the Gwen. I think it just makes the most sense. And I'm kind of worried for Team Geo, because even if they go something like Blitzcrank, great. Gwen can kind of maul through all of these champions. They kind of have to one-shot it, otherwise it just wins.
This is the one time where Scissors beat Rock.
Yeah. It's true though. It is kind of a bit of a weird scenario now where I feel like no matter what Team Geo go, they can have a good matchup on the bot side. They can have this potentially very explosive 2v2 in the mid jungle, but they have to use it, because if Ivo gets online and in this kind of matchup he should fall free, I think he just takes over the team fights almost by himself.
This is going to be a very intricate game, particularly around choke points, I feel, because whenever you have a Gragas, a Wukong, you got that Renata ult flowing through as well, they have huge value. If you fail to catch the Jinx or you fail to catch the Gwen, your team fight's pretty much over at that point. Though. So Team Geo, a lot higher burden of execution, it feels like, in this game, particularly into that late game. Maybe with the Sivir and the Jace in their first game, they had an easier time of it. Heading through into the second one, though, I really like what Heretics have got if they manage to stand their ground and escape the initial engage.
I will say, the one thing I do like about Team Geo is they do just have, like, headbutt fight buttons, where, like, you know, it's very easy to just headbutt your keyboard with a
That's
Wukong.
play-by-play mentality.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, like, obviously, there's a very intricate side of it, but there are elements of, I think you're completely right, it's those chokeholds. If you're out in the open, then yes, Gwen has space where she can maneuver around. But if you're walking through, you know, an area as a group, you get hit by the Malphite, you get hit by the Wukong, you get hit by the Renata ultimate, the fight's done. If those 3 ultimates hit in a row onto multiple people, the fight is done at that point. But if there's space, you're completely right. Aibo is going to be a terror.
Absolutely, and not only that, I think generally just choke control for both teams and just being at the objective first, right? Because if you're talking about the side of Team Geo, it's about being there first so you can control the chokes, and if it's the opposite side for Los Heretics, it's actually about just being able to watch your opponents walk in and poke them with the Jace, with the Maokai, with the Jinx, those kind of things. Allow Ivo to then potentially just see where his opponent's coming from and actually set up for a good angle for a flank.
So what that tells me is that we've got a bit of a through line from the first game, which is Heretics and Discipline. It's about getting to those objectives first and making sure that you have that vision control, not flubbing the opportunities which you get at that point. If you make those mistakes and your Gwen W's down, your Jinx is out of position, your Lantern's not available, Team Geo, they have executed more than readily enough for that.
I think we're in for an absolutely banger game number 2 as we're on to the Rift. Team Geo have 1 win under their belt already. Can they push it to match point here? Or are Los Heretics going to find some steam, find some gas in that tank, and get themselves the win? So we are onto that Rift.
One thing which I particularly love coming out of this as well, of course we talked about the implications of this draft, but one thing which is really cool, it's just very different from that first game. When you see the likes of the names of Duke, Shavu, of course, Peter Dunn helping. If you ever watched, Heretics do a really good YouTube series based on how they've played around their main team in the LEC and then also the Superliga team as well. They're very interconnected. All of those big names as well have histories in the coaching department. These organizations have themselves some histories as well. Heretics are a team which claimed 2 titles in their time in the ERLs. They've had 1 Superliga title last summer, and then of course the EU Masters title of summer as well. Team Geo, formerly Gamers Origin, they won a couple of titles back in 2020, looking to go back to days of yore for them under a new title of Team Geo.
New title, same objective.
Win.
Win.
Hit the Nexus. That was Orcs' greatest advice to me, was just hit the Nexus. I'll always remember that.
Forehead, just hit the Nexus. So we'll track where these junglers are going for the early stages, as they're both on the bottom side. Pretty sure Blue was spotted as he started up the camp, so Team Geo will have a good idea of where Blue is starting, not necessarily where he'll be going. To Krugs, then to Red, just to extend the duration when he's actually potentially actively on the map. But also just getting those first, you know, camps that aren't spawning every 5 minutes up faster for more XP. Definitely feels good if you end up just kind of full clearing on repeat to stay in the game.
Number one thing I'm looking for, particularly from Team Geo in this early game, is can you get rid of that flash on Zverev at some point? Because Jace, as a champion, he has flash, he gets to push in. Very good into very good into the Gragas, very good at kind of taking over lane, getting advantages and running with it. You blow that flash though, very vulnerable champion to this mid jungle 2v2.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's actually a combo we're quite familiar with because LNG really used it well in the LPL. It was just Tarzan and Scout just completely manhandling every 2v2 that they could find. Just because they're so much
let's not talk about playoffs to them then, huh?
No, we won't talk about playoffs. It didn't happen. Didn't happen, but Linsus on a 3-camp clear up towards top side, and he just took a tower shot, which is definitely going to help out in the side of Team Geo. He can, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Oh, you say that. Ghost being popped. He's trying to dash away. Linsus able to connect him with the Q and get some of the slow. Flashes forward, and that's it. Ragnar finds first blood. No surprises. There was a bit of top lane attention in this game.
Yeah, you want to try and just curb Aibo's ability to actually have impact in this game. As you can see, actually, by the way, 4 CS on Ragnar. He was not having a good time out of the first couple of waves. Flashes burn on both Linsus and Ragnar for that kill, though. With Aibo having no Ghost, however, a return attempt in the next couple of minutes should be pretty high value yielding.
The one thing, which I'll give as a bit of caveat, silver lining, is that you've used 2 summoners top side, and one of them, of course, being from Linsus on that jungle, which means that it's going to be a lot harder to potentially punish something like that Jace. We saw what Jace could do in the hands of Team Geo that last time. Of course, very important to get that Gwen down, and I do agree that's a public enemy #1 for Team Geo, but if Jace gets to now have an extra degree of safety, that's still something which Heretic can maybe leverage.
We hate seeing that Gwen is immune. So we will make her no longer immune. His Team Geo's thought process.
You know what would be quite funny is if we have like the Gwen as immune and then like someone gets bailed out by the Renata on the other side. It's like, you have immunity. We have immunity to death.
True.
The one-up.
Yeah, that's
it's pretty okay, huh?
It's one of those games where it's, you know, plus that, you know, the kids where they're like increasing the difficulty or the strength of something. That's basically what it is. The playground games, yeah. That's exactly what it is. Does actually look like Linsus is maybe looking to set something up on the bot side, but he's been seen out by this ward, so...
He's protecting the crash.
Yeah, I think he's protecting the crash, but also just generally, Linsus kind of knows that his job here is to try and impact the lanes as early as he possibly can, and as we've all learned by now from Maurang, over in the LEC, Catchback XP is just broken as top side, the resort.
Yeah,
no flash, but
no cares either.
Can I do the voice? I want to do the voice.
Go on.
He just stands in front of him and just, you know, dance.
He did a lot of damage. He did, to be honest.
So it's you know, Thorin's Ring, Dark Seal, Q-Max, Comet, Scorch. He's got 3 points in it as well, I assume. So it's like 200 damage.
That's a good point, actually.
At that point.
I mean, I love Dark Seal as an item. I haven't seen it that much on the Malphite. Interested to see what he does with this.
Honestly, Malphite's AP scalings are so good
Hilarious.
that generally...
Silas loves this.
Yeah, exactly that. Generally, it's just good to like pick it up. If you're playing Malphite and you know you're going to have a good game, which in this kind of game, a lot of very easy targets to pick on. If you feel like you're not going to die, picking up a little bit of extra damage goes a long way.
Oh, coming in with the flash, they get the flay onto Jezu. Hook's going to get flashed away by Camilius. 2 flashes burnt on the bot side there.
And it's also a flash blown by Marlon, but he has the Hex Flash. So that's an extra ability to get bush control and potentially fly forward with a Lantern and a Hook yet again to punish Jezu and Camilius. So actually, for one of the first times we've seen from Heretics, a bit more attention towards his bot side. Of course, Flackard, even in that loss last game, had some hella good late game damage numbers.
Yeah, now what I'm actually thinking about is the Dragon and where that's going to go and who wants to prioritize it, because to me, Team Geo, with Gragas and Wukong, you would imagine that they actually want to skirmish for it a little bit more through the mid-jungle. But now with the bottom side of Jezu and Camilius not having flashes, it maybe makes things a little bit more vulnerable, and that gives Heretics the window to actually push through the bottom side and gain access to it. We'll see where these 2 junglers want to go. For now, Lintus is up on the top side, just protecting Ragnar potentially. I mean, there's level 6 here, and there's Biscuit, so he's going to have enough mana for a full combo. But I think with that ward being placed down, they just go, you know what, never mind, this play is probably a bit of a dud. Don't want to look for it, and it also means that potentially Blue Result could have rotated up there and been there for the match.
It's a little bit more quiet of an early game compared to game 1. Team Geo had a very good level 1 read on Heretics in that game 1. Credit to the scouting there. The analyst has called that one out. It's worth calling that back again. Level 6 is hit in this mid lane. Sphero does have that flash though, importantly so. Again, Jace with flash, very different champion to when he doesn't have it.
Yeah, very much so. Now Heretics, again, because we saw that wave crashed in on the bottom side, it was then repushed by Team Geo, and then Heretics repushed it back. They've got Pyro down there, and this could give them the window that they need to pick up this Dragon. There's no level 6.
What's this choke point? The Maokai sapling's down.
Exactly.
Geo don't want to walk in through that if they can help it.
Exactly. No level 6, but the sapling should be just about enough. They're going to start it up, but Team Geo, they're collapsing around. That's
big old hook there onto Camilius, and they are just down. Dragon, that's going to be a freebie.
Yeah, we said very vulnerable. Anybody on the bottom side trying to face check that with no flash after the ganks from earlier. And Heretics, very happy to just pounce for the play. They'll get the first Dragon, Chemtech, so it's not going to be the Soul 2 games in a row, thankfully. But the Hextech is the next one, so unfortunately that's not the Soul, sad.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we're talking about, choke point control. We're getting a really good blueprint of what could potentially happen later, because even those samplings are enough of a setup onto flash the targets to absolutely blitz them out of existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really big one on that front. Also saw Flackard stay. He didn't even bother rotating over. He stayed in his bot lane, just catching that farm.
My minions need me.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he's got a coal. It's his turn. He's the one with the coal now. He wants to just scale. He wants to just get as much farm, gets a plate for himself there off the back of that as well. You know, Flackard, he was that shining beacon in that game number one. The problem was everything had just kind of slipped away way too much for him. This time, it's not gone bad. This early game has gone, you know, it's as good as it can be for both sides. They're both okay with this current setup. And Heretics, they're able to find a punish. Now, Flackard, once again, does find himself without Marlon, which is a pretty standard thing. Marlon is, you know, very roam-centric and is actually looking to help his team for this Herald.
Grass, green, water makes you wet. Marlon roaming. Who would have thought? But now, this is a collapse from Team Geo, and they might get it.
They are able to take that one away there. That's been taken away by Team Geo. The rockets coming in on the Talinsis' clone. A hook comes in from Marlon onto Takui as well, as they have nowhere to go. We are going to see the flash forward there by Blue Resort to Ragnar. He gets himself knocked up, slowed, and Zwaru should just be able to finish this one up. A triple kill over to Zwaru there. An absolutely killer start for Heretics.
Yeah. Feels like it's going to be the Jace show today, folks. We saw how many kills was it last game? 17. The second highest amount of kills we've had in a single game of this tournament. In any other tournament, it would probably be the most, but getting a triple kill at that point, Jace is so good with that extra gold. This is a huge moment now. I get that you want to stop this topside snowball, but this is committing way too much and not finishing those kills.
Yeah, you know, it kind of looked all right at the very start before Lintus actually getting the steal away. It levels him up and it gives him the Cyclone. The simple fact of the matter, though, is Heretics had more numbers here. It's a 4v3, and they're able to just try and bully their way through. Zvero gets 3 kills on this exchange, and given what we saw out of Takui on his last Jace game, you expect Zvero can return that in kind.
And it's not even like, again, you blow the flash on the Jace. Keep returning back to that, because again, that's one of the big things you can do with the Gragas and the Malphite. And the continuing question that Geo will have to ask themselves is, can we catch all of the targets we need in these engages? But that flash up makes it much harder.
Have you seen those items right now? There's a Tear and an Aptome on Takui. There's an Eclipse onto Zwaru. He is a...
I raise you.
Go on.
One big belly.
One big belly.
One big belly.
All right. Well, he's not actually here for this fight, and it does look like Ragnar does not want to get his hair cut. So he is just going to walk away from that one.
Does Malphite have hair?
He might.
I don't want to think about what the implications of that are.
Moss. There you go.
All right, yeah.
That's the wholesome ending.
Thank you. I was about to be like, what does Rock hair look like? Maybe he's like takes up like hair sculpting in his own time. That's how you'd have to do it, right?
I don't know where to go with that. Like, where do I take that?
Let's go back to this bot lane carries on screen. Call about to be popped by Flackard. Flackard has been having the time of his life, not having to worry about most of this game, and that has been typically a kind of a method for success for Heretics, particularly because Flackard, again, once he reaches multiple items, very important. Aibo having a similar time on his top side, finally left alone in this lane, to have himself an extended run of things.
Yeah, it's one of those things, however, where if you don't actually have a lot closer to lethal, where you can force Ragnar back with the ultimate, it just feels like a bit of a dud exchange overall, where you feel a little bit worse for wear. And Ragnar will still have the ultimate if Lintus decides to make a play, struggle to get there towards that top side. And given where the rest of the map is right now, it wouldn't be too surprising to actually see Lintus just cross-map the top side once this dragon spawns up, simply because the bottom side of the map for Heretics is so powerful.
Another thing we should have to note as well, in case we didn't cover it, the Herald was stolen, of course, and it's picked up by Takui. Now, one of the things we talked about is Zvero on the other side, in terms of that lane matchup. What has Zvero been very good at this tournament? Locking his opponent in lane. Now, pray tell, how are you meant to use a Herald if you're just stuck in your lane under your turret? Feels like Takui might just have to have that one in inventory. Dragon's up in 40 seconds, might be able to use that as Dragon counterweight, I like to call it. Kind of use that as everyone kind of moves down there. Has to teleport back into mid lane. Let's see what he can do with it.
It looks like the setup is already coming in, and this is the big thing. It's that chokehold, it's that control coming up to these major objectives. And the Maokai Sapling's doing a fantastic job, but in comes that big belly you were talking about into the Cyclone. He flashes over, but Linsus is ready and waiting. Gets himself a shutdown, 700 Gs in his pocket as Marlon, he does not miss a hook. Linsus will go down, Lanterns up, and they fire back.
Marlon's him, doesn't miss on the hook like that, and he will stop Lintus on the retreat. Now, Herald's going to get popped by Takui. I think just trying to maybe draw the attention of Heretics, but I think this one just gets killed on the spot for it. A little bit awkward. Could have also been timing out. I think the Herald takedown was actually on spawn, so I think just has to try and let it go through. But the Heretics, even though they lose Vero and that 700 gold shutdown does go into Lintus' back pocket, they'll pick up the second dragon and they'll go towards that early soul snowball. See what they roll in the end as well.
Yeah, it's fairly telegraphed coming in from Team Geo, but they don't end up getting nearly enough from that play as they would have liked Marlon. He doesn't miss it again, and he's got a lantern.
He is just so good at finding these hooks. Everyone, Takui, you get the belly pop onto 2, you have no cast though, you have no options to escape, and they give Flackett the kill. That's his first of the game. Honestly, Marlon he has been seriously impressive. His Rakan flank in that previous game, I don't think he's missed a hook at all this game.
Not that I've seen.
Not unless he's like deliberately just throwing them out. So
Yeah, he's waiting. He's actually waiting until he's on screen. You know, he actually has power.
Yeah, he never hooks.
Yeah, even he just never hooks. Even though you know, there's big delay for competitive integrity reasons.
Oh,
he doesn't care. Oh, hello Ragnar. Yeah.
Oh, Ibo, he might be in some trouble. He's got the monkey coming in. Linsus is going to keep the damage up, but there's that immunity. Gwen is immune. Clears through the wave, but another wave's coming in. Ragnar's taking a couple of tower shots here, and Ivo, with the Ghost on, is desperately trying to get away. Skipping off. He has no backup. Gets caught again by another Q. He's just on the run. He's pulling everybody away, though. The long scenic tour through. The smite comes down, and Linsus finds the kill. Actually, it's Ragnar who finds the kill, but they lose a tower.
Yeah, sadly, there's no cross-map in place from Heretics. That would have made that a little bit more worth it if you were pushing in that mid lane, maybe pressuring that mid lane out of turret. That would have been more value for that. It's not the best stats possible for Ibo. Talks about how the Gwen could really have an important game in this one. Sat 2,000 gold down against his opposing number. Sadly, not going to be the cleanest game for him.
Yeah, it just felt like the cross map was half present, was Vero just, it's a bit of a given, right? I think it's more about actually having a slightly more impactful one. That being said, 2 items already, it's Vero having that many kills, extra gold is always going to go the distance, 2.7k up on Takui right now. And we will continue to just track what exactly he's able to do. It does feel a little bit bad, but forego at least finding something on the map whilst they are a little bit behind on their ability to actually have a presence.
Okay, so you have used, however, a Malphite ult towards that top side, and if you have one top laner, which is stronger than the other, if both of them are down ults, that definitely favors the one with the top lane who's a little bit weaker at that point. Actually, there is going to be a cross map for this one because they say, you know, we're not going to win that Herald fight, but we might be able to put Ibo into the worst position here.
Oh, poor Ibo. Meanwhile, Zwo is able just to like take towers and gold for free while Ibo suffers.
I was just like, hey, that's a lot of people moving down there. Surely they're not going to dive him again. They choose not to at that point. Herald goes down. What are you going to use this for now, though? You can use that for a mid lane outer turret push. That typically tends to be the best use of second Herald.
You know, you said Maokai is the
Gimpy tree. Yeah.
Is that bush up there with 3 saplings in it? The Gimpy bush? Well, there's 2
you know
saplings
what?
now.
How about we see if someone steps into it and we see what happens after that point?
I mean, to be fair, it's, you know, it's not 13-1, 13-2 Maokai where it's like full AP and you get one shot by the saplings anymore.
That wasn't fun.
Honestly, it was pretty. It was
fun to be the Maokai. It was
really,
not fun to be not the Maokai.
Unbalanced. Yeah, it was really, really unbalanced.
Highest I saw was the 8,000 damage team fight we had once.
Do you know what it actually was? It was the kickoff event where I think it was Tarzan that played it, and he had like 20k more damage than everybody else in the scene. Now, obviously, it was a meme game, but it was somewhat serious. But the fact that he had 20,000 more damage than basically everyone in the game was so hilarious.
One of those builds which kind of like makes its way in from ARAM when everyone's kind of built stuff up. We saw AP Kai'Sa with that. We saw Ash. There's also Lethality Jinx, which I hope never sees the light of day as well. But I was a stand on that one. We do have a Jinx on this Rift. And it's still going to be pretty terrifying.
I'll raise you one more crazier build for Jinx. AP Jinx. The traps have AP scaling.
All right, let me take your headset for you, buddy. You're done.
So, Jamada, how are you feeling about this Duocast?
Yeah, this Duocast is going great, mate.
That's ARAM only, by the way, just to be clear.
Well, we are currently ARAMing as the Herald's put down here. Again, best use of second Herald has typically been try and take that mid lane outer turret off the board. It's fairly telegraphed though. Geo, they have themselves an angle. Linsus no flash.
Oh, lovely lantern. to make sure they're getting away. Are they going to go for this? Another hook comes up, but forces Jezu to use the cleanse. They've got a teleport coming in on the flank. This is the fight. Linsus already low HP, spinning around. That was his clone. I'm saying Jezu is trying to get the damage off, but that is going to be so much damage coming out, and that is a huge Jinx fight here for Flackhead. He gets himself a triple kill. The Herald stays alive as well. And Heretics, they are back in form on game number 2.
This play just breaks open the game, doesn't it? Flackhead, 3 kills. Ivo gets involved finally on the rest of the map, being bullied for a majority of the game, but still very much relevant. The Herald won't get its next charge, but for Heretics, this is now a play where they should be able to reset, go back towards the Dragon, and look to pick up their 3rd of the game.
Yeah, so this is a fairly, again, obvious play when you have the second Herald. That mid lane out of turret was always going to be the factor. Jezu blowing cleanse early because of another great hook opens up Heretics to go forward again. Marlon seriously enabling his team.
Yeah, not only that, the fact that Ivo goes onto Linsus, I was a bit skeptical about it at first, but the fact that he does it actually stops Linsus from ever pressuring Flackhead at the same time. So Flackhead gets the free hit, Ivo still gets a target to murder, and everyone's happy, and it just feels terrible for Team Geo. And we'll see now as everyone returns back to the map. Marlon takes Astra. No problem. But as everyone returns back to the map, what exactly the priorities are going to be? Heretics straight to the Dragon. It seems like Team Geo just trying to build a little bit of a fort of vision on the top side.
One thing as well, so sometimes we see most likely we tend to see the Hurricane coming out of Jinx. It's actually the Phantom Dance. It gives you, of course, ghosting when you start building up that passive, and it also gives you a lot more movement speed when you get those 4 auto attacks in a row. Flackhead has a lot more kiting ability with this, and as we said, a lot of the team fights have been, I mean, we saw Ivo kind of deny Lince's backline access. You don't get on the backline, you don't get on Ivo, you don't get on Sphera, you don't get on Flackhead. Heretics win these fights. They have so much gold in pocket, it's going to be even worse, $5,000 advantage, and that Phantom answer for me is intelligent itemization to allow Flackhead an extra degree of safety.
Yeah, if that was enough, I will go back to the point of Gwen is kind of still a bit unkillable here, and she's really far behind. So Team Geo have a lot on their plate. Talk about maybe a couple of comeback mechanics. You have to remember they have a lot of strong team fighting elements. So it's never like it's over. If they can find Flackhead, if they can find Zvero, they will be able to pick up some of that shutdown golden with things like Malphite into so much CC, it could be really good.
And of course, no cleanse on Flackhead. Renata Holter hits that. All those great items, they're hitting your team instead.
And I think that all just boils down to what we said at the beginning. It's about setup. It's about finding those chokeholds and punishing them off the back of that. The moment, it's been so hard for Team Go to get set up in those chokeholds because Heretics have just had just a really, really solid grip on when they want to go for an objective. They've already been setting up for like a minute or so leading up to that, which then makes it even harder for Team Go, who are behind in gold and behind in power to even find that pressure. Now, Lantern comes out. They were thinking about chasing on for a kill. They bring in Flackhead in. He's going to throw down the ultimate, actually, but they do get a whole bunch of damage off of the Marlon. One member caught into the hook. Marlon doesn't miss, and Flackhead's able to find a kill with the getting excited here. He's going to keep the pressure on, and that is another kill. 2 easy kills.
Perfect timing. 2 seconds before Baron spawns. Linsus is alive, has Smite, and yeah, they're pushing in across the board, or Team Geo across the rest of it, but you've just lost 2 members before that Baron spawns. I'd imagine Heretics are going to control this area, maybe look to bait Team Geo into them again.
Maybe, but I just feel, Marlon, Ivo, bodyguards, Linsus, you can try. He's got deep one.
He's doing damage.
All right, fair enough. Kills off Marlon, but still dies, and objective complete. Marlon won't get Baron buff, but the rest of Heretics will.
And look how clean Heretics are when they have a clean early game. Game 1 felt like they were sucker punched. They never really managed to stabilize, and they had some good moments in these late game team fights. When they have a lead, they look creative. They look very on the same page. And particularly when you have Blue Resort and Marlon with a degree of safety to kind of go forward, look for the hooks, look for the playmaking, this team looks good.
Yeah, maybe you just don't need cleanse if you have a really good front line, I guess. Flackhead eats the full brunt.
This is for people hit by CC.
Exactly. I mean, he did get hit by it in this case, I guess. But either way, very happy to just walk forward because he knows no one's threatening him on the backline. And again, it plays in part, like you mentioned, because of Marlon, because of Blue Resort. And Heretics, they can just look towards the map now. I like that we're not seeing a 3-lane open, just because that is how you get picked off. 4 into the mid lane, Severo on the top side, just to ensure that the shove-in can be confirmed as they start to set up vision. Maokai is so good at just controlling the area here. Now Team Geo really have to try and find a bit of a flank angle, really, I suppose. Something that really is going to catch Heretics off guard. Otherwise, they can just continue to keep the game at this pace, and they can run this home to a 1-1.
Yeah, and despite them having teamfight tools, I think again it comes down to a perspective of what they can do with that as well. You got to catch a lot of people with those teamfight tools.
Yeah.
I think just catching the one person, even if you catch Blackhead, I think there's enough damage elsewhere to make things a very dangerous team fight. And while you're looking for them, you're under risk as well.
I mean, it's a triple carry team. You've got the Gwen, you've got the Jace, you've got the Jinx. It has to be multiple people. If you can get a twofer, then you might be in a good enough position. The problem right now is, look at Jezu's items versus Flackid's items. He's just got his second item on that base. But Flackid, you know, he's building towards that that Infinity Edge. Linces is trying to stop the wave from crashing, and Ivo is just playing a little dancing game with him here. But the problem is topside is under some serious sieging right now. So there's a teleport coming in from Ragnar. He's looking for a flank.
It's right behind everybody. Who's he going to hit?
This hook. Going on Flackid with the flash! Not going to get hit today! And everybody else is locked in place! Flackid is free to fire onto Zwari because he has been hit by the ultimate, but Marlon lands another hook! And that's 3 members down, the flash away from the rocket to close it out. But Flackid, he's not done! He's chasing onto Jezu! That's going to be the flash out from Jezu! And it is an open base at this point.
It's another game with the late game AD carry. The flak cannons online, firing at all cylinders. Team Geo, they're blown away at the top in him.
Absolutely they are, and Heretics should just be able to end the game here. 15-second death timers or more on the whole top side. It's just Jezu, just Camilius against 5 members of Heretics. And nothing is going to save you from the rampaging Armada, and they will go 1-1 in the series.
That is an incredibly fast-paced game as well from Heretics. They strike back fast and hard in this game number 2, equalizing out the score between these two. And that was just an absolutely killer performance.
And what a difference between game 1 and game 2 as well. I mean, we did have a bit of a chat about, you know, some great and powerful names in the coaching rosters of both of these teams and both these organizations. They know each other, they've worked with each other before in different degrees. And looking at how suddenly top lane, not nearly the same factor as before. Mid lane, a huge shift with that Jace going over from one side to the other adds another degree of difficulty into this draft. Is suddenly Jace the priority pick?
Yeah, it has to be, I think. 2 games where it kind of pops off like that. I think the other thing silently, even though it wasn't necessarily the main focus, because, I mean, Flackid was really fed, there was a Jinx. I think silently, the fact that Ibo was still so relevant whilst basically having a lot less gold than the Malphite also made things really difficult, because he still always had a target to 1v1. And it felt to me as if Team Geo just frankly didn't have a consistent enough lane to play through. The only position where they could have actually looked to abuse was the mid jungle in the early stages. They didn't really do it that much. They did it like once, but there was still the turnaround play at the back end, which cost them the dragon either way. So I think for Team Geo, a little bit of revision on where exactly they can focus and how quickly they actually look to do it.
Well, this time it is now onto Team Geo to find that comeback, as we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break that game number 2 down.
We have a really important message on the analyst desk. It's been a message that we've been sharing throughout this week, and it's been a message that at some point we hope teams can decipher.
It's not funny anymore. It's just not funny.
It's just... You ban the Lissandra, you give him the Jace, and the Jace goes 4-0.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Jace is just such an uncounterable champion in the mid lane that if you don't shut him down with mid-jungle synergy, I feel like he's more than able not only to win his lane on his own, but he's just so powerful in the skirmishes in the river. His shock blast is so powerful. His melee form is so powerful. He synergizes well with both the Esther junglers that were open, the Sejuani and the Maokai for more skirmishing. This is why the Lissandra ban that came out from GO really confused me, because I'm like, you said the Jace, you can very easily shut him down with the Lissandra X jungler combo.
Yeah.
With the Lissandra ban, surely you have answers in the Lissandra. Tukui can play anything, right? You have so many standard answers you could potentially go for. You know, the Silas, the Swain is another one that's really, really good. But yeah, really uncharacteristic loss to me. So many things in terms of gameplay too, which were just questionable. Some picks, like, why didn't Camilius lock in the Blitzcrank? Maybe you're concerned about priority and your Wukong getting invaded, but it's not really going to happen, is it, versus a Maokai? So I'd much rather have Camilius on something that's very engage heavy. We saw him on the Rel, right? But into Thresh, you had a perfect blitz angle, I feel like. So why not?
Because not every hook is a good hook.
Yeah!
And they took note
That's
of
a good
that.
one.
But when we're looking at the hooks that Marlon was landing, this guy was having the game of his life. It's been so impactful through the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you could see blind hooks being landed like with the face checking
was
Renata.
crazy.
No, it was really, really cracked. And that's the problem I feel like I had with Team Go's composition. And here, this is exactly what I mean. This is so uncharacteristic because usually Team Go is probably one of the best Rift Herald teams in the entire tournament. And they're voluntarily taking a 3 versus 4 because you can see that Camilius is nowhere to be found. He's on the Renata slowly waddling up, but he doesn't make it in time. And I believe what Team Go probably were trying to do was make a quick play to burst a target and get out with that Rift Herald, but just doesn't work that way.
I agree. Completely uncharacteristic. They usually play as a 5-man towards the top side of the map. But when you have the Zeri towards the bot, you just want to leave her to farm or give her the tire platings. They didn't go for one or the other. I think it was mostly the indecision of the bot lane staying and then the support not roaming. And then honestly, after the triple kill on Jace, he already had 4 kills. Every single skirmish, every single route the Maokai lands is going to be a massive shot blast. And honestly, it was very disheartening to just see Geo slowly bleed out because just ran out of options.
Yeah, they just kept losing fight after fight, and none of this is to take away how good Heretics played. They played really well, damn near flawless, right? Because you could just see they were running out of options. Team Geo were just running out of options over and over again in all these team fights, and then last flash. Flack it from
You know
fog.
what? It's one thing flashing to the side. It's one thing flashing, you know, over a wall. But flashing through that damn ult is just very impressive. Again, Flacket is one of the best teamfight AD carries that we have at EMEA Masters. I found him one of the best teamfight AD carries over in the LEC as well. And I think he's shining here when he's given the platform to play.
We highlighted him early in the pregame, but I think also one of the things that this time around you want to talk about, Aragon, because you are our shiny top lane pro player, is the fact that Ragnar was ahead what felt like the entirety of the game on the rest of the top lane, even though it was a Malphite into a Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so it depends what else you've got prepped as your answer into the Jace flex. They clearly wanted like Malphite or Sion, they were hovering it. But then the problem is you pick Malphite for Ragnar, who's your best performing lane, and you often play for him. You can see Linces is desperately trying to path towards there to punish a flashless top laner too. He had Ghost Flash on the Gwen. Unfortunately, a Malphite just doesn't carry teamfights the same way as another pick, a carry pick. So I really do think you ban out the Jace, if anything, so that you don't have to pick Malphite into it and hold that Malphite as a counter to the flex.
Yeah, and I also feel that the draft that they have right here from the side of Geo is just so obvious. It's 3 melee champions that all 3 want to dive and throw literally their bodies in your face. This is very well easily read with the roots coming in from Maokai, with Gwen sitting right in front of you in her bubble, Thresh being able to relocate whoever is in danger. So I feel like the draft was very well prepared from the side of Heretics, and it countered completely what the other side from Geo wanted to do.
It feels a bit the complete opposite of what we've seen last game, right? Last game, it was Team Geo go from the get-go. They were just on it. They were able to snowball. They got pick after pick after pick. They got the gold lead, absolutely astronomical lead. But now we're going on to that second game. Heretics, they're onto their plans, and they found a way to deal with it. So going into the third game, it needs to be another flip script where Team Geo find out the secret to deciphering that message.
And once again, I'm going to say it every single post-game, it's so hard to do draft against Team Geo or Team Heretics because they play so many flexes, and you're going to have to leave up one thing, whether or not it's Jace or Annie or something else that's broken.
Please, man. Malphite is your highest damage dealer in this game. Like, what more can this man do from the top lane, you know? He's put in a counter matchup. He's supposed to lose it. Linces plays towards him, but because all the kills went towards the Malphite and not the Wukong, there's only so much that Rock Solid Man can do from the top side. And unfortunately, I'd like to see Ragnar, if they're gonna play towards him, as you mentioned, on more aggressive picks, like the Kennen, like maybe the Gwen himself, the Rumble that was banned away. Pick something earlier on. Make sure you have banned the counter picks over on the second ban rotation, and maybe try to play for the guy who has the most damage on a tank.
I felt like as well Team Geo was trying to go for that. They were still trying to set up Ragnar as much as they possibly could. They got the first blood with that gank early on, but they weren't able to capitalize off of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best they did was try to re-dive afterwards, right? They were trying to re-dive a Gwen, and they just didn't have the base damage. I think that's the big theme. If you fall behind with these topside picks, you just run out of damage. right? The Malphite, the Gragas, these are very slow champions that, for example, Gragas relies on the Rod of Ages scaling. Top lane Malphite, he's only going to do so much, and then by the time you get to mid-game, you just can't get any kills because that's where you've indexed all your gold to.
Yeah, but also because Marlon is everywhere. Wherever you turn your head to, Marlon is already ready, landing some incredible hooks, and it's allowing the rest of the team to move with them, and they're just getting picks left, right, and center. And Gio had it felt like no answer to the rotations on the map.
I feel like what was really impressive was that this time it wasn't just Marlon roaming the map alone like we usually see. I think it was Flakked sort of hovering behind the whole time with the Jinx. They would leave him down, but he has the rocket. He got a snipe kill towards the top side of the map, the Rift Herald. Then they would play towards mid lane. You would see Flakked would push in the wave, try to roam and rotate towards that mid lane. So even though Marlon was making the first move, because that Jace was so strong, Flakked made sure that he is hovering around for the rotations, because you take one kill, that Jinx and Jace combo is so powerful enough to take a 20-minute dragon, to take that mid lane tower pre-14. So very great rotations, great early kills. What's really bothering me is that in these 2 days that we've had best of fives, we've seen extremely snowbally games that none of the teams was able to bring back. And that's due to either you're lacking the CC to lock down the target of interest, or two, you're just lacking the damage.
Well, Heretics found a way to bounce back into Game 2, making us an equal score of 1-1 for both of these teams. Who's going to be in the lead after this little break? I guess we're going to have to find out.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Stay with, work with me here, work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Just me and my team. 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 Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run them out in the shoes. I ain't got nothing trying to prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my own, just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
and welcome back. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the series as Heretics were able to pull out the win in that second game. So we've now equalized the scores and we got potentially 3 more games to go. I hope 3 more.
I would hope so too, but we have to deal with a certain elephant in the room. It's not really an elephant, it's a man with a hammer in the mid lane. Because we've been trying to work through this break and figure out what the secret is to both of these drafts. I think we found out the secret to draft 3. Bon Joyce. Don't know what you make of that.
Who's Joyce? Does he?
I don't know. That's the problem with game 1 and 2. We didn't figure out the actual person to ban.
Yeah, we got to figure it out. I mean, hopefully the coaches have. Honestly, memes aside, Jace has been a bit of a problem. Just a little bit of a problem in these games. So I'm curious what that'll look like if they do take the Jace away. What gets left open in response? I believe it's go blue side in this game.
Yeah.
So you know, I'm curious what the bans are going to look like and what the response to this will be.
Yeah, the onus is realistically just on Heretics to ban it away and then just kind of grit their teeth. And if something goes through that they're going to have to just deal with, I think it's better to just test the waters whilst it's still 1-1 as opposed to potentially letting it go through again. Jace has another banger game and then you're down 2-1 in the series.
They tried that in game 1 with the cannon though, which is one of my issues with this. They're just kind of saying, okay, you've tried this with top lane. Can you try this with mid lane now? What the heck's going to happen with this? You only have so many priority bans. We're going to see something fall through. First ban, that Varus from Geo on that blue side, that's something that we've seen banned away the entire series so far. Feels like that Varus makes the bot lane more interactive, which is typically something that both these teams have not wanted. They want the interaction to happen elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, they do not want there to be any proactive movement at all from the bottom side. They just want it to all be scaling. Simple as that. There's the Malphite, so eyeing up.
Oh, they did it!
They did it.
They bombed Jace!
Oh.
Joyce!
All right, so there's the Joyce ban. Bon, sorry.
Thank you, get it right.
Thank you.
Pick some bonds.
I am.
The name's Bon. Jace Bon.
Oh my God. Oh, get me out. All right, so there's Zarya. Vi's up, Rakan's up, Sejuani's up. Those are the 3 champions on the radar. When you have a lot of these kind of target focuses for Heretics, I imagine they probably look towards...
Well, Vi's been the big thing, right? But with Jace off the table, maybe you feel like the Vi is okay letting through, because Jace is very susceptible to that kind of combo. We still have Lissandra up, which can be played against that, and that's it. The Vi is let through. Maybe they think, without Lissandra being banned first round, you can give up a Vi first pick, maybe use that to play against it.
And I think the big thing about this is this also makes Heretics now a little bit more scared to pick up the Zeri, because the Vi is picked up into that. So in a way, that now hands this over to Team Geo.
Next level for this. You give over the Zeri, you pick up the Silas, steal the Vi ult, you go onto the Zeri. That has been an answer to that Vi. We haven't seen it as much, but that's been one of the ways to deal with it.
So I'm expecting the Wukong to come alongside this Jinx. We'll see exactly whether your thesis ends up being correct. Ooh. Actually, okay, they're going to go towards the Maokai. So looking a little bit more towards team fighting again, Blue Resort favoring this one just a little bit more over the other picks.
Okay, now I think the angle is now, you're playing at such a long range that the Vi, if they find an angle, are going to be very far away from their team and the Maokai snarling up the rest of your team. I think that's typically what you're looking for here. That's been one of the other issues with the Vi, particularly if you pick something actually like the Ahri would have been really good for this, because if the Vi then chooses to go onto someone that can dash and flash backwards, they're out of position. Now they have the priority mid-jungle combo from Team Geo, and they don't have that one of the more typical answers to the Vi in their back pocket.
Yeah. Now this also makes me wonder what exactly Heretics are going to want to prioritize on their 3, because this should just be Zeri. Kennen is obviously up.
I think you go Silas.
You could obviously go Silas for the
do it.
If you go LeBlanc, then Merc value is pretty high. It's kind of the same thing also for Lissandra. It's just about what exactly you want out of the mid lane pool and how you're going to utilize the tools. I think it's fine. Either option. Either option. I think when you've got the Jinx, it makes more sense to go towards the Lissandra because it's a little more AoE setup and it's about the team fighting. If you go to LeBlanc, it's a little bit more about the actual snowballing in the early game.
So now, the risk that you've got here is that Lissandra can just get cleansed away from by the Zeri, and often you're going to be alone on your dive in. The matchup against the Ahri is less good than it was last year, ever since we've seen more Spellbook be picked up as well. We've typically seen the Ahri still get early prior and not be as easy to shut down. You do have double resets now. You got the Frozen Thralls from Lissandra, and you have Get Excited from Jinx, so double passive resets at that point. This game now is going to be very, very much about who is dying first as the first pick, even with Dusty's first 3 picks locked in.
Yep. First kill is going to be very crucial. Thresh taken off the board just for the safety net. Wouldn't be surprised to see like Nautilus plus Leona. Just remove away as many engage options as you can on both sides. Maybe even a Tahm Kench could be a really good call out for Go, just because that's one of the only other things that can really stop a Vi from vying. And I think on this next set of rotations here for Team Geo, Kennen is likely to be picked up for the second ban. And the Tahm Kench would certainly curb the ability of that champion. So Heretics make a good read in removing that Kennen away, and I expect for Team Geo probably another support ban. And I hope for their sake it's the Tahm Kench.
It's
that
the
support,
Jax.
incredible. What a support ban.
What a support ban.
I actually really like the Tahm Kench, but I also feel like, man, I just feel like Marlon is shined on things that can start fights, that can kind of set up. And he is a roamer. Tahm Kench isn't an awful roamer, but I feel like, you know, obviously the Fresh, the Rakans, all those things have really suited his playstyle.
I think it's more like Tahm Kench doesn't necessarily have as defined a playmaking kit as champions like Thresh and Lawless and Leona. It can still make plays, and it's also a champion with a very, very high base number, so it can still be a big body. Olaf into Lulu straight away, so Team Geo very happy to potentially just slam the top side. Okay, I have to talk about this. I have to talk about this. Aibo, I love you. There are so many champions which haven't been explored at dealing with the Olaf. Now, one of the few that have come out, and if memory serves me right, it was Adam that did this in the LEC.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it was him into this Olaf, but generally speaking, as Olaf, what do you love to do, guys? You love to go in, right? And Olaf, in doing that, typically gets quite low. Now, the problem is, Garen R executes from such a stupidly high threshold that you don't really get to play the game. So I love this, you know, from a nuanced perspective inside the lane, but also in the team fights. If Team Geo ever dive forward, you're looking at like a 1k, like true damage execute on any target he presses.
I mean, the big thing that's completely right with that as well is, when you're playing Olaf, you want to be low health.
Yes.
Because that's where you shine. Like, you can't use half your kit. Because he just goes, no, sword beats axe.
So, like, I was playing a lot of top lane a couple of weeks ago. Not, you know, traditional caster make cast about solo queue games that they've played. But I was spamming a lot of Olaf, and I was like, damn, this champion is like really broken. What even counters it? Someone picked Garen into me, and I have never had a more miserable experience in my life.
Back to jungle with you.
Back to jungle with me. So I anticipate that Aibo is literally just going to like man mark Ragnar to never let him Ragnarok off in the back line.
One thing that's really important about this too is, particularly when you see the Vi Ahri and you have an Olaf there as well, your last pick also has to be undivable on that top side, really. Yeah. You don't have any real ability to dive on that bot side as easily. I mean, Zeri Lulu can take control of that lane, but really this top side needs to be hard to isolate, hard to shut down under tower, and someone like Garen can always take someone with him.
I don't want to go on and on about top lane, but I do want to ask one last thing. What is the build? Because Garen is a very flexible champion in his builds. Is it like this crit build Garen, or is it more the cleaver?
Greaves into Stride Breaker into more Reminder is not.
Okay.
Well, actually, I guess the
think
second man
Gordrinker
could also
be pretty good here as
the,
well.
The Gordrinker can be fine here as well. I think Stride Breaker typically is what gets picked up because he doesn't necessarily care about the heal of the Gordrinker. It can be nice for sure. Also, I think it's actually Black Cleaver second now since they changed more Reminder.
There are a lot of items which are particularly good on this. We've also seen Deadman's Plate be meta on Garen for a very long time. Also, rapid fire cannon. Because one of the biggest things that you can do with this is get that silence with your Q. You run at someone, you silence them, and I don't care if you are Zeri like zipping around at the speed of light. If you're silenced, you don't get to cast your Q as Zeri. Because if you get that Q onto him, actually very important. So if that item gets built up, watch for that interaction in fights.
That caused me physical pain. That's actual physical pain.
That's actually so funny. I can just imagine because Garen does get, I think it's 50 extra range on the Q.
Yeah, any auto attack.
It's one of those weird interactions. It's the same with Udyr Bear Slap with rapid fire cannon. He can jump walls technically.
Now,
well, it's not Bear Slap.
You can hit someone over walls sometimes.
Back in the day, yeah. So not to go on and on about Garen, but it's just a very fun pick that we don't get to see very often. What I would like to say is with the phase rush and basically the ignite, he's very, very hard to kill. And generally, if you're Ragnar, this is maybe the only window where you can be like, okay, I'm Olaf, I will still win level 1. But generally... oh my god. I
wish you could see what we could see.
You know, I'll describe it for you guys because there's not a lot going on in the early game. The junglers are both on their red sides and they're full clearing. Obviously, you guys don't get to see it, but we've got a teleprompter in front of us. So, you know, we get news, updates, all that good stuff. There is a Garen with... well, it's the face of the Keck W guy laughing, and there's a Garen hair on it.
Yep.
It's fantastic. It's a great image. That's fantastic. Anyway, looking back towards the game, junglers have both cleared their full red side, and I'm wondering, you know, where the first move will actually be from both sides, right? Because if you're Blue Resort, you probably want to just try and pinch on the mid lane. I think you've got a whole bunch of CC, or just generally being a bit of a man marker of like 1-to-1 to ensure that Lintus never gets any good move onto any of the lanes proactively.
Okay, so other stuff to kind of check in with this as well. Of course, mid jungle's very interactive. We see them both here.
Oh, Marlon actually jumps in onto Jezzo. The zap is going to connect to get a bunch of damage off, but now Marlon losing a fair amount of HP. Ghost has been used there by Flackett as he is trying to just get away Chameleon. Throwing as much glitter at him as possible, and now Heretics, they're lower health.
Yeah, this is kind of the risk-reward of something like a Tahm Kench. Once you're into a fight, you don't get out, but your W does do a fair amount of damage alongside your Tongue Lash. They're trying to dive Ibo. Now, he doesn't have a huge amount of HP. He has Ignite, though. This is still dangerous.
Flash, Phase Rush, W. It's doable for sure. Let's see how the execution falls through. That's a teleport. There was also 3 members here for Team Geo, so that would have been quite difficult, but...
Can we just have a look at mid wave?
Yeah.
Because that's a teleport away from that lane. What's happening with Zvero after he's done that? We see this right now. Looks like it's actually just going to be a soft push in here. So actually Zvero not losing a huge amount for this.
Or actually maybe, I think just the RNG might hurt him on the way back out. Because Kui is here, he can technically hold it in a freeze, and the minions from the Heretic side will reach the minion wave first. Semantics I know, but it will be a slow push technically back in to Kui. Nah, what's up?
I just Flackett getting Camilius there. He wasn't allowed to reset. He was trying to reset.
It's annoying.
Did you? You just missed it. Don't worry. It's all right. Don't worry, mate.
I didn't look at the screen. Either way.
It's only what you got to do.
No, I know. It's such an irritating part of this wonderful job I have. Right?
I just want to talk. I don't want to watch.
Exactly. Isn't this just like the cast the ego thing? Everyone just hears so that everyone can just hear our voices over the video game.
Oh, my friend, you're going to be humbled.
Okay, let's just get ourselves back on track very slightly at this point. Yep. Do have lower health Olaf, starting to take some pretty hard trades here, but Ibo gonna have another jungler joining his lane.
Oh, hello.
Blue Zora's here to cover that.
It's 2 junglers on each side, but Ibo's right in front.
Oh, he's in danger. He's got the flash out. He's trying to get away with the speed from the Q. Is able to do so. That is now a flashless, and he is also a teleportless Garen, so he needs to catch this wave. Lucky he's Garen, does have a bit of passive healing. Yeah. Oh, hold on. There's Jesu's flash. He's out.
Yeah, so that's one of the things about this Garen pick. When you bring the Ignite, much like other very lane-dominant picks where you do have the Ignite on board, wave management is super important. And Olaf, for what it's worth, yes, this counter pick starts to suck at level 6. Before then, he still takes pretty grand control of the lane, which is why Blue is always hanging around for so long, because he knows that Ibo can get dove at any time. If he doesn't hit 6 before Ragnar, life can get quite difficult, but there's another first move from Takui, and it's a 2v3 up here on the top side.
No mana on Olaf, no ult on Takui, and they also don't have an Ignite to bring them back.
Dodge out on the charm immediately. Ibo gets the silence off. He's got the Ignite ticking. No, he doesn't. He didn't even get to use it. Tower juggled beautifully. And that is honestly just a flawless dive.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be the kill of the Ahri, who has picked up the Dark Seal first. All of this top side of the map, very, very flippy. We already talked about this top lane really going towards the Garen, a fairly good point. But everyone on this map, remember, we have a lot of resets to play with in this game. Any gold league going to start to stick out.
And the main thing here is when we see Zveru play things like this Lissandra, he typically plays it to control the lane, keep you shoved, and stop you from roaming. This is now twice where we've seen Takui go for roams. Zveru trying, almost slightly on a desperation to make this happen on the other side. They do get the lockdown onto the Lulu. He's ignited, he's low, he's down. They are able to answer out for 1-for-1, and it may just become a little bit more. Jesu may go low though, as Flackett's got the damage. He's gonna finish him up, and he gets out. Zveru's gonna execute. Is he gonna get away? Nope. That's a kill over to Linkus.
It's just so messy from Heretics. I think they actually misjudged when Jesu's cleanse was up, so they decided to go towards Camilius in an attempt to just actually burst him 100-0. In the replay, you'll see the cleanse, if it's not bugged, it's actually just barely coming off cooldown, so they go, all right, let's kill Camilius. Actually, even in saying that, Marlon and Flacken looked pretty intent on going on Jesu's suit. Just straight up miscommunication potentially, and it starts to get messy after they've killed the Lulu.
I think it's mixed because you see the lower level on that Lulu. I think maybe they're saying low level 3, lower base stats, a lot of base damages to bring to bear, and you can get the double resets. And we see that actually getting that second kill over to Flacken. So all things kind of turning out equal in terms of those kills, but gold goes over to the Jinx. We saw what the flat cannon could do in late game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was super, super well played. Again, just a nice little juggle there on that dive. Is Zveru, he's not going to take that. For a minute, I was like, you haven't got ult, mate. Nope. Don't go for it.
Don't do it yet. Not yet. So one thing that hasn't actually gone on, despite it being up for 2.5 minutes, is actually the Dragon. Of the tension down here from junglers.
Oh, well,
hasn't resulted in that, but is starting to become a little bit of a party down here. 3 as a crowd, as they're saying.
Yeah.
It's about 6 people down here. Blue Resort is going to find
That's
us
like
in the
2 crowds.
It's 2 whole crowds. These saplings will slow down Takui a little bit, but it's not really going to stop it from advancing in. Wave priority, however, on the bottom side is a bit 50-50. The issue is with the numbers disadvantage that Heretics find themselves in. If they rotate up, they'll get pinched on, so I think they just have to give this up. Zvero doesn't have ultimate. They could just try and look for a 50-50
It's going to be close, though. 10 seconds until the center roll.
Blackhead's not going to be able to join. He just got slowed on the way in.
Wow,
They're going to jump straight in onto that backline, lock them all down in place. Linsus is low HP, but he's able to find a kill in response. Zwaru, he's got the lockdown. He's got the cloak. The dragon is just coming up for him there. And Lost Heretics, they're able to take this dragon. It will get a partial reset off, but no one's going to steal it.
Very close run stuff. Again, whenever these mid-jungles come into play, very tight damage timings. You don't even have something like a spell block from Takui to get himself a cleanse. Very nearly goes down to, as Jamada called out, the dragon aggro in that fight. Almost ulted in front of it. Aibo gets to push in towards that top side. Much needed. He's been suffering from early pressure so far. Ragnar controlling this lane so far.
Yeah, Ragnar controlling the lane so far. Has to be expected. The result goes in, and I actually thought a little bit haphazardly. I thought the call would be to just try and win the Dragon Smite. To be honest with you, they don't quite have the 100-0 burst damage on Lintus, but he does eventually die. Great ultimate from Zvero just to keep Takui in place as long as he possibly could for the passive to proc. Doesn't quite work out to get him that additional kill, but it does secure them the Dragon. And off the back of the resets, as Heretics look to sort of dot their I's and cross their T's with the wave management, it's given Lintus enough time to actually slip back up to the top side and start this one up. The numbers advantage, and Camilius also roaming first to the play.
Well, they're actually just jumping straight in there onto Takui. He gets a whole chunk of damage onto him, but still a little bit too slow to contest this Herald. With Camilius here in the area, that is going to be Herald over to the side of Team GO. They'll be happy with the back of that one. See where they're going to use it, I guess, is the real question right now. Are they going to hold on for it for a bit to get some pressure, or are they just going to try and get some plates immediately?
One thing that's going to stop that a little bit is that Flacket actually just uses ult to cancel Jezu's base on the bot side of the map. Typically, you want to be throwing this gold into your AD carry in games like this, particularly when it starts to head towards even early to mid games, heading towards late game, AD carry start to take over. Because Jezu's off the map, means he can't defend his bot lane quite as easily. 10 seconds behind him, means he can't respond to his plays.
He's in danger. He's going to throw the ultimate down there. The polymorph's absolutely massive, but the lockdown will come through. Jezu slides in, pops the ultimate. Blackhead's now joined in. Stopwatch comes down. They're going to be able to just about get him out of there in danger, but now it's going to be the end of Jezu. As Blackhead, he's excited. He's on the chase. He's got the zap onto Camilius, and down he goes. A double kill to Blackhead. He pushes the wall. What a chat! Takui goes down. Triple kill to Blackhead.
Okay, all right. LPL AD carries in the EMEA apparently. Blackhead does not give a damn. Flashes into the base. But what a great way to start off this entire play. And it's just because of this ward in the bush right here. Kicks the play off. They know where Lintus is going to be. Engage, change to see. Great ultimate from Lintus to actually keep himself alive for a lot longer. But after that ultimate comes in, it feels like a done deal. Just slices on the back.
You know what? I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to feel the creativity of Lost Heretics really coming to bring the bat. These are the reigning champions of EMEA Masters. And in a game like this, you can see what happens when they start to get their mojo on, start to get that groove going. Plays like this, so incredibly creative and incredibly explosive.
Also, Mullen is just MVP, man. Did you see that gobble onto Zwaru? I missed it in the heat of the moment. I didn't see where he went. He got gobbled up in the middle of that. Absolutely key player to this team. Herald has been charged up here in the top side, and we'll get that tower low. Won't finish it up. Obviously, the changes to Herald a little while ago. I mean, it's not quite as impactful at this point, but are able to at least get those plates in. Ragnar, even though this is a countered matchup, he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, yes. However, Aibo, the Aragon, sent a note over a little earlier to talk about one of the power spikes of this build. Of course, Aragon, notable top lane main himself. Once you get the Iron Spike Whip, you can kind of run in with like Q, E, and the Iron Spike Whip. Procs your phase rush means that you really get onto, you get to kind of keep your E very, very well on target. Marlon going towards the dart side though.
Yeah, I wonder if they're actually going to go for a dive in. I think it's just a bit of pressure. Maybe it is a dive straight up.
He pops the ultimate down. Blackhead's taking tower shots. No, it's Marlon. He's able to find the kill, but that should just be enough to finish him. No, the W shield keeps him alive. And Takui does have that ultimate, so he can close the gap, but with Zveru there, can't do it.
Really nice recognition that they have the damage to do that. No summon spells on Jezu as well, makes it a bit of a free pick. As Blue Resort, is he going to walk in and smite it? Nope, it's a smite come back up in time. But yeah, like you were saying, actually, I think you know, the Iron Spike Whip, great to actually proc the phase rush instantly, but just not necessarily getting the best side of the trade so far. Ragnar has the Ravenous Hydra as well now, so he's got even more sustain to boot in the immediate future. But again, if you don't win out on the lane, even post 6, the point still stands. If you go in and you have like, let's say you've got 2.5k HP. If you drop to 1k, you die. Like that's it. Yeah. If Garen is there, he presses R key and you have a massive sword drop on your head and you get executed.
I love how we're talking about top lane as if there isn't a 5-0 Jinx in this game. Flackhead is just monstrously fed, and last game, he was the key person for this team. He got super fed on this Jinx, and he carried it. This might just be a Bon Jonks angle.
The name's Bon Jonks. Again, this is completely reusable, folks. But again, Flack, I mean, just outside of that as well, incredible at this tournament. Got to remember the pedigree of this guy too. Won a title in G2 Esports last year. I'm sure many people have that in their minds, but that is the pedigree and the number of and the results and titles he's bringing to his name. Yeah, now back in the ERLs, but seriously proving himself at another level.
He is 2 undertows, 3 undertows.
Good counting.
4 undertows. Won't quite get it.
Jamada's just flexing with everyone. He can count.
I can count, guys. Damn. That's the joke that orcs used to make to you when you anytime you would get you can't see it, guys. He's making the face.
Not only are we changing the eras in EMEA Masters, we're changing the era on our caster desk.
Yes, that's just a little bit of sadness. I miss him.
Don't we all?
I miss him so much.
Yeah, he's not dead, of course. He's just over it.
It's like sometimes it's almost like I can hear his voice on the LCK. Of course, it is worth noting as well, you know, we celebrate new and old players in the ERLs. Of course, we've got some new and old faces on the broadcast as well. Aragon, Janero joining us for this one. I'm not saying anything about Mr. Oldie over there.
Just say it. He's old. Speaking of old, Ibo.
He's seen this
might
before.
be old news.
Yeah, he's too low. That execute ain't gonna work. They need to be lower. Jezu is coming in. Ibo, he had a lot of movement speed, but they're gonna give this kill to Jezu. They're gonna make sure he's able to pick it up. One more. Nope, the W shield. One more. There it is. Jezu finds himself the kill.
He's dead, deceased, gone to meet his maker, passed on to the other side, pining for the top lane, and he's not really having a great time in this matchup.
No, not so far. We'll see how much impact it can have.
I'm so sad.
So am I, because
I wanted this to work.
So did I. Now it's not necessarily done because I really can't oversell this stuff, to be honest with you. The champion's really stupid sometimes, man. Like, we'll get like one example.
Yeah,
where well, now I've said it, Sod's Law, we won't. But he's going to hit level 11, the damage is going to get significantly higher, and then he's going to execute someone for like 800, 900 damage, and we're going to be like, wow, that's really
not fair. I have to say, I would love to see us get to like 3 items and see if that rapid fire kind of comes in, and just see what Jezu can do if he doesn't have a cleanse and he can't press Q because he's been silenced. That could actually be fairly impactful. Until then, though, really feels like Ibo is waiting for a couple of item breakpoints. Hasn't even hit his first mythic at this point. Really waiting on the rest of his team to make the most of this scenario. And in fairness, they are very far ahead.
Yeah.
As much as Ragnar has an advantage on the top side, doesn't make it that much easier getting to this Jinx, which is stood behind a time catch.
That's actually the thing we have to wait for now. That's the next big thing in this game is can Ragnar.
He's got the W tenacity. He's just going to probably be able to clear through this wave relatively quickly. Is in danger though, because they just commit everything to him. He's weak side.
I wonder what Moose here thinks about this game right now. I would love to know. It does stop the base.
That stops the recess, and we've got a cross map him. It's a Herald cross map as well. You take down a turret, Flacker gets excited. You can't really stick around too brazenly here. It doesn't look like Heretics are going to overforce here, but again, inner turret gold goes to Flacked, even more gold. 3,000 gold up on his counterpart.
If you're Ibo, you're all chatting worth. That's what that is. That's absolutely worth for him. It is the Stride Breaker build coming in from him, like you said, like you predicted, Jamada. Just, you know, the ability to stick when you got the phase rush plus then the slow as well. It becomes very hard. We also do see Blue Resort finish up their mythic themselves, but Flackhead building towards that Phantom Dancer once again as his second item. So
makes a lot of sense.
Yes, we explained it in the previous game, but you know the main key takeaways are it just gives him a lot more ability to kind of kite and play around the edge of the fight very
I'll be honest, the theory makes sense. I just prefer Runa just for the explosions. It's kind of a play-by-play brain moment to be honest. But I just feel like the moment, like you think to the other day, Mad Fnatic, Kazi flashing in, like 3-4 people getting hit by a rocket splash because of the Runans. Those are the kind of moments you can bring with the Ion, but still very much going to be powerful. The resets, first kill gonna still be important for Heretics, and when Flacker is putting in a lot of damage, it should be pretty easy to achieve. This is a nice collapse though.
This is a lovely collapse. Marlon can't save him. Marlon has to flash out They're keeping the pressure up onto Flacken. If he can avoid the charm, he should be A-OK. Is able to do so. Actually, he's able to do a whole lot of damage. The gobble comes in from Marlon. They throw him back, and now they're looking to get onto Flacken. They can't get the damage. The flash forward. Flacken's able to survive. He dodges out on the axe. Marlon has to go golden. Jezu flashes, pops the ultimate, and pops Flacken shut down in his pocket.
That is a huge overstep by particularly Flacken. He is the core of this game, the core of this team composition, and Mr. President hits the ground, can't get the damage off. Great punish by Team Geo. Blue Resort completely called out by Ragnar's flank.
Yeah, really good flank from Ragnar. The ultimate from Blue Resort doesn't really do much to disengage, and then Flacken, it's just this moment here where he starts actually returning fire. Like, you just don't have to, just retreat. As soon as that undertow lands, all right, sure, Marlon will spend a lot of time to keep him alive, but Ragnar is getting all of the spell shields put on him. Barrier as well after the wild growth. It's just so much damage at this point in the game, and Heretics can't kill him through all of the additional utility.
Absolutely, just flawless fight there from Ragnar. That is what Olaf is built to do. Now, jump onto the backline and be a problem.
Imagine if Aibo was there, because that's when Olaf doesn't get to do that. So that's what the counter pick's for. Aibo's with the team, finally. So let's see if, you know, Team Geo get a little bit overconfident, look to try and force the issue again, but this time potentially get punished by that pick.
The thing with that last fight was that Ragnar got to get a side lane push and then join an unexpected angle. Aibo doesn't do that. He's running straight down the middle of the fight. It can be much harder for one, Aibo to survive, and two, for him to get onto the right people.
Absolutely. Absolutely, you're right. And it's not really like a tank Garen either. It's damage. But here's an engage into the choke.
Gonna try and force a punch. Spyro actually pops the ultimate on himself. He's got a lot of damage onto Lintus. Immediately gets himself in danger. The Demacian sword comes down, but Flacken has reset. He's got himself one. Now he's chasing for more. Unable to get it because everybody dashes away to safety, but this should just be Dragon over to Heretic.
Just an overstep from Team Geo into the choke. Ragnar again. We said, will he get confident? Yes, he does. Even though Aibo dies, he presses R key. How much health does he lose? Like 850 before he dies. So it's just ridiculous. And that gets Flacken his resets for him to actually step forward. And Heretics, emboldened by the Jinx getting the resets, makes a good team fight.
And just to show you how not close that was, look at the ult that was still available. That's a Devour, which was not used. It was not forced to be used at that point. Marlon had an extra huge shield to throw on someone that needed in that fight.
Yeah, honestly, it's just a really well called out fight. You can see that they knew exactly what they needed to do. We'll see it again here. Just, Aibo, yeah, so he goes down, but he did what he needed.
This is kind of like the line of scrimmage, right? You can't really go past this point if you're Geo without getting punished. They do it anyway, specifically Ragnar. But look at the damage after the charm comes in from Aibo. Like from 1K to almost execute it. Guys, how do you play the game as Ragnar? Like, it's so impossible.
You play it in sepia. You play it in grey screen.
You really can't overstep. Basically at any point if Garen is nearby. Otherwise, you're looking to just give Jinx resets.
And also what we really saw there, I mean, we called this out in game 2. It feels like it's very similar here. Choke point's going to be really, really key with that Maokai ultimate and trying to run through them as well. What we saw there, Takui jump forward, couldn't really get that much done. If Team Geo managed to get themselves some angles, get Ragnar into the back without having to go through Aibo or Marlon, and the same with Takui as well. Things can look a lot more positive for them, but that's the state of the game right now. And actually, as it stands, Heretics are winning a game on red side currently.
Yeah, that is true. Gold, dragons, towers, everything favors them, even by 1 kill. Skin of their teeth. I will say, I feel like for Team Geo, they really... I think we've just seen how like the 5v5s can look and how quickly things can go south. They just need to force numbers advantage with I think. They just need to look for Heretics either in rotation or when they see somebody on a wave and they catch somebody out not actually near that wave, go and force the play of the Vi, I think, because if you try and run into them 5v5 again, I think you're going to run into the same issue we potentially just saw in that last Dragon fight.
One problem here. That's 80 carry items. That's quite a lot of damage. I don't see any armor over here. Thing is, if that Vi goes in, does force that fight, you gotta hit your target, you gotta hit your mark. If you end up going in first, you're gonna die.
But how do you do that? How do you, as Vi, jump on Flacken? Because Marlon exists. Like we said, it cancels the vial. It's huge.
Whilst I think, obviously, getting Flacken is a big deal, I think as long as you can create a numbers advantage without actually expending too much beyond the vial, I think that's the important thing. The turning portion of a fight would definitely be difficult without it after that point, but I think if you can fight 5v4 basically, then you should be all right. But 5v5, I think they're going to continue to run into this issue that we've just seen now that Flacken continues to get stronger, and Aibo is probably just going to look to be his personal bodyguard. Heretics now on this Baron because they know they can do it.
Takui has the teleport, see if he joins the fight. Vision control established by Heretics. Let's see how they choose their terrain.
Oh, Ivo's coming in on the flank. There's going to be the teleport coming out. Massive ultimate coming in from Blue Resort. They're able to pick that one up for free, but they're going to throw everything down. Marlon just gobbles up Flacket immediately, able to spin him out. A lot of damage coming in, though. There's going to be that massive Garanol to just zone Ragnar out of the fight, and Flacket, he's alive! He's got the damage to work with, and he's able to take it. A double kill over to Blue Resort. The rocket goes a little bit wide, but Ragnar's being run down, and Ibo, he wants revenge for the earlier game. The snipe from Blue Resort for the disrespect. The triple kill over to him. Baron in the pocket. This is probably just be a cracked open base.
Blue Resort gets the kill credits, but Flacket was doing the heavy lifting, man. He was just the spotter, claiming all of the deadlifts, and I mean, man, it's just so difficult for Team Geo to do anything, and then just a generally good call from Heretics, recognizing that Geo in a bad position. Engage comes in, Marlon uses the ultimate, great wild growth knocker, but Ragnar a little bit hesitant, and again, knocked down to like 1 HP, and nothing can happen as the reset starts to come back
Also, a bit of a lack of coordination between Vi, the Olaf, and the Ahri to get on the same targets at the same time.
Exactly.
There's only one Devour, then you can't defend everyone, and you can't manage to defend against every kind of engage. They don't manage to get that time. Heretics, great chance for them, great opportunity to take away their angles.
Oh, they got the teleport. They're feeling it. Takui's actually used the Spirit Rush as well there, so he just has to get out. Linsis is out. That's why he's happy.
Starting to feel a little bit desperate from Team Geo, and you know what? If you're an LFL fan, your last team in the tournament in an awkward Game 3, set to go 2-1 down in this series to the team which knocked out your region and ended your dynasty last summer. Yeah, we're throwing out all of those storylines right now because it's seeming a little bit eerie in this quarterfinals.
Oh, that it is. And it's, of course, final Spanish team too. Movistar didn't quite cross the finish line yesterday against UOL, so a lot of regional pride here for both of these sides. Top lane inhibitor tower goes down, base open now. Heretics, they're just a little bit split off, but you can always just prop the R from long range, provide a little bit of over support, but I think they just want this Dragon spawning 20 seconds is the soul. I think because of the timer of the resets though, Geo might actually slip into the river in time.
Got the Hex Gates. That does help. Baron and those Hex Gates means that Heretics, they might give up first entry into the river, but they are going to be there for the objective more than in time.
Yeah. Say that, but Ivo's just going to jump immediately onto Linton. Look at the damage. He forces the shield from Camilius as well.
Yeah, that was through the shield of Camilius. Now, Heretics still make it into the river in time, and Geo don't really have some kind of, you know, cool, quirky flank angle to work with. Takui's actually going all the way back round, so as I say it, now they finally do, but Heretics, they're starting up the Dragon, it's down to 8k, and Geo needs to pick their target, and needs to pick it soon.
See if they're going to be able to get over to this wall. They're not working with complete vision, they have no idea.
Zero.
They're coming in, Zwyro gets the damage down, and Takui, he's out of it. He's just popped immediately. Dragon secured. Hextech Soul onto Lost Heretics.
No cleanse, no help of a snowball's chance in hell. Mid laner from Team Geo had an awesome first game of this series, but in this third one, Heretics have had more than the answer to him.
Yes, they have. It's been so difficult for Geo to deal with, and Heretics marching onto the base of Geo because they know they can. All 5 members. 1 on the bottom side, that is. 4 here in the mid lane. They'll get the mid lane inhibitor pretty much for free. Geo can't do much about that. We'll see where they want to go, whether it's bot towards Vero. It seems to be the case. And this game feels like a bit of a done and dusted one at this point, unless Geo can pull a miracle out of the hat.
It's going to have to be a bloody miracle for them to be able to hold on to this one. Inhibitor in that bot lane going very, very low. They've got a wave to work with as well. They do have everybody up, no Baron, so it's a little hard to make this push happen. There should be enough wave clear just to clip through this wave and deal with this one. But Ivo escorting that mid lane wave in as well. And Heretics, they're just turning their attention towards that top lane inhibitor. They want to pick this one up as Linsis does jump forward, gets a little bit off as they do lock down one with the roots. But oh my word, that damage is absolutely huge. Ivo able to secure the kill there with the Demacia. Finds a shutdown and a 1-for-1 trade, but it's not done. Ivo's coming alive with a double kill. That's going to be one of the Flacket. He's got the resets. He's got the team to work with and the health bar. Jezu needs to have a big moment here, but he's unable to pop off as Marlon finds the gobble. Camilius is low. Camilius is dumped, and the ace is there. Lost Heretics come back in game number 3, pushing it to match point.
Signing off kill for Flacket onto Camilius. They'll go up 2-1 from the red side, no less. And they will take it to series point, potentially to knock out another LFL team, and potentially looking to make it to the semi-finals to try and keep the back-to-back.
Can't believe it. It worked. It worked. The code has been cracked. The red side draft, which we were worried about, has now had an answer from Heretics. So this Team Geo, need to take a step back, go back to the drawing board, think what went wrong in that game, particularly from that draft. Was it something about that top lane matchup that they couldn't really leverage? Was it something about this Jinx? Maybe it has to be that removing that champion from the table next.
There is actually a lot to think on here, because the bot side matchup was pretty unamusable. The top side matchup was fine until you realized, oh, Garen's in the game, so we don't get to use this champion. I think it was just generally such a strong curveball pick on R5 that if they could use the Olaf, fantastic. But generally, as soon as you start looking at 5v5s, it gets really difficult, and I think the only options you really had were force plays with Vi, with Lissandra, but you know, you've always got to worry about Tahm Kench. I just think all the answers were there for the side of Heretics, and it really muted Team Geo's ability to ever actually look for proactive plays on a consistent basis back-to-back.
I'd say this is one of my favorite things about best of fives, particularly with teams which have a bit of shared history. A lot of players in the ERLs have played on same teams. The coaches as well have had histories as well. They know each other's thought processes to some degree. You know what's happening on the Rift and what's important to them as well. We're seeing the next level and the next level. Heretics lost that first game, but they're really starting to find their stride, just as they did in their last tournament, which they went away winning.
I think it's the flexibility as well. It's having these things like the Garen in pocket. I'm amazed, you know, how like obviously Kennen was banned in this game, but the game before Kennen just was completely ignored as well. I feel like it's going to be one that they're going to be playing towards. Ragnar, they need to get him back on something like that. I mean, to be fair, he suited the Olaf. It suits his play style. It's something we do see from him. But I don't know, it wasn't enough. We are now on match point. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break that game 3 down, and then we'll be back for game number 4.
Heretics find an answer to a concerning first game that we've seen from them. They're now in the lead. They're on match point. They're in the driver's seat and they're chilling.
Yeah, I just think it was an incredible game, right? They really unlocked Flakked this draft. I think Flakked, on top of playing amazing, they realized, you know, Flacked's our carry. We're going to do absolutely everything we can in draft. Tahm Kench peeling. We have Lissandra to create space. Lissandra can create up to like 7 seconds of space with her ulti and then stopwatch, letting Jinx get to be at that point where she's stacked lethal tempo and she gets excited. You also have no targets for the enemy mid-jungle to burst. Garen W stops him dying. You have Tahm Kench ult to eat anyone that gets engaged on, and your best target becomes a Maokai to one-shot.
Yeah, which feels like a bit of a deviation of what we were expecting from them to play through that top lane. It's now rotated and become the Flakked show.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that when the top lane start going south, they played through Flakked. They did not move Flakked across the map to help that top lane. They dived top lane, they completely dismantled Jezu, and they put all of their kills on that Jinx. I was actually a big advocate of that Olaf in the top lane. I'm like, that works great. I feel like if they play through that Olaf and they shut down the Garen and they get Olaf ahead from that laning phase, that Jinx, Tahm Kench or not, she's just gonna melt away. Like, he's gonna kill the Tahm Kench first, and then he's gonna move on to the Jinx. But that Olaf comes out of laning phase with Jaxo and Hydra, and Jinx has 5 kills and already 2 items. So it's just really difficult to play the front to back when you're not necessarily coming out of lane. Well, yeah, you're coming out of lane ahead as an Olaf, but that AD carry has already snowballed.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the Garen as well, so magnetic in terms of pulling the pressure from the rest of the map onto themselves, having the ignite as well.
You call it bullying?
Yeah.
Cyberbullying, maybe, but we don't really do that here. They had the ignites, and it's Garen, okay? Like, I don't want to say what was deserved, but like, why the Garen?
Well, it's a really good answer to Olaf because Olaf thrives on being low HP. He gets a bunch of stats, and you obviously executes. It's a really sleeper counter, at the very least in solo queue as well. The problem with combat summoners and not TP in competitive is that you don't have a teleport to bail yourself out of a bad death, right? What happens a lot is you'll die and you can TP back and catch the wave still, but when you do not have that teleport to back get you back into the lane, you die and you just miss a ton. And that's what they kept trying to capitalize on. Geo tried to continuously gank top lane, deny waves, and it worked. At one point, I believe Ragnar had a 30 CS lead at like 9 minutes against the Garen. Unfortunately, just could not convert.
Yeah, they couldn't convert it, but it's also the draft that played quite a big role, once again, into how this game played out. I know we want to touch upon that a little bit further, but looking at the goal draft difference, starting off with that, it felt like, again, at the beginning, Team Geo was a little bit in the driver's seat, but Heretics, as you know, Jamada said it himself, they just found an answer to every single one of their issues.
Honestly, I love the fact that they played through Ragnar again. We saw Lulu roaming towards the top side. Vi and Ari were constant towards that top side. They drew that Lissandra TP very early on. Not having that reply again from the Lissandra costed Garen his life 2 minutes later when they tried to re-dive that Garen. Again, unfortunately, I feel like The bot side has not impressed me so far from Team Geo. I feel like they haven't been as stable.
Okay.
Jezu has not performing to his expectations. We've seen him carry games single-handedly. I just wish we would see that, you know, when you're playing towards one side of the map, the other side of the map has to respect, and it just wasn't the case from Geo.
When we're looking at the bot lane from Geo, then, however, in that case, as you're mentioning, they haven't impressed you. Would you rather that be due to the individual performances coming through today, or the fact that they're not being played through, they're not getting the resources that potentially, when we're looking at Flacket, is receiving?
I feel like it's individual performances so far. I feel like even in the wins, Jezu on the Sivir was overextended a little bit. He got caught in a few places. Then they're not necessarily respecting the fact that their team is playing through the top side of the map. The rotations are a little bit slow. We saw Team Herald fights that went south just because the call was, you know, half and half. The team had half rotated, but they still wanted to fight, but they were already in. So it has to be like communication issues, but I think there's a lot of underperformance in the way.
Yeah, and I do think that whilst that's also true, I do think Flacket was set up for success way better here. If you saw the draft early on, you could see that Team Geo was developing a composition to kill first target just with this Vi and the Ahri. But the second that Team Heretics with a really good draft pull out stuff like the Tahm-Kench, the Lissandra, which starts to make that dive composition seem a bit, you know, undoable, they pivot. They pivot into a kind of peel composition with like a pseudo frontline with a Vi, and the composition then starts feeling all over the place. You have half dive with the Vi and the Ahri, and then you also have a Lulu Zeri who kind of wants to kite backwards, and you just want to do two different things. So I definitely do think that Team Heretics' draft was way more on theme.
Okay, the theme this being want to play through that bot lane, which is actually quite an interesting point as well, because when we're looking at Ragnar and how they've been performing in the top side of things, that's still something that they're very comfortable with. And it seems that just the interaction of the draft so far, Aragon, has not really played in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult, right? I think they had a bit of an oversight with the Tahm-Kench and second rotation ban rather than the Jax. Even though Jax is good into Olaf, I think it can be a bit of an early skill matchup. You know, it is still a counter, don't get me wrong. But I would much rather have seen the Tahm-Kench as a peel option, because when you include the Tahm-Kench on top of the Lissandra, who you can already not ulti, and you're so dependent on killing a target, it breaks the camel's back, right? It's the straw that breaks the camel's back. You can no longer kill anyone with this Vi Ahri, and that's problematic.
I feel like when it comes to drafts as well, we've seen Jinx and Zeri so far up and available. You know, the Zaya has been banned away. We saw one Sivir as well.
Yeah.
I feel like Flacket is so damn good at team fighting. Maybe take away all these heavy hyper carries like the Jinx. You know, there's still the Aphelios. Take the Aphelios away, possibly on second rotation. Put him on something that he can't necessarily hyper carry, and that one, he will either need the attention, or two, he'll fall back to something that is less of a problem than Jinx is right now. Because once you see that one takedown on Jinx, she just takes over the entire fight. And again, I just want to reiterate how good Flacket is at these team fights, how good they set him up for these team fights. But I also think this is the opening spot for Geo to hit in the early game, because Heretics do draft heavily around these team fights and how to protect him and go around him, that they do leave openings for side lane pressure, as we saw.
It does bring the question, however, do you want to prioritize taking the hyper carries off of the plate, or do you want to take off the Jace, the Annie, which is something that they've also been prioritizing in terms of getting those bans through?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly difficult, right? Because they just play everything. But they have shown that they definitely do prefer the Zeri and the Jinx. Throughout groups, Flacket was only playing Zeri. Like, pretty much only playing Zeri and playing cleanup duty. What if you decide to take away this... Yeah, what if you decide to take away that theme of champion? What do they pull out then? Do they start pulling out, you know, the Varus, and then maybe they aren't as good on it? You know, maybe give them a different, you know, a fresher breath air.
You know, fresh of breath air is very much needed from the side of Team Geo if they want to push this to that fifth game. Heretics, they're sitting on the lead and it's match points for them. So whether or not Geo got what it takes to be able to take down the reigning champions of EU Masters Summer 2022, find out after the break.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te bajes de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te bajes de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're getting ready to go into game number 4 and match point for Los Heretics. Wow, I just completely butchered that. You're sorry. I'm sorry, my Spanish friends. I wish I could speak as eloquently. No, honestly, this recovery from them after game 1 has been amazing because honestly, it's like they got it is like they got dazzled, it's like they got sucker punched, discombobulated, to quote Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
And they just got thrown off in that first game. But game number 2 came in with a 23-minute win, very dominant. Game number 3, another very, very dominant game from them.
And it felt like, you know, first game, they even had some bright moments in some team fights there. And we're getting to the point where things are looking a little bit symbolic because the LFL had near enough 2-year reign over the ERL system, over EU Masters and then coming into EMEA Masters as well. They were the region which everyone feared that no one could break. Till Los Heretics came in. Last summer, they ended up winning that 5-game final series. Incredible series, incredible finals. And now they are on the brink of eliminating the LFL again. And it would be in the first round of knockouts. The LFL have only failed to progress from that round once. 2019 summer. Can it happen again?
A lot on the line. Not just for the regions, but also just the sake of pride, right? We know how active both the French and the Spanish fan bases are amongst themselves. And to have no French teams moving forward into semis and for it to be Los Heretics again to be the executioner of the final team in this tournament would feel sore, to say the very least.
But we're in to pick some bans. We've already seen that Varus ban away. It is just not getting through today. We've seen Flackett actually has played it quite a lot, so pretty standard ban away from him. His only other champion that he had played more was Zeri. We have seen him actually on that today already. The Maokai now getting banned away by Team Geo. They really don't want to be dealing with this one.
Now, what Heretics ended up building in their last draft was saying, Vi, we're going to let it through, but we're going to have the Maokai ult firing at the same time Vi goes in to separate her from the team. And we'll outrange large enough for things to work out at that point. We can peel back. Without that Maokai, can Heretics do the same thing?
An excellent question to propose.
Elementary, Jamada.
Elementary, if I may. There's the Jace. Troubles.
Joyce.
Sorry, guys. My bad. Troubles' little hangman tab has been solved, I believe, once again. And there's the Vi. So
Blue side Vi ban, though.
Yeah, it does make me wonder. The Zai is still up and available, so I'm very curious to see where that one goes, or not Heretics actually red side ban it, allow the Rakan to remain up, make Team Geo actually think between picking the Zeri and the Jinx and then actually just take the opposite side of that plus their favorable jungler, or just take the Rakan with the jungle if you don't care about the AD matchup. I think all are very viable paths, but Zaya's banned, Rakan's up, Jinx is up crucially, and Jezu wants that pick this time.
What is your AD carry answer to this now? Jinx has been creeping up in priority. Well, it's more than creeping up. It has been shooting up in popularity. Number of people amongst the community saying that Jinx is first pick worthy, is the strongest champion on the patch. And honestly, looking at what this champion can do in a good draft, find it hard to answer at that point. However, we could be taking a bit of a trip back to this time last year. Jinx Aphelios meta was rife last year in spring. It's going to be locked in. Flakked, of course, in that spring, won the LEC with G2. He was no stranger to this sort of matchup, to this sort of champion. Maybe this allows Marlon to get back onto his Thresh or something like that. That'll be a very strong pairing to put with either the Jinx or the Aphelios. It's almost wondering if it was worth a takeaway from that point, but jungle pool, more priority.
Yeah, jungle pool, more priority. And we'll see whether or not the Rakan wants to actually picked up here at all. Tahm Kench, even blind, risky if Marlon is willing to go towards the Blitzcrank. So maybe they just kind of hold their, hold their horses on that one. Linsus, Wukong up, do they want it? Hovering over the Syndra, they will lock it in. So I anticipate then, if not Wukong, maybe something like Lee Sin as well, just to kind of embolden the 2v2 in the mid jungle.
Now this is quite important because Syndra is a much more lane dominant champion and one that can play through lane harder than many other champions. Now we've seen Takui play through the Ahri and get out of lane, and yeah, Ahri gets early shove, can have solo kill threat for sure, not a weak laning champion, but Syndra indexes even more into that. If you get stuns, the scout of the week, you can play at long range. You have very long range artillery with that E firing through. It's going to be much more on Heretics finding an engage now with these champions locked in.
I'm wondering what this final pick's going to be. Are they going to look towards a mid lane counter?
Sure.
Or are they going to accept that and go for this Fresh? I was thinking maybe Fresh or Tahm Kench and make sure they set up Flakked as good as possible to carry. That looks like the game plan.
I like this because now you can go Blitzcrank ban into Tahm Kench ban and you feel pretty good. Unless you really want to trim out Ragnar's champion pool so much, even though you're on red side. Those are the kind of options I feel like Heretics have. For Team Geo though, I feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult. You're maybe looking to remove away something like Silas because I think that's going to really embolden and enable the team fighting or the skirmishing in the early game. And then beyond that, it's really up to them what they want to vary off of.
How do you feel about something like a Galio? Do you think
For
there's
Heretics?
not enough to go with it? Or do you feel like Heretics
for Heretics?
give the Galio?
You know what I actually wanted to bring up before we went into the second ban phase? I decided not to, so thank you for also bringing it up.
No problem.
I think after seeing yesterday's series, Galio is pretty good. I think it's really strong specifically with Sejuani as well, just because the early, skirmishing power, it brings a lot of space to the table. I just feel like the lane itself
it's a
hard lane. Don't get me wrong. It's a hard lane.
The lane is just such a hard sell that I don't know if it really can fit. But in the team composition as a whole, I feel like it would be okay.
I think you can lock it fourth, and then maybe you can look for a Camille. You need another way to get into the backline. I don't like Galio into just the Jinx and the Syndra. You don't often reach that target, and often you have a pretty crap laning phase before that point. You need another vector to get in towards that backline. Of course, maybe you pick something maybe more like a, I mean, the Victor's been banned away. There are Orianna was always pretty okay with that. Really? This has been a pretty okay kind of, it's a fairly flippy matchup, locking the Ahri into this one. But both of them are fairly strong long-range red laners.
It just feels so volatile though, doesn't it? Yeah. Going towards the Ahri. I was hoping maybe for something a little more stable, but it's weird in even saying that because Ahri is kind of just considered a stable pick sometimes. So I think here in this kind of
Syndra's one of the few things which makes you stop.
Yeah, exactly, right? So we'll see where they want to go with their top lane pick now. One being hovered, lane matchup would suck, and there's no reason not to go Tahm Kench. Considering it didn't get banned away, they focused really heavily on wanting to remove away that Kennen, and I don't blame them. So where do they want their top lane pick to go? They could just go Olaf again here.
You need to pick something that's undiveable, I think, because the way that Heretics are looking at this right now, you have a great 5v5 front to back. It's very hard to reach your Jinx and your Syndra if everyone's in the same place. You've got to pick someone that can't get picked off on the side lanes, because if you cross-map versus the Sejuani, the Ahri, the Aphelios kind of diving you under those top lane or bot lane outer turrets, then you can start getting that game snowballed away from you. Cassante is a fairly undivable option.
Yeah. So the response is what from Ibo? That's the real question. At the moment, thinking about something like an Olaf, but I talked about his Gnar at the beginning of the day. How do we feel about something like that? Obviously, be a bit of a nuisance in the lane, but what it really does is set up for team fights and kind of enabling this team. I feel like that'd be a pretty good matchup, and that is what they're going to go for. They're going to pick up the Gnar for Ibo.
Yeah, I feel like it was the better of the two options. It's just one of those awkward things where I think generally Heretics are also kind of lacking or rather, Team Geo are lacking a lot of like strong, consistent hard engage that can be followed up on a lot of the time. And I feel like if you're playing Gnar into that kind of composition, you feel all right, because then you always know that Team Geo are going to have to force themselves into you. So happy to take it, not just because of that, but the lane matchup I will say can be a bit volatile in mini Gnar, because Sante can really, and I mean really hard abuse those windows. So I want to see Team Geo, honestly, do it. I want to see them go up there, because I feel like when you've got Jinx and Tahm Kench on the bottom side, they'll be fine. They shouldn't really get dove on a very consistent basis if they're playing the lane out to survive, right? So I think it'll be difficult, but I would love to see Xante get ahead in this game, because he should be able to really dominate those mid-game teamfights for them.
Against anyone not named Marlon, I'd feel a lot more confident about.
I know.
But given the game he's had and the series he's had, Marlon, he's got to be sitting there with a glint in his eye, looking and eyeing up a chance to bring this organization to a second LFL dynasty killing tournament. They did it last summer. We keep bringing it up because, again, it feels symbolic. It feels important. I'm sure the fan bases are feeling a bit of sweat on the brows on both sides. And coming into this game, it feels like now in this draft, going to echo what Jamada said, you're going to have some strong individual performances. You want some of these Casantes to get ahead and start to paper over the cracks where you don't have the strongest engage.
I mean, you mentioned as well earlier, it's been such a long time since we've seen a LFL team go at this stage in the tournament. The entire region, right?
Yeah.
But like, how bad would it be for Lost Heretics as well, as the defending champions, to get knocked out at this stage in the tournament? It would be heartbreaking for them, as they have honestly looked incredible. They're like a totally different team from game 2 and 3. They've just, the steps forward they made from that first game have been amazing. But we are on to the Rift for game number 4. Lost Heretics are 1 game away from taking themselves into the semi-finals and a step closer to retaining their title here at the EMEA Masters.
Winner of this goes on to face the Unicorns Love Sexy Edition, who are another team that have had a hell of a long history in the RLs of excellence within their region, within the Prime League and the LCL. Before that, they find themselves in a rare semi-finals appearance for themselves. The Prime League would also be eyeing up the winner of this series. Got a long way to go up to the top of that table.
Yeah, this side of the bracket is just so stacked. I mean, EMEA generally is, like, once you hit the top 8, right? But this side in particular, you know, France won, Germany won, of course here, Spain and Geo as kind of the other favorites to the tournament. So, like you say, they will be waiting. The Unicorns is not too much going on, not a lot of information necessarily aggressively placed until very late into this level 1. Zvero gets a ward on the Raptors, and they should know where Blue Resort is also starting as well.
Now, I think we're going to have a number of eyes onto, well, actually, I mean, all of the laning matchups have a fair amount of flip to them. We talked about, you highlighted the Santa matchup into the mini Gnar, particularly bot lane feels like Tahm Kench, you make an overstep into a hook, particularly with Aphelios kind of spinning through Onslaught on that Severin can get a bit spicy. In this mid lane as well, with Syndra's changes, early on has less kill pressure in lane, but as you see, that Q range gives you more than enough ability to potentially threaten. So it's Kui with some individual ability to potentially manhandle this lane.
Well, for now, obviously just going to be a pretty standard start, as like you were saying, the Syndra will just be very much a pretty dominant pick in this lane. We'll look to try and set up and move out, because honestly, to Kui, they have been very, very proactive on the map across this entire series. They've been a real thorn in the side. We expected today to be very top lane focused, and Ivo has had, unfortunately, a lot of love shown to him.
Seen a couple of QE combos rather from Kui landing. Of course, remember, each time those happen, you get a splinter on Syndra's passive. You get it from leveling up, from killing cannon minions, and of course hitting 2 skills in quick succession onto enemy champions. If Syndra gets ahead of this game, very snowbally pick, finally misses one. Zero, though, will want to really make sure that they can start threatening to Kui on this Syndra alongside Blue Resort on the Sidwani. Early pressure extraordinaire before that Syndra gets online.
Yeah, one thing I want to know is that Blue Resort went Raptors. So went Raptors, down to Blue, down to Gromp, and then came all the way back over here to get information on what was actually going on. I didn't really find too much, and the reason why I bring that up is he didn't actually have a water drop, and now it's given Camilius this opportunity to roam up here.
Bit of a hard dive.
Find something, but it is a hard sell on the dive.
I actually think that might have been reactive to seeing potentially where they were thinking Blue Resort was, as we said. I think Heretics through this mid jungle would like to get something onto Kui, blow that flash. Syndra not exactly a very safe champion without it. So just hanging up there, making sure that there was potential turnaround. Should Blue Resort turn up in that mid lane?
Well, Blue Resort just keeping pressure up towards his top side. We expect to see a lot of attention up here. And Ivo actually about to gnaw out, so he will go melee, which means
They
he
haven't
can
seen
stack
Blue
it up.
Resort.
They haven't seen him. Dodge out on the Q, and this is going to be the flash, but an instant answer out. They will be able to lock him down. Slow with the boulder toss. Ragnar, one more auto away from being permafrosted out. As Blue Resort, he couldn't close the gap there, and now Ragnar's actually able to turn it around with the back of Linkus, and Takui's coming in. First blood to Linkus. I don't know what happened there. That just felt like they just couldn't catch.
Now, I don't know if I'm overthinking this, but I think Blue Resort cancelled his final auto attack because I heard the animation for the flail start to swing. So,
well, this
we'll
is the
chase
thing,
that.
right?
Yeah,
This is W2. Doesn't get the slow.
W doesn't get the slow, so it doesn't confirm. But then I think he starts the animation. That, right there, that slight stutter stops him from getting the auto attack. So because of that, Ragnar can't get locked down a little bit sooner. Linsus is able to close the gap, and they get first blood.
Big thing about this too, talked about that early lane from Syndra actually pressing the Ahri, means that the Ahri can't turn up into that side of the map, even though it's on their side of the jungle. Zera's now back out there too, but Takui being a factor in that play, and first blood in this potential killer game for Geo, starting off well for them.
Oh, Ivo as well. Getting chunked out. He might actually be under some danger. I doubt it actually.
Without the path maker, it's a bit difficult to make that dive
true.
work. Also, I just kind of want to note, opting to go towards Chain Vest, so just doesn't want to take more damage on the trade as opposed to doing a little bit more inside of them. Makes a fair amount of sense just because, you know, ranged versus melee, you're going to be eating more damage on the way out than you actually do on the way in. Just not really wanting to take that return damage. Casante's base numbers, despite taking a fair few hits over the course of this year, still quite obnoxious into a mini-nar who doesn't really have many base stats to stack.
Focus on the top side means that there's less emphasis on the bot side. CS advantage starting to build up for Flacket, and it also means that push on bot side has been secured. Linsa's now trying to answer.
Yeah, they are looking for something here. Flacket has the Graviton, so he's going to be able to do a fair amount here. They get a bunch of damage up onto Camillus as Linkus keeping some damage up onto Blue Resort.
Yeah.
Flashes forward actually to keep onto him. He may just have the kill. Blue Resort gets the lockdown with the Permafrost. Blast cones over the wall to safety, and somehow he limps out of that one.
Yeah, Lintus, I think, just took half a backstep, not really expecting Blue Resort to kind of commit the way that he does, and doesn't quite have enough rundown, but forcing Blue Resort out in this kind of manner means that this Dragon is a bit of a freebie despite the trade going a little bit wayward for Team Geo on the bottom side. They secure that one. Mid lane, Charm just about goes wide. Takui just gonna walk off that damage.
Yeah, it's the Spellbook Ahri. You switch over to the Ignite, look for an opportunistic first kill of the game, particularly with Blue Resort getting hemmed back in the jungle matchup though. Has to try and do his own stunts. Partly the reason for that though is Linsus having a solid early game yet again. Team Geo has felt like they've had a good read on what Heretics want to achieve in the first few levels of the game. And Linsus, now a champion coming in from NLC of last summer, couldn't repeat that in the LFL block. Got close, was only beaten by his ex-teammate of Backlund in the mid lane. Over on LDLC that denied him that one, but he has really been a force of nature within the jungle talent pool of the ERLs.
For many years, and the kid's very young too. I don't even think he's 20 yet. And it's weird to think about that, just because of how long, at the very least I know, all of us actually have been watching over Lintus from different regions over the years. But here in the quarterfinals of Team Geo, like you said, very, very close domestically to almost making it over the finish line with the gold medal around his neck. But so far, 1-0 in this game. Done a really good job of just trying to find the pressure where it matters, forcing out Blue Resort, getting the first blood when Blue Resort was looking for the top side play. Gets the Dragon, and hovering around the top side, already hitting level 6. I anticipate that he'll be looking to prioritize the Rift Herald as well.
Well, just seeing where the attention actually will go, like you said, towards that Rift Herald. Zwaru actually gets a whole chunk of damage down, throws the Ignite out, doesn't have that ultimate, so can't really commit for anything else there. And I believe the Scuttle was picked up by the side of Team Go, so they should have pretty much constant vision there, at least for a bit longer. There is that one ward placed down by Heretics, but this time, Flacket is actually roaming earlier, so he will be in the area for this fight.
It also helps you do that as well as Thrash Lantern can help you roam to waves a little bit easier. It's kind of helps you rotate a little bit quicker. That Spellbook Ignite means that Takui is not in position to answer for this Herald fight. So Heretics behind in gold after the first skirmish of the game. And the first couple, really. But they get themselves this Herald for a power play. Most of these Heralds have not been that clean from either team. So Heretics making a big power play with this could be a turning point, which we've not seen the likes of in this series.
Oh, they're going to flash forward. They're actually going to throw the ultimate out there. There's a Lantern, and Ibo's out. He does almost have that Narbar built up as well. Jumps in with the clone, with the charm onto one. Marlon's able to get the kill onto the monkey, as in comes the rocket from downtown, but a double kill for Flackhead. Means that Heretics, with the Herald in hand, are going to be super happy with that one.
Yeah, TMGO just looking for a bit of a counterplay whilst they know they're losing the Herald, and unfortunately, because of that, they kind of overextend looking for the Gnar, not really anticipating that Heretics will follow up with the Lantern.
And again, it's multiple kills around a Herald given up for quite flimsy reasons. Team Geo feeling themselves way too much, and Marlon, MVP performance across this series so far, picked up the Thresh again. That Lantern is crucial. No easy kills, no easy way out of that fight. Resets coming through from that Ahri. Flackhead picking up gold. Heretics, if they want to have themselves a good start to this potential deciding game, that's the way you do it.
I did not see the Flackhead and red and white guns as well there, so
Yeah.
that was just like,
painful.
that was absolutely guaranteed that fight was going to go bad for them. But you're completely right. I think Marlon genuinely has been the MVP this series. He's just been so on point. He hasn't had a moment where he's looked bad.
No, really, really strong series from Marlon. We'll see if he can keep that level of play up for the remainder of the night, whether it be this game, whether or not Team Geo are able to turn around the pressure a little bit and turn this into a 5-game series. For now, though, everything will be settled. The Herald was picked up by Heretics, like we mentioned, and you just kind of anticipate that that gold is being thrown directly into Flackhead's back pocket. Ragnar should be okay, because Ivo doesn't really have too many more spells left to throw out. And again, Gnar ultimate, it's a pretty low cooldown now, so you kind of just toss it out
I kind of love it that it's kind of like a poke ultimate ever since they made those changes.
It's much better. I like it. It's fun.
It makes him a champion.
It makes him very brawly earlier, which is nice, I think is the main thing. Flackhead coming in after that base, got himself the attack speed boots and the pickaxe in his inventory. Almost got that cull fully stacked as well. So he is in a pretty solid position.
Yeah, and particularly in this game, when you don't have a vibe, you don't have something which is going to be coming in from crazy initiation angles, having extra movement speed on Flackhead with that ghost running tier 2 boots makes it very hard to shut down this Aphelios. Now going to start zoning him off the turret. Linsus is here to try and at least buy his bot lane a path back to these minions under turret, but the cull is just about to get popped. Lane advantage really has been secured for Flackhead alongside those extra kill gold.
Yeah, and Heretics constantly having first move down from the mid lane too, so that pressure of fog always very much ever present. And again, you know, you kind of just see on the map, as soon as he's got priority, it's very straight down to the bottom side. He's got his jungler in his back pocket. They've actually got that blast cone too.
Oh, they know Linsis is there as well.
Yeah, they're very aware, but they also know that Takui, I mean, he could teleport to the tower, but it's still a 4-second channel time, so they'll always have that numbers advantage for a brief second. They want it.
Oh, they get the charm onto the clone, unfortunately.
Okay. Still not bad, right? You get Camillus' flash on the way out, and you can still return to Dragon if you really want to, even without Spirit Rush available.
Yeah, well, Zera also as well, just looking at the items too, that's a lot of ability haste built up with those first two. One of the things with this kind of build, when you kind of prioritizing ability haste, is that you do want to be using this extra amount of cooldown you've got on cooldown as much as possible. Blowing flashes means that maybe Marlon has an easier chance in these fights. Now, you don't have the Spirit Rush for this one, you do have a bit of vision, you do have positioning on the Dragon.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get a hook up there from Marlon into the lockdown, but Camillus with good gobble, keeping his jungler alive. Jezzy's coming in on the flank, gets a bit of damage off onto Flackhead, puts down the traps as Linsus is trying to get some damage off. Blue Resource, very low HP. Jezzy not getting the reset off Marlon, has to go into the stopwatch to try and stay alive. Dragon has been secured here for Team Geo, but Marlon is going to go down as Woru has got that blast code to get over and away to safety, but Flackhead has no flash, has nowhere to go. He throws down a huge Moonlight Vigil. Red Guns keeping him topped up and alive. Tatui comes in, and that's going to be the flash forward. Jezu finds the shutdown into his pocket. They teleport Ibo in, but it's way too late.
Yeah, it's a really nice fight, though, for Team Geo. And on top of it all, they get the Dragon. So that's a really solid sequence if you're rooting for the French. And Jezu getting that shutdown is huge.
Hold on. Traps. They're bringing Marlon in as well.
Oh, I love that from us. That was
We
like
almost
synchronized.
had the barbershop quartet.
The tone-deaf barbershop.
Oh no.
No way.
No.
Oh, he hooked something.
Yeah, you know.
Still keeping that hook
He
rate
never
up.
misses. Look, what can I say?
Never misses.
He's him. He
I've
can't
never
lose.
seen it. Show me a clip. You can't.
You know the observers are now going to go...
No.
Oh, God, actually, no, it's not the LPL. They would. If the LPL observers could hear the English side, they would make fun of us at every single opportunity. No, neither would I. Ragnar's going to get this play up here, whilst all of the shenanigans were going on. Still managed to return back up there and find some gold. Herald actually does get his charge in the extended push here, and Flakked will return to receiving a bunch more.
Plates.
Yeah, he's going to get the whole tower right before it drops off.
With plates and all.
Yeah, with the plates. So much extra gold, 625. He's up 1.7k individually.
That's, by the way, including a 2-kill Jinx with shutdown gold.
Yeah.
He got shutdown on Flakked, and he's still up that much gold. That is bonkers for Flakked.
And of course, Flakked has been incredibly defining in this series, really setting himself up again as one of, if not the best AD carries in the whole of the ERL system. Gotta say that the rest of his team's done a great job to give him the ability to appear that way, but his own individual talent has really led to him standing out, particularly in this series.
It was like we were saying backstage, you know, as much as Marlon, in our opinion, is MVP, he's been playing super well, it's still a skill to be played around. Like, you can't just play around somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. He just, Flakked enables himself so perfectly, and his team is so good at setting up for him in that sense. He's just been having an absolutely killer series. There were concerns from some of his mistakes, from some of his rotations being less than optimal.
Speaking of that, Flakked, he's got himself a bit of an inopportune combo right now. Probably has himself one last Sentinel turret to put down. That would be a 3-weapon switch, allows him to kind of put an extra thing down. Then it'll be onto his utility. Yeah, and then he'll have himself onto his utility combo if he so wishes. It actually looks like he's maybe going towards the Sentinel turret.
So I think he actually had blue plus white before this, and then went on to Gravitum.
You're right.
So he's trying to empty out the Gravitum now to get. I think it's green now.
Yeah, because the weapon combos you want as a Felios, the 3 big ones you want are red, white, green, white, and then also utility weapons. And then anything you can do to kind of like quickly switch between them means you're always useful. So Flakked right there, trying to make sure that he had himself some strong ones there. Ivo,
he's in danger. No, he's not.
It's fine.
Missed the wallop.
It's playing with fire, though. I will say that. Speaking of playing with fire, Ragnar, I don't think he's got the gap closed. He is still going to force the ultimate out of Zvero. Really nice path maker to ensure he doesn't get charmed up, though.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
The Q is in danger. Ivo misses the Q, and Marlon missed the hook.
But still, mission accomplished in terms of getting the flash out of the Q. If we're going into these side lanes, I mean, look at what has happened with both mid laners. Zvero loses an ult, the other one loses a flash. One of them is a much longer cooldown than the other. Of course, we already pointed out, cooldown reduction built up by Zvero. Going to have more of those ults, has more liberty to burn that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually what I was about to notice.
Sorry, did I steal that from you?
He stole it.
No, you didn't steal my thunder, don't worry.
Listen.
You're the Ari man. You're allowed to make any Ari point you like.
Nightmare, by casting with this guy here, you're a little bit younger on the experience. Anytime you get to make fun of him, it's a win. It's you know, look,
this is my role in life, apparently.
Someone has to take, you know, we spoke about Orcs last game, let's speak about him again. Someone has to take that man alive. Someone always has to be there to make sure that Jake, you know, never gets off the ground. In the,
I can see the obstacles already. Local league caster condones bullying.
It's Aragon's turn now.
Yeah. Oh,
we'll have to train him.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Oh, God. Why did I just enable that?
Yeah, we do. That's a great point. God. Aragon, because we know you're listening backstage, we're going to, you know, you're very humble, lad. We're going to change that.
We're going to change that.
We're going to change that.
We're going to make you into a real meanie.
Speaking of change.
Yeah.
Heretics need to actually come up positive on a fight while securing an objective. That matters.
They have been really good at playing around this bot side bush, though, before Dragons. They've done this consistently. They've used this to gain access into this river and just hold Geo back before they could get into that river. They are still up a slight amount of gold, particularly on the AD carry. Of course, AD carries being up gold means an awful lot. See how they can play around it in this fight.
Well, holding the charm actually there from Zwari. He didn't throw it down, just tried to get a bit of damage onto Linsis, but unable to do too much. Control over this river is the main game here. That revolves around them also having control of mid. Hook comes in from Marlon, gets himself off back. Look at the scatter, look at the damage. Down goes Marlon. He just brings Blue Razor all the way back to the base. Blue Razor's low. Charm goes down, pulls him back in, and the rocket's huge. But Ivo coming in big. Flavor from Black is not able to do enough damage, and Heretics are low. They have nobody and nothing to do. Zwari has to run away. 2 carries alive. The rest of the team are dead.
The last hope of the LFL still got some fire left in their bellies. They hello, we're on screen. But they managed to find themselves a really decent fight at that point, particularly considering where Blue Resort was on that flank. We've seen quite a lot now, Heretics, play around that entrance into the river bush. Blue Resort at that point, though, doesn't take into account that Cassante just takes them on a trip back home.
Yeah, I believe the phrase is, I will not yield, or something, I don't know.
I remember the Aurelio ones, because she shouts them really loudly.
Yeah, the Aurelio ones are really quite, yeah, you're right, they are quite loud.
They are.
Cassante,
She's a loud champion.
Yeah, she's a loud champion. I'm just thinking about the 7TV emotes, where like it's I will not yield. I think it's like W into the wall, and then you just see Cassante drag someone about 7 miles across the continent.
But you got to train yourself in like a different set of muscle memory for that, where like at the end of the day, if you've played against a champion since like season 3, you kind of know what they're about. When we go into this replay though, when you're playing against a new champion with new mechanics like this, you gotta be aware of it. And this Cassante, you called for it to get some individual advantage and make the most of it. Well, look at that.
Yeah, really, really solid. And also what I want to pull up on this fight, I'd love to actually telestrate it, to be honest with you, but you can actually see Flacker tries to move in and capitalize on this Naro, but he can't because Takui and Jezu are kind of just covering that entrance into the river, and because of that, no follow-up damage can come through. And you have to imagine, honestly, even at this point in the game, if he's able to get auto attacks in on that kind of clump, he could have maybe taken over that team fight. But fortunately, positioning was pretty solid from Jezu and Takui, being behind the rest of their carries. And it just means that very, very thankfully, if you're a French supporter, they are able to win out that team fight.
It's needed. That's the big thing. Is honestly, it's kind of felt like game 2 and 3, Team Geo just rolled over and just accepted their demise in those games. It felt like they weren't not trying, but it didn't feel like they were giving it quite what we saw in game 1, quite what we're seeing through the group stage from them. And Lost Heretics just took every advantage and pushed it. So it's nice to see some life getting breathed into Team Go in this game 4.
The last bit is what I'd really like to focus on there, because it felt like when Heretics have had a lead in this series, they have been very good at seeing it out. They've been very good at creatively finding their way onto people out of position on side lanes, finding people before the 5v5 can really come into fruition, using their range advantage around objectives. Even right there, actually, I don't think that objective setup was particularly poor. I think they executed a little bit poorly around the Syndra stun, catching people out, and Marlon on the Thresh. Not being able to walk up with so much impunity without getting one shot and getting reset on. But you're absolutely right. This was much needed from Team Geo because, you know, if they don't manage to succeed here, they're out.
Well, we're back into games. Team Go, they're going to get themselves their third dragon. They are 1 off Soul Point. Ragnar's going to get a tower as well. This is just all-around victories for them. I mean, the gold lead, it's small at the moment, but it feels like it's on the verge of just slingshotting forwards. And I feel like one of the saving graces, the reason the gold lead's not that bad is because Flackett had such a lead prior to that fight.
Yeah, you're right. But I feel like this is one of those games where, like you say, it's still very much like there's a stick of dynamite. Bear with me, boys. And it feels like the match is about to really hit the detonator, because all it feels like Geo need is one more team fight with the pressure that they have right now. And it's not going to feel necessarily insurmountable, but for Heretics, it's going to be a steep as hell mountain to climb back up.
You know, there's a great myth which is really similar to this, which I think is fairly grandiose, considering we're dealing with the reigning champions and the champion region for so long. The Sword of Damocles. King sits on his throne with a sword attached with a thread above his head, and it's going to drop at any moment.
That is a reference.
That is a reference.
I use it a lot.
How do you just have like?
I really like Greek mythology.
It's him and his brother both. It's like they're just massive mind palaces of some of the most well, not even obscure. It's just
a good percentage of that is built with Ari builds, by the way.
Okay. You know what?
I thought that's your Ari build.
Nothing's really going on at the moment. This rotation from Heretics could at best be threatening. Thoughts on the Ari builds and the Vroom and everything that's been going on, Mr. Ari Specialist? I'll give you the floor.
First thing is particularly, you see, what happens is, if you fight around early fights and you have something, as you saw Syndra in there, if Syndra has a Dark Seal, you have one more good fight, you're at a point where you have a lot of extra free stats. And I think what you can do to help yourself is sit on a stopwatch. If you feel you're going to only use it in one key team fight, you don't have to complete the Zonya's second, you can go towards a bit more damage. That can help a little bit more. You can definitely understand in this game why Sphero feels like he wants to go a little bit more setup. You don't exactly have the most consistent engage from top lane and bot lane. Yeah, Flacker can help with something like that Gravitum. Going towards something like that Everfrost particularly because your engage is not with someone like an Ari, a Vi, or a Nautilus, can help a little bit more, particularly when the game is just getting to that Syndra in the chase.
And while we're on the subject of items as well, Flakked has got himself a lot of damage put into him. That's what he had. But he has the Kraken Slayer and the Infinity Edge versus Jezu, who's got the Kraken Slayer and that Phantom Dancer we've seen from actually Flakked all day. Flacked's basically out of this fight. He needs to land a big Moonlight Vigil to heal up enough to actually come back into this. I assume third item will be Bloodthirster for him.
It probably has to be. Looking at now, also, because we were talking a little bit about builds, also runes as well, you'll notice that we have ourselves, as I drag this over here, we have a Smite from the spellbook. Now, when you have Early Soul being threatened up here on Team Geo, that can be very, very impactful. We have seen plenty of games where we've had 3 or 4 Smites. If both mid laners take themselves to summon a spellbook, that can determine flips and a lot of these steals. Of course, Ari always going to have access into the pit. Can also use himself that stopwatch to buy himself a little bit more safety as well. Be another 2 minutes before that could potentially come to use around that, unless the Baron gets started before.
Yeah, I like that you call out the difference in adaptation between Jezu and Flakked though, Jake, because what it really means to me is that Flakked, in those big moments where he throws out Moonlight Vigil, if it hits multiple members, and it's a Calibramon or it's an Infernum, God forbid, for the side of Team Geo, and it's a big clump, he's gonna one-shot them if it's a crit. But for Jezu, it's more about, getting the ramping DPS in, and then actually, trying to get excited, utilize the passive more before the Infinity Edge comes in. And that's when things will get even scarier for the the side of Heretics dealing with the Jinx.
They've got double smite.
I mean, the problem is they can't really get...
They can
Flakked can use the turret in. Yes, yeah. It's sneaky, but Chameleons will see it.
Has seen it. That's a lot of
How
damage.
fast is it going to die, though? It's dead. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's Heretics, but they have to get out.
He's miles away. There it is. Baron secure.
Oh my god.
Absolutely insanely good play. Ragnar, the goggles used on him and not Jezu. And immediately Camilius is put the hook! Marlin setting his team up for success. Ragnar getting slowed down. They're going to try and keep the pressure up. Boulder toss after boulder toss is landing into Ragnar as he is just limping out of this one. Lost Heretics. What a play.
Heretics just completed the heist of all heists. They have been down for the entire game. They've not secured a single dragon. And frankly, Team Geo have just felt in control. But to have the presence of mind to just go, you know what, these guys are on reset and we've got the perfect setup with the guns from Aphelios, the hook and the lantern in, we can burst this one down.
And the double smite. It wasn't saved for that soul. They won't have the spellbook smite for that attempt, but they get that Baron just before they can get towards the reset and the setup for this next dragon. Very interested to see what happens coming up to it. Should be spawning as we come out of replay. That could be a game-determining fight. With Jezu blowing summoners, can be very important. Heretics looking for a pick again.
Crucially, Flakked still has his flash as well, and stopwatch. Him and Zwairu have summoner spells, have stopwatches. It's just nigh on impossible right now for Team Go. I think they're okay just to give this one up. The gold lead is not that bad. They can sit back, give this first dragon over to Heretics, and then wait for the Baron out, basically.
Yeah, and another thing as well, I think Heretics really just decided now is the time. They have second items on everyone, so it means that they're not fighting 2 to, or rather 2.5 to 3 items. They do it when their items are completed. Also, something like that Shadow Flame onto Ari as well. Kind of wish you'd gone for the Death Cap if you get the 3rd and 4th items, but right now, sitting in that period of power, and they get to push in across the board. As we see so often, though, on the other side, when you're against a Baron, a lot of the time you don't group up and defend. You'd rather cross-map for something on the other side, and that's exactly what Ragnar is doing to that top lane in turn.
Trying to find something, but you'll only get a massive chunk out of that tower. On the bottom side, though, the siege continues. Heretics, oh my goodness me, that's one water attack with the whip. Oh my god!
Word. Moonlight Vigil does go a little bit away.
Only reason why they aren't dead is because Lintus's clone stopped the Moonlight Vigil. It meant Flakked had to hold on to it for longer. They'll still get the tower, but you can see how online Flakked is now with that IE and of course the Last Whisper in pocket.
And now this Baron power play, you're going to see so much gold going over to the other side. Takui getting a big burst out onto Flakked. Doesn't have a huge amount of lifesteal. Does have a stopwatch should that unleashed power come through. That's one of the few counterplay opportunities you do have against that stopwatch onto Zvero as well, who also has the exhaust. How important could that be in the next fight? Heretics, they finally see some of those gold difference numbers turning their color on the bot side of the screen. Heretics looking to complete this Baron power play.
Well, they're going to try and charge in forwards here, get the lockdown. They're bringing Ivo with them. He's out, he's down. Linsus able to secure the kill. Flakked does get knocked back, but they've already used too much onto him. And He should be A-okay, although he does get pulled back, and now Lantern away to safety. Whole bunch of damage coming in, and in comes Jezu. Can he ramp up the damage is the real question. The box goes down to buy some space for them to escape. Flacken, relatively chunky, but with the red guns, is able to heal back up, and it feels like this is just edging on a potential fight here. They're going to come in with Takui on that flank.
They haven't pinged it.
He's bringing the orbs up. They don't know where he is. Camillus comes over the wall. Flacken gets Lantern.
Oh!
Scatter! That was game winning for Team Go! Huge pick! Huge teleport! And this game has been blown open once again!
Team Geo, the last hope of the LFL, not satisfied with 4 games. They would love to push this to the silver scrapes. And Takui, who else could it be but him? Mr. Veteran on the side of Team JO with an absolutely insane scout of the week.
Massive, absolutely massive, and that's the lifeline that it felt like Geo needed just to kind of clench, wrestle control back, because Heretics, it felt like the pace, the tempo was really starting to mount just a bit with the Baron. Of course, the base wasn't broken open, so realistically for Heretics would have been another map reset, but for Takui to take this teleport flank and find that many members means that now Geo should be able to regain control on the map and actually look for the soul.
And the reason that's possible, Ragnar hit 2 crucial Q3s in a row.
Oh man.
And they just don't see it coming. Absolutely blindsided, absolutely blown off the map, taken apart.
Just unbelievably well played. One thing I really want to give out to Team Go, they have been so on point with their flank TPs all series. That is their one thing. As much as they said they rolled over in game 2 and 3, which I will admit they did, they still had some insane flanks coming out for them. Really, really clean, killer stuff coming out from these guys. And now, third item has been picked up for
Do you feel like reading as well? Third item for Takui? Got ourselves a Magi's after that play. He's on the snowball, has the extra move speed from that as well, since he's at those 10 stacks. Important to note, if someone's going to try and catch out Takui with a skill shot, try and run him down, that extra move speed can be a big factor.
Could genuinely be a bit of a changer in these fights.
What I really want to bring up though, Dragons in 60 seconds obviously still for Team Geo, Baron's up in 30. And if they keep on staring at each other, Mexican standoff style, both of these objectives are going to be up at the same time. And it really makes you wonder who's going to go for what gambit.
Flackett's got himself some good items, good catch onto Ibo.
Oh,
the rocket.
What? He doesn't need it. Jezu with the rocket. In comes Ragnar, trying to get the damage off onto Flackett, unable to make it stick. Scatter goes wide. Takui, he does not want to be done yet.
No, he doesn't at all. Takui gets the massive chunk. Bite out of Ibo. Jezu's rocket, it aims true. Blue Resort. Seeing a Baron still this series already. He's got to make a repeat. That stun onto Flackhead.
No ultimate to follow up. He's going to throw down the Moonlight Vigil. Linces jumps in. Camillus trying to get the damage off, but Marlon's just eating everything for his AD.
Jezu.
Wairu coming in on the flank, locking them down with the Everfrost. Orb goes through, but the shielding is big. Flackett has used to the stat watch. He doesn't have flash. He has a lantern though, so he's going to be able to just about limp out from this one.
How is no one dead?
This fight is so close, so clutch. But nobody has died. Ibo's back up.
Okay, let's just regroup for a second. Ibo can teleport back out on the map. Will not have Mega just yet, but that's another person flying in. On the side of Geo, Takui can teleport in if he so wished, but he'd have to reset first.
Flackett started up the Baron.
No, it's a bait, surely. Lost half his health. He's got red gun to heal back up, but surely this is just a back away. There's no way you want this.
Oh, Scatter. Good dodge on the hook.
Ragnar's on the flank though, and he's got art. He can reset his mana bar with it.
Rocket does get hit. They get the Everfrost off onto Ragnar. They got the Lantern as well to get away. Make sure that they can't get the pressure up. Ibo's about to gnar out. Ibo is about to gnar out. They are clustered. They are grouped. This could be the moment. The Snar hits onto 3, but Takui's already been able to pick a kill up onto the jungler. 2 low health bars for Flackett. He still has a 4 health. Gets a whole bunch of damage off, but the answer out has come forward. Scatter lands onto Flackett once again. Lantern not available. His health bar is bleeding out on Flackett. Marlon is just playing Lantern duty for Flackett right now.
Team Geo just don't want to advance forward because they're so scared of Flackett. They're so scared of diving into Svero, but it's messy on both fronts, on the top side and also right where the Tri-Brush was as well.
And honestly, I think Flackett, what he was doing at that Baron was trying to cycle through to his next set of weapons, costing him way too much HP though, maybe a bit of a misjudgment at that point, but in these tense late game scenarios, you're trying to look for any creativity and inspiration that would see you across the finish line. What the heck? What are we replaying? Where does this start? Okay, we're going back to this point. Way after what happened in, whatever the heck happened in that mid lane.
Yeah.
Again, Flacket, he's already been hit in the Baron. He's trying to get over to new weapons.
Yeah, and I also want to say, I think crucially, when Ragnar used the spells there, couldn't drag over the wall because his ult was out of cooldown, or didn't have any mana. Ivo's ult is huge, but you can see it's a bit too split from Geo, in part because of Ivo's ult, keeping so many members in place, and it means you're kind of just walking into the meat grinder of Flacket. Baron, I think, in the picture-in-picture did go over to Team Geo. Heretics, I love this. They're trying to find an off... They got the dragon in the picture-in-picture as well. They're trying to find an off-tempo pick, but no one on Geo is going to take the bait. No one's walking into the push. Linsus, don't be the one. Don't be the one. They're going to see Takui on the bottom wave, but they're going to recall a little bit too soon.
No one wants to make that play which loses you this game.
True.
No one wants to make that play which would see this through to a game 5 when it could have been for the Spanish last hope as well. Of course, last hope for both these regions. We'll keep mentioning that because it matters so much to these players and to their fans. And I'm glad that we have ourselves finally in this series a game which seems to be neck and neck. Gold lead just about there. Dragon starting to get traded as well. It is about who is better on the keyboards, who's better in the team fights in the late game, who can outplay each other.
It feels slightly A-Rammy for the last couple of moments.
I'm down.
It feels like everyone just wants to run down mid. You can see Ivo in the top side and Takui on that bottom side. Takui should be able to pick this tower up. Just an injection of cash already into a Syndra, who is 3 items deep and will be building towards what I assume is going to be that death cap. Ivo can't quite finish up the tier 2, so the gold trade actually does not really go in favor of Los Heretics, as right now, Team Go do have a gold lead in this game. It's 2k over the mid laners, so it's a very, very big lead on this Syndra.
See the Lantern being used to just kind of escort Flacket around the map. See if that can be used to maybe get him to another jungle camp, another minion wave at some point as well, because trying to get through to a Bloodthirst, it could be incredibly game-defining for Flacket as well. If he manages to survive with that over shield, stop himself getting to the point where Takui can execute below that 15% HP on the ultimate. Of course, Takui will have all of those upgrades on the passive at this point now. Has half a death cap from the passive and about to build up a full-on inventory. If they ever get on top of Flacket, that Aphelios is lights out.
Champion just deals so much damage as well, even before death cap. So we'll see where Takui can find his mark. Zvero, Flacket, both very, very vulnerable. Zvero's sat on this control ward, but I think he's going to walk into Milius, give him a full combo, and then walk off. Ghost popped, but Lantern's there, so nothing should really happen. And I just feel like for both these teams now, Baron probably going to time out before another major thing can be gained. Maybe they can siege up on this tier 2 and actually get it, but I think the wave clear generally from Heretics and the tower being full HP should about be enough.
Yeah, should be able to hold this one. Flacket able to finish that one up. Like you said, it's really about that Bloodthirster. That at that point makes Flacket very tanky and very hard to deal with. So tension's going to kind of be on his build, and I feel for Heretics they want to cool the jets a little bit in this game.
Yeah, and I think they are, again, they're slowing things down a little bit and looking for those unexpected angles. You called out, we talked about Flacket's itemization, you called out the difference in itemization between AD carries a little earlier. No Bloodthirst to be seen on Jezu. It's all about the damage, about the attack speed right now. I'm not exactly sure what he's going to be doing with that last seal. Maybe it's a rapid fire cannon to try and get himself that first auto attack on target. He, again, especially all those items. One auto attack from a late game Jinx was a heck of a lot of work.
Well, it is a farming game right now. There's the death cap finished up onto Zvaru. He's finished that one up for himself. Stopwatch still in his inventory. I think the key thing is this Flacket used his stopwatch in a previous fight. So without that, he's going to be slightly more exposed. Does still have the ghost, does still have the flash available to him, so he has the tools to work with. I think it is very much just going to be a waiting game for the next minute until that dragon spawns up.
Yeah, should be. Should be for sure. I think Geo, they know if they get this soul, that realistically for Heretics, teamfights just get really, really difficult, and I don't really think that Heretics want to give it up either, so this should just be a straight up 5v5.
I am so ready for an all-out fist fight. Let's have a look at these completed items. We have a Death Cap, we have the Rapid Fire Cannon. No, it's not the Hurricane, but that first auto attack does a hell of a lot of work. Death Cap on the other side as well. We are ready to swing punches, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else. Let's see who lands the knockout blow.
Bloodthirst 2. Yeah. Bloodthirst of a Flacket 2 as well, which is a really, really big pickup here. Level 16 has been hit on Zvaru as well, so he's matching Takui on at least ult levels at that point. He's level 17 on the Syndra right now. 16 stacks on that Medjai's looking very, very scary. This Syndra kind of came out later in the series for this game 4 here, but he is making it work for himself. Really, really impressive stuff, while Zwaru with the teleport is able to actually pick up a tower in the top side and is keeping the pressure, keeping a push up. Ibo about to gnaw out.
Okay, Ibo's unseen. Is Zwaru going to TP in?
I think he's going to stay up there. The issue is, though, Zvero's out of mana, so like either way but lose, he's committed to this side lane play. Geo should get this dragon, unless Blue Result steals it. No, they're making the committed call to actually give this one up. So this is a very interesting set of decisions being made by Team Heretics. The inhibitor should die. Baron's up in 30 seconds. So Heretics, to me, this just says, okay, we're down to give over the soul. We feel like Zvero could never make it to the fight in time. I don't like the call either. I can see you shaking your head, Nymera. But maybe they can make something of the Baron fight if they can take control of the area. But to me, there's just not really enough vision control necessarily set up already.
Yeah, all I'll say is now Heretics have to prove us wrong if we don't like this or not, because if you're going to give up that soul to split the map, try and they're going for it anyway!
Oh, misses! Oh, that's huge! Linsus able to clone out the safety. Scatter doesn't come in from Ragnar. He's jumped onto that side lane.
Oh, no.
Blackie's got the survivability thanks to that Bloodthirster. He doesn't even get tickled from that one. Marlon flashes over the wall to get away. Linsus still waiting for an opportunity to go in for the Cyclone, but the big thing is Zwaru doesn't have that much mana. Has a blue bust, he will be getting some mana back. Scatter lands onto Marlon. Zwaru still just trying to regain as much mana as possible. Can TP in if he needs to, but he knows if he tries to go for the reset, that could be the difference maker here.
Could.
Charm.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, Everfrost as well. A lot of damage.
Oh my god! Flash forward! Great storm was coming in from Zwaru. He has a flash to get over the wall. He's going to get followed up by Linsus though. They're going to throw everything down. Flacket trying to get some damage off onto Linsus, but Linsus goes golden for the moment. Tries to jump over the wall, fails the flash. Jezu! Straight back in. Jezu remains untouched for the moment. Ibo coming in with the game-winning lockdown with the R. Ragnar is not going to get himself caught out, but a scatter from Takui is enough to save the day for Team Go. Every fight is a battle of inches.
It feels like that fight in any other situation would have been series ending. That would have been LFL out of the tournament. As it stands, it's a bloody lip, but they are limping back to base. Jezu will have a chance to respawn and come back out onto the map. Heretics, they gave up that soul not just 2 minutes ago. They come away with just about a winning play after taking that Baron.
Oh, I mean, key thing here is the scat of the week. The stun doesn't quite allow Zvero to get one shot, but still, Lintus is there with a follow-up. But it's all about this chase into the choke from both sides here. From Team Geo and Flacket having Infernum, Ibo hitting Mega at this timer, the hook connecting onto Jezu to kind of just briefly bait them into a sense of security after the cleanse to move forward. The dominoes just all fall in place, and Heretics able to find almost every single man. If they kill everyone in this exchange, the game's over. They have a top wave.
I think the big thing as well was just that crit coming in from Flackard. The Ibo R looked like it did so much damage. It was actually just an Infernum crit from Flackard. It just absolutely melted their health bars. But what can they do with the Baron? They've already taken that top lane inhibitors. They already have a point pushing for them on the map.
Well, what I'm looking for next is actually Flacket has that Graviton, the last kind of dregs that ammunition. One route there could be game ending. We said game ending a couple of times, though, because it has been really, really close. You really can't blame it, because it feels like these teams trying to eke out as much as they can from this. Ari's teleporting back in. Linsus will see that.
He will.
Get away.
It's definitely just a very tense Baron push. Neither team really wants to overcommit, overpush, try and save one lane and then lose another. Because at this point in the game, if you're losing multiple inhibitor towers, one fight could be enough. Ivo's in a little bit of danger, is able to just about clear away. They go for the hook onto Ragnar, can't quite connect it. Scatter goes wide as well. Oh my word, that damage coming in from the Syndra to Blue Resort there.
Yeah, that could have been onto Flacket. And Flacket is playing with his absolute life flashing before his eyes. He has full items now. We talked about his last item being completed, being the Bloodthirster a couple of minutes ago. Now it's going to be the Hurricane on top of that.
Oh my word. That's the Calibrum range coming in from Flacket, able to crack open that tower off the back of that. Can they commit for the inhibitor? They've got all these minions now on the top side, so the pressure has suddenly started to amount a little bit too much for Team Go. Flacket's going to clear through this wave as well to keep that pressure up on the bottom side. Does get slowed by the Hextech Soul, but the Lantern's enough to save Maps. Waru also getting a bit of danger. This is the power of the Hextech Soul, though. Every little hit like this does build up, does cause even more pressure and pain for them, where they have to use Lanterns, use Ari ultimates to disengage away. Flacket, they got to get rid of that Bloodthirster shield.
They do. chain slow. It's even also just helping in the wave clear department, as little as it may be. Inches can be turned into miles. Knockback.
Ivo, he doesn't have the ultimate available to him, but all inhibitors are down. Heretics, they can back off. They got a minute till the Elder.
This is actually, though, the window where potentially Team Geo can just try and make their way back into the bottom side jungle, reclaim some vision, maybe even set up a vision line in the river as Heretics go back to base and reset. They're also being quite lackadaisical about returning back to base too. Flackard's farming maybe for what, I'm actually not too sure. So this is maybe a window if Team Geo feel confident enough to step out. For now, though, both teams still here on the map.
Well, Flackard does have a Thresh. Maybe he feels bold enough to sell boots, use the Lantern for his mobility instead. Not going to buy anything on that recall besides just, I believe, it will be that Elixir of Wrath.
Has to be.
The red pop coming out. So 40 seconds until life and death in this game 4. Heretics win the fight, they get the Elder. The LFL leave in the quarterfinals for only the second time in the history of this competition. Geo win, and they have one last crack at this series in a game 5.
Interesting thing, Jezu finished up his final item, involving that meaning he had to sell his stopwatch, so he won't have a stopwatch for this Elder. There is a stopwatch on Takui, there is a stopwatch on Ragnar. They're jumping forward, looking for Jezu. He has the cleanse, uses it immediately. Flackard, untouched, steps up.
Oh,
Flackard! He's jumped, he's down! Jezu finds the kill! The carry is dead for Los Heretics, and they have no opportunities, no way to hold here, as Wairu is trying to get away, but the Hextech soul slows, just building up way too much. They're teleporting in, they're chasing
killing
onto
the wave.
Zari.
Yep.
He's just keeping the wave, and he's going to be able to stopwatch by time. He will go down to Jezu, who's on a rampage, and that bought a little bit of time. 30 seconds until Flackard's up.
Have Heretics just thrown the game? That's the big question now. How much can Team Geo actually get out of this? So much of the wave was killed off by Zvero. Honestly, it's heroics. They'll push into the inhibitor. The Elder's still on the map. They're looking for the end. I think they want the end. They don't even want to risk. Maybe, inhibitor. I think it's inhibitor to Elder. Surely you don't go all the way.
20 seconds. They've got the damage with the Jinx. It's a 6-item Jinx.
Yeah, they can do it.
Blue Resort's going to do his best to try and hold. Clears through the wave.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Stopwatch
He didn't
it.
get it.
The cannon's down.
It's dead.
That's big. Marlon's here. Flackard's up in 6 seconds.
They can't end.
They have to go Elder.
Oh, they can't end. Oh my god. Okay, they're going to take the ball back. They'll go get the Elder. And still, that's going to be huge because the Baron spawns in 6 seconds time. As Heretics, you cannot contest that. Surely, so that's going to be both the Uber buffs on Team Geo potentially for a chance to take this to game 5.
The only way I can describe this game is goddamn Shakespearean. We're in like Act 4 or something at this point. I don't know whether it is a tragedy. I don't know whether it's a heroic tale. Guess it depends on which side of the LFL LVP boundary you're on. But it starts, at least for this chapter, in the mid lane. Ragnar forces out the flash.
Why did he go front line? Why did he go front line?
It's just such a frustrating moment almost. You understand, he feels so powerful with this much damage on his hands, but he can't afford to just give Team Geo a freebie like that, and Linus just finds his mark easily.
It's only fitting, though, that it could potentially be going to a game 5. Now, I'm not going to jinx it, not going to say it is or it isn't, but it would only be fitting if it were to do so with well into the depths of this game 4. Heretics, they have a history of being LFL killers from last summer, from winning the whole damn tournament last summer. Looking to repeat it again. This time Flackard has the Guardian Angel. Both AD carries have that. You know what?
Yeah.
Somebody who also hasn't died is Takui. He's got 20 stacks in that Magi's now. He's been happily sat on that stopwatch. They're pushing in towards the Nexus.
Yeah, they just want to end. They don't want to do any Baron nonsense. They know they can. Flackard has to come up big here, but no summoner spells is going to be so difficult.
It's a hell of a chunk onto Wairu. They've already lost one tower.
Blue Resort's dead.
Is going to take a lot of damage. They do get the damage onto Blue Resort, able to finish him up. Flackard going a little bit low, wants to run back and heal up as much as possible. A 1-member down here for Heretics. A 4 versus 5. They land the hook. Lintus jumps in. They're going to get the damage off onto the key target. He has a GA, but he's going to revive in the middle of absolutely everybody, and he is down. We are going to game number 5. Team Go fight back.
It is an angle for revenge for the LFL team. They are on the precipice of bringing us to a point of getting themselves a series victory over the team which ended the French dynasty last summer. It took them a while, it took some dramatics, but we're going the distance.
Can't believe it. This game was just so back and forth.
Can't you?
So good.
You can't make up the storyline though, can you, at the end of the day? 5 games between France and Spain. Either one goes to semis. Loser out. And I mean, for, you know, the the story, everything. At the end of the day, you guys are you have a little point in battle as we come back to us. Hello.
Hello.
And, you know, it's about France finally looking like potentially not the most dominant region ever again. 2 tournaments, you know, back-to-back where, you know, expectations failed in the finals, okay. But for Heretics to then carry on the banner into semis, again, claiming another French scalp would be massive.
This is what I was asking for as well. When we walked off stage after that last one, I was like, man, I want like a really good game in this series, because it felt like it was very dominant. The game 1, very team go. So Geos on game 2 and 3, very lost Heretics. They just had control. This was a back and forth banger. If game 5's like anything like that, we are in for such a good finale. We're going to pass it over to the analyst desk though to break down that absolute banger of a game.
Thank you, guys. So the reason I thought I'd bring up this replay is because in a game where there's 6 dragon taken, you know, you kind of forget what happens early and why it's so important. So in this game, we had Blue Azure playing Sejuani into Wukong. Now, what you need to know is that Wukong is a champion where if you draft it, you have to draft very heavy team fight, but also you have to draft to make sure that you secure his early clears. Now, what Blue Azure on Sejuani is going to do is try to deny these clears by invading 3 camp into bot side. This is very, very standard, and you try to shut him down. Don't let him get the second buff clear. Unfortunately, that doesn't work, and the reason that does not work is because of the priorities in the mid lane and the bot lane. This is a very important concept where if you have adjacent priorities in 2 lanes, you can't invade that side if the enemy has that, right? So you could see that mid lane and bot lane are actually pushing in with the Jinx and the Tahm Kench and the Syndra versus the Ahri. Now, Sejuani, Blue Azure here, wants to invade, but she realizes, wait, I can't. My mid lane and my bot lane are getting invaded, so I cannot shut down this Wukong from full clearing right here. So what she decides to do instead is, you know what, I've got to do something, right? Otherwise I get outscaled, because Wukong is in fact incredible into Sejuani. He's the best scaling jungler in the current meta, and he becomes a very good ult blocker in teamfights later on. He presses clone, tanks the ulti, and then very unfortunate here, Ragnar actually survives, outplays, keeps walking in a straight line so Sejuani cannot auto to get the last proc, and Blue Azure actually dies. At this point, you're kind of screwed, right? You cannot play as well. You get outscaled, and Go Linsus just shows us what OP Wukong can do.
Of applause for that, because I know that that is your first ever Telestrator segment and you absolutely killed it, okay?
There's a high chance this is the best first time Telestrator ever in the studio.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Huge props, and it was a great insight on the early game as well, because it shows you a lot how Sejuani can be a ganker in the early game, but if that goes south and Wukong starts snowballing, it becomes a problem. I think we saw it through the entire team fights here, how strong that Syndra-Wukong duo was. I feel like Linsas and Tukui just meshed up so well in this particular game, and that mid-jungle duo, I think, kept the game alive for Geo.
Yeah, and that mid-jungle duo, we've been highlighting it time and time again for Geo. It didn't really work out in the last 2 previous games, but this time around, they found that click. They made sure that it worked out in their advantage, and Flackhead just had no business getting to their backline.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think here the story of this team fight is you see Ahri missing a charm, you press engage, no questions asked. Blue Azure very unlucky there, misses the ultimate as well. So once all these big cooldowns that CCU keep you in place from the side of Heretics are out of the picture, you just engage. Again here, I have to say, I said I've got a big soft spot for Aibo, but it hasn't necessarily been an Aibo series, let's be honest. He's been caught out a lot throughout the series, in this game as well, as we saw in this replay. And when you lose your front line with the Gnar, when you don't have that threat for the Mega Gnar into the backline, it becomes much easier, as we saw in this replay as well, for Geo to overextend in these fights and play them longer, where Tukui gets a chance to go back to base, TP back, and get these picks.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? This is why Gnar prior all over the world has kind of fallen off a tiny bit as a blind pick, because he's incredibly, it's incredibly difficult to pilot mini Gnar into the current mid jungle. Stuff like Ahri, which instant snap engages. You have a Syndra stun that just one-shots mini Gnar, right? And that's why Cassante blind prior has risen a tiny little bit. These compositions are really interesting, right? Because Jinx here is picked in tandem with a Wukong Syndra who one-shots one target, which in turn secures Jinx passive and lets you run down the entire enemy team. I think this was an incredible draft by Go.
Yeah, but also when we're looking at the team fight specifically, I think that was one of the longest team fights I have seen in a very long time. It felt like neither one of these teams wanted to make the mistake and have it be the game-ending decision.
I just feel like at this point, in this particular game, the draft did not matter. I think it was both teams team fighting the entire time. It started from the Rift Herald and it happened for every single objective. If we want to take it as it is, I think both teams are playing incredibly well. This was a match that got determined by who can press their buttons better. And if somebody's even a millisecond slow, then their team will end up losing the fight. And I'm only saying this, and there's no analysis on that, because both teams are playing so freaking well that I don't want to stick on the fact that, oh, Aibo made one mistake and overextended, oh, Ari missed a charm, therefore they got engaged. I feel like it was a case of both teams putting their hearts down on the plate, trying their hardest. Look at the AD carry damages here, 50.6, 44k. I think it's a case of this is LFL versus LVP.
Yeah.
And this is the reigning champions versus the last hope of the region that has dominated this stage since 2019 summer. This is a huge deal. It's been 4 years since we haven't had an LFL team going to semi-finals, and GO are coming as a second seed. First seed has already been eliminated. It's a huge deal for both.
Yeah, it is. And we highlighted the stakes that were on this game specifically before it even started. And the fact that this is being pushed to that 5th game series, Aragon, it's a further emphasis on how both of these teams have just their fan bases, their local and regional prides on their shoulders. And it's a weight that they need to carry going into that final game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think going into this final game, like you mentioned, what I really like about series is that you get your own little meta developing inside of series, right? You start to notice, okay, what's working this series, what isn't? And I think what's working in the series currently is just almost no matter what happens early game, you get that mid-game team fights, those mid-game team fights that are inevitably going to happen, they last forever, right? And I think what these two teams should be going for, if they're identifying what is working in this series, is the best mid-game team fights. I really like the Aphelios. Like, even though they lost Heretics, they picked Aphelios here versus a very engaged, heavy, short-range team, and Aphelios loves that, which meant that they almost came back. I think they should definitely be looking at mid-game team fight scaling, and maybe because of that, they deny the Wukong.
I think it's also a question of the mental space that both of these teams are in at the moment, because this is it. This is your final shot to be able to go into those semifinals. It's a best of 5. It's now down to only 1 game. And you're out if you miss it. 2 legacies are completely on the line here.
This is so important for so many players. Again, Blue Resort has been in this team that has made the transition to the LEC. Haven't picked him twice now. He wins EMEA Masters, can't make LEC. He wants to win it again just to get the shot. Linsas, all eyes on him from LEC teams. Didn't quite make it through. Ragnar, probably one of the best, if not the best top laner we've had over EMEA Masters in the last year. Also looked at from LEC team, yet not picked up. And now that I mentioned Ragnar, I just want to give a huge shout out, because even if I'm an eyeball fangirl, Ragnar has been one of the most stable top laners we've had over at EMEA Masters for almost 2 years now. The guy has played AP carries in this series with the Kennen. He's played tanks with the Cassante and the Malphite, and he's also played bruises with the Olaf. And let me tell you what, he's won his lane every single damn time. Even the games where his team lost, he was ahead.
Yeah, and I've got to say, from personal experience, Ragnar is a beast. He's an absolute monster laner. Last year when I was laning against him in solo
Tell me what happened to you a few days ago, you said, when you faced him.
It was a while ago, but at the time, Ragnar was rank 8 challenger. And I was just, trying to squeeze my way up there. And he was the gatekeeper for me. I didn't quite reach challenger. I was 1 game off. I played against him. He played Kennen into me, and I couldn't play the game. I solo lost the game. I can personally vouch for his level and ability, especially mechanically.
And I think having that experience yourself as well, being in some of these situations, I want to kind of draw up on the state that some of these players could be in right now, because it's a lot of pressure. It's 1 game. It's genuinely do or die here. There is no lower bracket. So coming into this from a player perspective, what would the current situation most likely look like?
Of course, everyone's jitters. You don't know if someone's, stressing out completely. I stress in best of 5s. Maybe I'm weaker mental in these players. I will say that Linsas has been in this position before. Okay, he got to quarters last year in the summer. So I would imagine he's a bit used to it and maybe thrives in this kind of best of 5 because he knows he's already gotten here, and maybe he wants to go further.
I also want to draw a little bit of a picture for the coaches as well, right? We saw Sheepy yesterday after that 5-game series. He just spilled himself on the floor.
It was a mood.
He's like, finally, it's over, because 1 wrong pick, 1 champion that you hadn't thought of that has not been banned, 1 counter pick, the jinx possibly going to the opposite team could be game breaking. And with 2 teams that love to team fight, you don't build the perfect team fight, it can break apart the series.
Yeah, Team Go, they bring us to Silver Scrapes. LVP or LFL, Heretics or Team Geo? Who will take home this series and make it to the EMEA Masters semi-finals? We'll find out after a short break. Wee-woo.
go. We're getting ready to go into game number 5. Honestly, what a banger series we've had. The first 3 games, little bit here at give and take, but that last game, that game 4, was such a back and forth game. Absolutely killer one.
And we are straight into draft. Heretics are back on blue. Remember, they were the team that broke the streak of blue side wins. They won a game's side choice earlier in the series, which means for the deciding game, they got to go back to what we assume has been the strongest side. We have to now ask questions of Team GO. What are these second and third bans going to be? Are we going to see Vi taken away? Are we going to see Jace taken away? Are we going to see Jinx taken away?
Surely Jinx can't make it to game 5. Not after the series that we've had today. I think it would be nothing short of a bit of a draft travesty from either side, to be honest with you, but obviously specifically for Team Geo being on the red side.
I was about to say, don't forget the Jace.
There's the Jace.
Joyce, sorry. Don't forget the Joyce. You got up on the Joyce.
I think if you ban Zeri here as Heretics, then you could maybe force them to have banned Jinx, and then you can pick the Annie up, but they just want to go towards the Annie instead.
There's Vi, there's Maokai, there's Jinx. There are so many priority picks here. I mean, it really is pick of the litter at this point. We've also seen the Cannon be banned away in previous games in the series. This time with Team Geo on the red side, maybe they can hold themselves up for a top lane counter pick. On numerous different options, really.
Yeah, surely. Okay, there's Jinx.
Oh, they've gone Jonks.
Now, what this actually creates is, do you want Zeri? Do you want Vi? Wukong is also up. Maokai is also up, and Heretics have prioritized that a lot. So would they just first pick that, actually, over the AD carries? I feel like you're also probably okay giving Flakked a Phelios. So you take up the Vi, you don't mind the Wukong going over. This way, either way, I think you're happy on the AD carry department.
Yeah, so now, as you're saying, kind of the Vi locked in means that the Zeri is much harder to play around this time because the Vi can always find their way onto it. And what Heretics' answer to the Vi in the game where they beat the Vi was they locked in Jinx, then the Tahm Kench, and the Maokai. It meant that you had struggles getting towards that AD carry, and you had the Maokai ult buying space. You don't have that option currently on the table of the Jinx for the hyper out range, but maybe the Zeri can do the same thing.
I was going to say you also have that Aphelios if they just want to go for that. They decide actually they don't want to give Vi and Zeri over, so they'd rather take the rougher side of it and at least get the Zeri for themselves. Question for me is, what are they going to look to pick up? I really feel like the Maokai is a good pickup here for Linksys. Yes, it's typically been Blue Razor on that side of the matchup, but we saw how it worked for them so effectively.
I think he's just going to go Wukong, though. I think, oh, okay, all right. Different approach. So Zin's out. A little heavier on the early game skirmishing. Can't quite provide the same level of disruption in the mid-game team fights, but still very much up Linksys' alley. This is a really niche comfort pick for him going back the years.
It has been coming out a little bit across all regions across the world, and I think this is also a tale of the series meta. As we said, we've got a number of very accomplished coaches and teams which have been no strangers to Game 5. Heretics had their finals last year. You know what? They had Jack Spectra play 4 games of their Draven. Back then, they pick it up here.
Now this would be poetry.
Yes,
this would be poetry. Flakked on Heretics. Draven taking down a French team. And I mentioned Executioner earlier. That is exactly what Draven would be. Lissandra just to pair alongside it because they don't necessarily want to Kui on the Ahri, and just generally they want more lockdown for some of these mobile targets.
And now I think both of these teams have realized, hang on, if Heretics get the early lead, haven't they looked pretty good? Get yourself some early pressure champions, some early snowball champions. If you make a mistake into Flakked, Draven, or into Zvero with that Lissandra, you've got resets coming in from that Lissandra, you've got the shutdowns coming in, the cash in alongside it with Flakked. I think that basically means that Camellia says, okay, they're going to be diving into us.
Yep.
That's the Renata ult in recompense.
Yeah, it's the best way to try and answer, I think. And alongside that Blitzcrank ban, don't be too surprised to see Marlon have his Thresh taken off the board. I will, however, say I feel like Rakan would really do a lot to kind of just supplement a lot of the engage that Heretics have right now. It's very, you know, you can have Vi go in, you can have Lissandra for a lot, but I think if you also just add Rakan into that mix, that's always going to be a bit of an issue. So I would maybe like go to potentially slip away from that Thresh ban, allow the Thresh to actually still go over, but try and limit the team fight and engage potential of the Heretic side here.
Another thing to note, the Kennen is still open for Ragnar, so maybe they look to ban that as their final ban here. He was super impactful in that game, number 1. He's been, you know, one of the best top laners in the whole tournament, and that Kennen has been so good for him.
Dangerous into Vi Lissandra.
True.
It could, if you slip off a vision, win you this series. It could see you through to semi-finals. However, if you're going to be left on your own, it's a good chance that whatever Ivo locks in, tom it up with that Vi, and Zvera for the lockdown becomes incredibly hard to deal with. Okay, Gio, what they're saying is we want to play lots and lots of ability to stop you from diving into us. If you dive into the miasma, you're going to get Cassio.
Yeah, okay, so I like the approach. The idea is really solid. It's just about how safely Takui can get to that point where not only is he actually holding the dives, but he's dealing out the DPS in return. And for Heretics, it's going to be go, go, go all the time. Cassio needs the time to get online. Rumble, it was banned earlier on, and you know what? This isn't actually too bad of a pick in my mind. Into Ragnar's champion pool, it should do fine. It's just about anything he's willing to pick up, but also I think in terms of just being an additional layer of nuisance to the dive from range, it means that Aibo is always going to be able to provide something here. Ash support, no way. I think, unironically, if this is still the Ash meta, this will be a pretty good time to do it, but we'll see what Marlon wants to go towards.
I will say this is a very squishy team.
It's
the pike, adding to the squish, but adding to the execute.
This whole game is like pre-20 minutes. You make a mistake against Heretics comp, they explode you. If Team Geo can last with Ragnar's Ornn returning to Old Faithful, then they outscale in terms of damage, they outscale in terms of engage, they outscale just in general.
It's the SpongeBob meme, you know? Ragnar, he sees himself in the game 5. Oh, reliable. It's the Ornn that comes back out when you really need him the most. And we'll see how that topside matchup goes in the one-to-one, but it shouldn't necessarily even be about the individual lane matchups. It's going to be about map movement for Heretics. It's going to be about actually trying to get Blue Resort and Zvero out of the mid-jungle towards the bottom side and just diving Jezu on repeat, and how exactly Team Geo are going to be able to respond to that. It's about the high-tempo gameplay for Heretics, and it's about actually team fighting later on, trying to get to the point where you hit the iron break points of Team Geo, and then you start to look for fights proactively.
This series has basically been a tale of Team Geo having a better read in the early game, shutting down Heretics to some lesser or greater extent. And if they fail to do that, Heretics have the creativity to engage and to snowball. But coming into Game 5, it's a change of tack, it's a change of philosophy. Team Geo say, we will win the late game if we reach that.
It's a very, very ballsy comp. I think, you know, the main thing is that squishiness, but goddamn, if this snowballs, this game is going to feel unplayable.
And I just want to echo the sentiment. The cojones to come into Game 5 and go Draven, Pike bot with Rumble top is absurd. But it speaks to the level of confidence that the coaching staff and the players have inside themselves to execute at the highest stakes there are.
And I guarantee you, right now, Team Go are like, oh, we were not prepared for that. Like, this is not something you prep for. You go into Game 5 going, right, they're going to do this, they're going to do this, we're going to expect to see the Jinx, the Zeries, you know, the Zyra cards, and they go, nah, Draven Pike.
I don't think that goes to show again. You know, we've mentioned it a couple of times today. The coaches behind these teams, they've been on teams together. You look at the likes of Javu on Heretics, which led them to their summer title in EMEA Masters. Got Duke on the other side. What a storied coach he is on the side of Team Geo. They both shared some time across some rosters elsewhere across the ERLs and other leagues. They know each other to some extent. Were they expecting this, though? That's a hard question to answer. How much have they kept this under wraps? But it's Game 5. You have nothing left to put on the table.
No, you don't. Got to put them all down face first.
Well, I mean, it's only quarters.
I mean,
do
yeah,
you
but
want to reveal your hand?
If you're about to be eliminated,
true,
then
true. I guess, yeah. You go all out.
What else is there to lose?
This might not even be their final form.
No.
You thought about that?
Look, all I'm going to say is
Shaco. There might be a Shaco support in here somewhere.
Maybe somewhere in the pipeline. I will hold my breath because you know, I was a doubter of Heretics for a majority of the tournament in summer, and they continued to prove me wrong, and eventually became the champions. And I think doing something like this, as it looks a bit awkward, but that bonus viewer will connect. Again, it just shows the confidence that is still very much there.
When you look at a bot lane 2v2 like this as well, Draven, much like someone like an Aphelios who wants to keep hitting the wave, if you have access to the minions, Draven is a very strong champion. You can keep those axes spinning for forever. It does mean that you passively push. You need to be very careful about when those waves are over-pushed and you're overextended. As you can see, Linsus heading straight down towards that bot side. I think he was spotted on those Raptors as he was clearing them. And Marlon, with this wave push, will then get some extra degree of safety to see if he goes down towards his blue buff as well.
Yeah, what I really love from Heretics here is I think they've partially... Yeah, they have.
Wow.
Cadral's not here, mate. Not cancel it. Reset. Sorry.
That's the one.
Yeah. I think what happened there. What happened there was that Linsus had no eyes on where Blue Resort was.
Yeah,
so
exactly. So he was worried about. He's worried about both of them at the same
if
time.
it's just Pike, sure, whatever. You can smite it away. I guess that was on cooldown as well. But if Blue Resort's there as well, which he now sees, gets a little bit more hairy. Level 3 to level 2 now. Linsus core spin delayed and is clear.
Just very, very worried. But I love this from Heretics just because they kind of have identified that for Linsus, if he can throw a spanner in the works for Heretics and actually find some impact, then maybe this game starts to look a little bit awkward. Jezu has the dash, so he's okay. But Heretics just trying to man-mark Lintus and ensure that he has as little impact as possible. Again, interacting him on the blue buff. But he is level 3 this time around.
I will say, this is something that Heretics need to do. They have a very early game playmaking team. Pyke is a champion which has been so often renowned as a snowball champion. Incredible plays you can make out of that. Most of Jonghoon in LEC did some great plays in that last year. But you reach 20 minutes and you haven't done that. You do not have nearly the same impact as a Renata ult hitting a Draven, hitting a Vi, hitting anyone else, honestly. Get himself another trade here. Again, just making a nuisance of himself. At least making sure that the Xin Zhao as well on the other side doesn't get as much impact.
I mean, the big thing is that Xin Zhao, you know, did just do their clear on their blue side and they lost blue buff. But they only got one camp left to do. A lot of time was committed there by Blue Resort onto that invade. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter all that much because they are just going to be able to head back and full clear their red side. Not particularly the greatest trade here for Los Heretics. Marlon obviously does have that passive on the Pyke where he can just sit invisibility and slowly but surely recover his health bar as Zweiru, he's struggling in this matchup.
Yeah, this matchup is really rough to play in the early stages. You just don't have the DPS to actually match the Cassiopeia, so if she ever lands a Noxious Blast, it's just 3 Twin Fangs into the back of your head as you try to retreat and take as little damage as possible. So I like that Takuri just understands he can abuse this matchup and he should be able to force out this early TP too.
Yeah. Now, we haven't really talked about similar happening in towards the top side though. Aibo on this Rumble has that Ignite, also into the Ornn as well. Ornn is just sat there waiting also until level 6. Feels like we've got a bit of a flip between mid lane and top lane as regards to which team is waiting for what points. But Aibo picking up a champion which of course Destroy on the Wildcats, which also find themselves in the semi-finals. Been a big player of this. Got a lot of damage done in the group stage with it.
Yeah, I also really like, whilst we're on the topic, the adaptation to go towards the first strike, because realistically Ornn isn't going to be able to stop you from proccing it. But not only that, you know, you're going to win the lane and get priority anyway. So the Comet doesn't really do much for you, whereas the first strike, you're going to get scaling damage into the later stages, whilst also printing a little bit of extra money inside the lane.
Also, against tank matchups, you can go towards Demonic Embrace. And of course, that gives you some percent HP damage. First strike gives you percent damage increase, which means you've got very good tank damage. Takuri getting roamed on, but hid behind his minions.
Yeah, depends on what he wants to do, generally, Aibo. I think he's always going to be able to shred the MR of Ragnar, of course, thanks to the buffs, so he's always going to be quite happy, I think, to honestly maybe just look at something like what's it called? The Night Harvester, where you're just looking for the most immediate burst damage on the first couple of procs of the Equalizer, just to make Takui's life really miserable, to make Jezu's life as well quite hard to try and navigate.
Got a Vial into that Rumble ult as well. Holy moly, the damage which is put in place. We used to see a lot of Jarvan Rumble combos for the spicy hot pot combo. No Jarvan inside for this one, but putting a fist into the soup. Probably not great etiquette, but it definitely makes sure that Takuri and Jezu don't have the easiest time.
It's another thing that we haven't really talked about is, you know, we talked about the story of how important this is for both Los Heretics as the defending champions, but also for the LFLers. The former best region in the ERLs. I think something that we haven't really hit on is things have changed. There's more teams here. It'd be heartbreaking, it'd be devastating for both of these regions not to have representation while the new kids are on the block. You know, while you've got the Wildcats and stuff like that.
It's a real capstone, symbolic moment, right? Because for the first time in such a long time, first time ever, no play-ins teams make quarterfinals. That's always something that we always used to talk about. Some team would get a play-ins, but you know, NLC, you know, Ultra League, TCL come to play, and we might potentially see LFL out in the quarterfinals. Of course, there's still a story left there. They could see their old or more recent rivals of the LVP put to rest as well. It feels like an era of change. Which way is the wind blowing, though?
Well, right now, the wind is fairly calm. It's fairly relaxed. Not too much has gone down early in this game. We somewhat expect that. We don't really expect to see, you know, especially with this bot lane. We wanted to see them go aggressive, but at the same time, with these bot lanes, like, they've been very passive during laning phase for both of these teams.
Yeah,
yes, they picked an aggressive one here.
For now. I think for Heretics, though, they already picked up that first dragon. It's probably the earliest dragon, I think, in the series so far. By a country mile. And I like this. Stacked wave, reset. Aibo could also just crash in the next wave. Blue Resort should hit 6 on his next camp if he wants it, and then they can actually look to take Herald, and everything would be in sync. They're going to send Flacken back to the bottom side, but there's still a window for Marlon to actually just rotate up here, or even maybe dive Ornn if they really want to be honest. Either or, I think it's fine. They just don't want to necessarily expend too much whilst they do that.
Yeah, one thing that we've been seeing though from Marlon though, just a quick check-in on XP, level 4 for Marlon. See, it's so important to put it twice. And then Camillus sat on level 5. This is because of that roaming. First Renata ult of the game is going to come sooner than the first ult from Marlon, but he is getting himself in position for hooks.
They were setting up for it, but not going to happen. Rift out spawns, and immediately Ibo rotates down. Blue Resort's waiting for it, so they're going to get a big chunk out of this one. Are going to be able to pick it up. No contest really coming down, but you can see on the minimap, a whole bunch of teams are now rotating, a whole bunch of players, sorry, on the side of Team Geo are rotating down as well, and lands himself the hook. They're going to bring everybody in. Flacket comes in with the whirling death and secures himself first blood, cash in and all. Jezu pops the ultimate, but he gets hooked back. Flacket's damage is starting to spike pretty heavily here, and it looks like Team Geo are just going to have to back away off that one.
Yeah, they're going to have to take the L very briefly, but this is much needed gold for Heretics. If Flacket is not insanely far ahead in this game, he's going to struggle to fight into Ornn ult, struggle to fight into Miasmas, into Jinzhao blocking up the front line or diving onto him. This gold is important. The reason I think that Geo are a bit caught out here is because that Herald is going down. I don't know whether they thought Heretics were on resets. I don't think they realized they were looking for a play on that bot side, but they lose their support for it.
Yeah, they do lose their support for it. Feels bad. Flacket cashing in stacks means he's very, very close to his first time, whatever that may be. It looks like he's just going to rush straight towards the shield boat. We see loads of different ionizations for Draven, but it seems that'll be the case for him now. And considering a top lane dive, half HP, right against the wall on the equalizer. They need to interrupt the art, or they can just wait it out. Either way, I think Ragnar just gone. Bye-bye. Oh no! Oh no!
Versus W! No way! I mean, I just assumed that was
a bit botched from Blue Resort, a bit botched from Ibo. They're too patient at first, and then they decide to actually make the decision to go in. They just have to wait either way. That's the biggest problem here. And the fact that the Bellows Breath cancels out the ultimate, gives Ragnar the space to flash is crucial here.
So big thing, obviously, stood on the Rumble ult. You're getting max value out of that. No VIQ. That's cancelled out. All of your early points go into that Q. The W
but it's
comes
so
out,
frustrating because he doesn't cast his R. Ragnar just Ws and he Rs into it. He's not even timed it. So that is genuinely just Heretics not being quite patient enough. Ragnar was looking to clear the wave ahead of anything else.
There was physical pain, by the way, on Jamada's face when he watched that replay. I've never seen a man so uncomfortable in my life.
Extra gold, though. Both side of Heretics with the assist gold coming through and a plate on top of it. Means that first item is hit for Ibo. Still 500 gold ahead of his lane opponent, despite that kill going over. And the Black Cleaver picked up for Blue Resort. That extra damage coming in from the jungle, very important. You've got a Rod of Ages, the shield bow carry on the other side. You can't really afford to go towards that Radiant Virtue. You're going to lose that DPS battle if you don't burst out one of those carries. I think that's an important itemization. Now we're looking for another bot side play. Another Zvero ultimate available.
Oh, gets himself the hook. There's the flash from Camilius.
I don't think they see him. I don't think they see the Lissandra on the roam.
I'm not sure if, well, they'll see him now. That's the important part. But do Heretics even care? Do they care their own vision? It seems like they do. They'll just back away. That's fine. Iwo's made his roam down to the mid lane, so they're just actually looking to contest Dragon. They know Ragnar can technically make it down here with a teleport, but he doesn't have ultimate yet for another 20 seconds. So this should just be another clean Dragon take. Herald's in the back pocket as well, and they haven't been able to, or haven't needed to use it rather to secure this, so they still have the ability to give that gold over to Flacken as well.
This is important, though, stacking up these dragons, because again, as we said, if Heretics don't have themselves a game-breaking advantage, it really does feel as though later into the game, Flacken is going to really struggle to fight into all of the zone control, all of the keep you at arm's length abilities from Team Geo. It's Chemtech Rift. It's probably not what they wanted to roll for. It's something. They get themselves those early dragons, but sadly, not the most valuable soul for them.
No.
Can be quite annoying. It can be a very annoying one to play into. It's one of those weird dragons where, like, you don't really notice the effects because it's not like a big flashy thing like the Hextech or the Infernal, but it does do quite a lot. So, nice one on that front. They are going to look to just use the charge of the Herald and maybe even get this tower. No, it's going to get cancelled, so they don't get it.
Yeah, not too bad at the end of the day either way.
Look, there's potentially a play in this mid lane now. Ivo has the ult cast on Takui.
Yep, Takui. He's getting a bit of chunk out to him. No, it doesn't look like they're actually going to fully commit or go for it at all.
No, but Heretics still layering in the pressure down here because they want this tower, and they've still got a couple of decent ultimates to use to 100-0 somebody. Nothing's going to actually unfold here, though.
You know, I actually just kind of realized what happened in that mid lane. I thought, oh, it's a play coming. No, it's actually just farming first strike onto Takui, puts that ult down, gets himself a little bit more gold, helps him ticking over on that front. Already has himself that Night Harvester, as he pointed out earlier, not going towards the anti-tank lane matchup item.
You can still do it. It's one of those things now where the game's changed, where Rumble doesn't really need Zhonya's in team fights anymore. Like, it's nice to have, but it's not necessary anymore, it feels like, because the game is just very bursty, so you just want as much upfront damage as possible.
And particularly with Morella going after flat pan as well. It's another flat pan I for him.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry, don't worry.
Was you gonna say, oh wait, does Morello give flat pen now?
No. I was just having a brain fart.
Oh, he's
It's been a long day. We've been sat here.
It's been a long old series.
Especially after that game 4. We've had some long back and forth games, and it does take a lot out of you. These players too. They're no strangers to these game 5s. Of course, Lost Heretics, last summer they found themselves in a game 5 in the very finals.
I can't remember who told me it. It was a coach once. They told me bananas win best ofs.
Well,
it's slow release energy from them.
Yeah, that's what it is. Bananas are just broken in general.
Bananas actually are just, they need nerfing.
Yeah, honestly, you know, Earth Patch 2024, maybe look into it.
Banana nerfs coming in.
That's why we had the Soraka ban in the second round. Makes a lot of sense now.
So, Flackid actually just got tower plates.
Yep.
Solo gold, first tower blood, all to himself. That's quite a scary Draven. He's got quite a lot of gold injected into him.
He's only casually 2.3k gold up, so I'm sure he's going to spend that gold and get a massive spike. Herald's up in 20 seconds. That's why we've seen Flackid rotate up here. And I feel like Heretics are just generally very, very happy to fight on this spike right now. Everyone on first iron.
8 plates. You can see at the top of the screen, at least see HUD giving us that information. 1,223 gold, very oddly specific. But gives them a lot of gold with that. You can also see over Flackid's icon, 216 stacks. That's another shutdown waiting to happen. He has a lot of damage. Can he actually do it though? Ragnar has the ability to really zone him out of fights now.
It's been a very interesting final game because we had a very back and forth, kind of elongated fight is maybe the best way to word it. As we are actually going to see the equalizer come down onto Linkus just to chunk him out. Zwairu does take a little bit of damage there from Tatui, but is just going to be able to walk out from this one. But equalizer down's pretty big, but Linkus is just consistently getting poked out. The work again is coming in. Zwairu tries to jump forward, uses the ult on himself for the moment. Linkus used that ult himself, as there's going to be a big Ornhorn, but it only lands onto Flacken, and he's still quite happily untouched for the moment. They've still got the Petrifying Gaze. They've still got Jesu's ultimate up and available, and Team Geo, they seem to have had the pressure, the opportunity to step up on this as another hook lands onto Ragnar. Marlon just pulling him away, and this should just be the Rift Herald given over, secured over to the side of Heretics, but now they got to try and pick it up. Should be able to do so as Blue Resort just queues forward.
Now it looks a little bit odd after all those ultimates are thrown. Maybe you thought, hey, Geo, can they walk forward? You cannot risk those pike resets coming through. That's why random ignites were thrown out. That's why you saw Sphero trying to really get in amongst things. You can get that pike ult, and of course you blink inside the Xin Zhao ultimate, so it means you can kill him inside that Crescent Guard. Would have been disastrous to give those resets over.
And even in saying that, on the opposite side, if you're Heretics, over-diving and, you know, running face first into Cassio, even as early on as this, is still, you know, you run the risk of really handing over a good couple of kills, gold, back to the carries of Geo, so not necessarily willing to overcommit.
Okay, so 30 seconds till the Dragon. Heretics got themselves the 2 early ones. They very much prioritize these Dragons. As we said, not the most game-winning soul for them. It's still something, particularly when you got these very low-range, brawly initiation fights.
Marlon
give you something. Linsus doesn't have the ult right now.
Jumping onto the snake, equalizer comes out.
Oh,
lovely W coming in from him, but he's still taking a lot of damage as the rest of the team are coming in. They're forcing the teleport out as well. They've got that big old blast cone just to clear away over the wall and zip away to safety.
Not sure if I'm mistaken or not, but I think the fact that the miasma got put down meant that Blurzor couldn't actually cast R onto Kui, which was just so frustrating. Flackid should probably get the kill credit for that tower. Might lose the local gold, just depending on how long this takes to charge in, but that should be a dead tower. So Heretics, they get the tower, they'll get the Dragon as well, just because, again, the positioning, the pressure. Look at all this vision. It's so overbearing, and Geo, just give it up.
We're going to reach a point pretty soon, I feel. Like you're going to have to look at this gold lead, particularly on those 80 carries, and say, has Heretics done enough? The numbers at the top of the screen look pretty good. Numbers at the bottom look even better if you look at that Draven. But we've yet to really see a good old slam it out, back to front, 5v5. If you have a good enough disengaged play from Ragnar, Ragnar's had a hell of a series himself. Even in that Olaf game where he had to deal with that Garen, he's had himself some good moments. It is all going to be how much can Team Geo do to nullify this 2-item Draven.
Yeah, you know, actually speaking about that Draven for a second, I just want to highlight how, because Marlon has been so away from minion waves, he's still level 6. He's about to hit level 7 if he stands next to a creep when it dies. But it means that Flackid is level 11 over here, and Jesu has only barely just hit level 10. So there's a pretty big clear XP lead, and ever since, don't forget, the durability patch, levels mean more because you get more stats. So being this far ahead just makes him even harder to actually take down the kill.
Linsus, there's the ults.
They're going to throw it down onto him. He pops the ultimate himself. Marlon actually dashing away to safety. Ragnar tries to charge forward. Has got the Ornhorn up and available. Flackid quite happily just farming off in the distance, getting as much gold injected into him as possible. As it feels like we're constantly threatening a fight, but nobody's really fully willing to commit. I feel like, and the big thing is Team Go seem to be coming out on the end of that, but that's a big equalizer, chunking out Team Geo.
They don't stand on it though. It gets the Night Harvester onto all of them, but that's about it. With that ult down, how bold does Team Geo feel?
Pretty bold.
Very apparently.
Only lands into Ivo. Ivo should be nice and safe. Gets himself somewhat slowed down, but fires back a harpoon. That's going to be it.
You know, sometime through last game, when it got to that late game, felt like neither of these teams wanted to make the mistake that lost them the game, lost them the series. And you got your heart in your mouth because, again, it is tentative, it is tense, it is on the edge. There aren't that many kills, but you can understand why. Both of these teams trying to judge the relative power of their team comps despite that gold lead and not want to throw the game away.
It's weird because it feels like, while not much is actually happening so far,
Such a big gold lead.
It's definitely favoring Heretics.
Yep.
They might not be getting kills, but they are still getting objectives. They're getting gold. The problem is scaling.
Yeah, now that is by design of the compositions, right? For Heretics, they should be ahead like this. But for Team Geo, it's about the item spike, it's about the breakpoints. Roa's almost stacked up. Still a little whiles away, I think, to Kui from actually hitting that second item. Jezu on his way to a Runans. Those are the big spikes where they can really, you know, get to scrap down, but crucially, Heretics have to kind of overstep into them, right? They do get, in a way, I don't want to say outrange, but they get minced once they go into the range, right? And for Team Geo, always having to be the ones that necessarily step back before they can re-engage, that means that Heretics have to pick their fights very, very carefully, and that's probably why we're seeing all of this caution as well.
Now, the game-breaking factor coming into the map in the next 5 seconds, Baron. Now, when you're on blue side, you get an easy retreat from Baron, you force Geo to fight into you. That's not exactly what they want to be doing. If Heretics can force out or an Arta ult, an Ornn ult, in an inopportune circumstance, that will buy a little bit of extra space for Flakked. Flakked has all the gold in the world right now, but not necessarily the easiest time in using it. If you can go around this Baron, force a couple of those ultimates to be used in awkward spaces, that could be the go button for Heretics.
Definitely could be. What I will say, however, is the longer that Flakked goes stacking up his passive, the Olma is just going to get to a point where it's going to execute someone for like 800 damage. I've seen it happen to saw it happen a couple of weeks ago in the LPL, right before playoffs started. There's about 1.2k execute. Just because he had about 700 stacks. Blue Blade's a real man. Like, it will eventually happen.
Yeah, it's gonna do. Do we actually know how many stacks he's on?
Yeah, 480 in the HUD.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There you go.
I know you're paying attention, Jake. I know you're trying.
Well, I mean,
we want someone else at the time.
Gotta pay attention to what's happening on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Again, it's jostling, it's positioning. Geo, if they hold their phalanx steady, it's hard to get past those pike points.
It really is. Team Geo, though, it just feels like that clock is really ticking away at them. Yes, Chemtech is coming up in a second, 40 seconds to be precise. Baron's up as well. Do Geo look to do what Heretics did to them in, I believe, game 2, where they just trade Baron for Dragon?
They can, but they need the Blast Cone or they need Kui to actually commit a splash over the wall. And I think that's the very crucial thing. You can actually, as Geo, give up the soul, I think. But maybe you're worried about the Elder spawning up so soon before you're actually ready. So Geo just have to make a decision whether or not they actually believe that this Chemtech soul is worth it or not.
Also think that Geo, we already talked about how Heretics, maybe they could bait Baron, force Geo to use their ults kind of in poor ways. I don't think you can do the same as Geo if you're on the Baron first. If an equalizer comes in while you're in the pit, things get disgustingly high damage.
One harpoon, and I think the Glacial Path hit him at the same time. It's nuts.
Oh, that's a big equalizer, just separating the whole fight apart for the moment. Gonna throw down 2 ultimates, the knockups, everything lands for Flakked has been untouched. Great stand aside to keep anyone off his team. Whirling Death comes through. A lot of damage onto Link. It's not enough to find the execute yet, though, as he doesn't get the return path. Ragnar gets hooked, gets knocked down, gets a 2-man knockup, as Flakked is now able to put a whole bunch of damage out there, get a kill on the Time Room. There we go, the old onto the Derry. Jezu falls, and the Pike resets are very much alive. In jumps Lost Heretics, as Takui goes down, and Camilius, the only one left standing, being hunted down by Blue Resort, who will catch him with the Q and finish him up. Ace!
Critical mass hit for Heretics, and Team Geo just can't stand up to the wallets that are available. They're gonna get the soul, albeit Chemtech. We can wax lyrical about how we hate it, but they'll get the Baron. crucially, and that should be all they need to continue to blow this game open.
And Team Geo, they can't stand their ground. They go off of their own vision. They go into the fog of war, and their ultimates don't do enough. Flakked, great positioning to stop Takui getting a miasma down and getting huge damage. Flakked gets to do damage. That was the question we were asking. Geo were found without an answer at this point. Caught out in no man's land. Caught out snarled up by the CC. Gets a little bit closer. Jersey very nearly taking down Blue Resort, but they didn't quite find their time in this game to take the advantage when their item points were hit, and now they have to stare down Soul and Baron against them.
Yeah, so much now against them. The Soul, you know, the damage isn't inherently that bursty, so this is one of those situations where honestly Chemtech Soul, we can slander it all we want, it's still going to make a slight difference. And
I mean, the extra tenacity is nice, the damage reduction when you get to lower health, like it's gonna make things like killing a Bloodthirster Draven, because you got to get through that shield, through his health bar, and then the extra like stats you get from the back of the Chemtech.
And actually, you know what? Bigger fact than that. I think in this game, because you've taken the Soul so early Elder will still be when Heretics are still in a point of power. They might get eclipsed by that point. They might get to the point where maybe Team Geo will have second items, everyone meaningful by that point. Maybe Geo have to flip that one again.
Alex, surely we don't see a team with Chemtech Soul not be able to close our game, and an Elder Spawn and the enemy team steals it and wins.
You saying there could be some last-minute drama between Game 5, LFL, LVP, in a revenge match potentially between the two regions?
Definitely.
I hope so.
Not. I've never seen that happen before.
Interesting thing is, Flakked actually has used all his stacks up. So he did get the cash in off the Pykel.
He's only up almost 5k, no big deal.
Yeah, oh my word, I didn't even look at that. I just saw that he had 70 stacks, I always use them. Does mean that execute range though is a little lower.
I mean, but he's also got an entire...
He's also 4 items.
He's also got an entire extra item on Jezu, so everything evens itself out. One more tower taken to the good in the mid lane, and they're just going to look for an engage now.
I mean, they have to look for something, but that's a big equalizer on the backline to slow their advance forward. Chunk to half HP. Whirling Death's coming in. They're going to get the knock up of the 2 though, on top of the miasma, but it doesn't seem to even matter to Flakked. He might just kill his AD, his mid laner. Not going to quite find that one. Lovely little chunk there from Team Geo, but they do lose their mid laner. And Flakked, he wants to step up. He's got the Blood Rush on. He's going to flash forward. Flakked finds the kill. Reset on the Blood Rush as he's picking up the axes, keeping that movement speed and attack speed up as he tries to chase forward. Jezu is being hunted down.
Do they have vision?
Side. They have the vision from Zweiru. The hook comes in. They get themselves the Camillus bailout, but it ain't going to be enough. X will not mark the spot as the flash comes out, but Zweiru will finish the kill up.
No amount of money is bailing you out of this situation. Team Geo, they're getting routed by Heretics here. And for a brief moment, you saw it happening, didn't you? Jezu was starting to actually turn the jets on, and he was putting out the damage, but Heretics have too much money. They're going to get the tier 2 on the back of the siege. 6k is what Flakked is up. He will go for another reset. Elder's up in 3 minutes. That's it. That's the only hope Geo have. It is that Heretics fumble that dragon and that they can maybe make a meal out of this game.
And who is standing in their way? It's another Spanish Draven. It's another Spanish Draven. What else could it be? In this game, they overreach for him. They try and get that ultimate onto him, and it was always going to be a bit dangerous for Flakked trying to team fight into all of these space-buying ultimates. But as you said, the money's there now. The gold is there, and the items that very much are. Flakked is a one-man battle machine. This is the kind of damage he's putting out. If you flub that entry to the fight yourselves, say goodbye to the semi-finals.
Yep, he thought maybe blood rushing to his head, but he's got the rest of the team around him. Sphero goes in, gets the vision, that's all they need. Hook hit, has to start rolling. And I think very fortunate that even Camillus doesn't go for the end of this, but now for the side of Heretics, they have to keep themselves composed. They have to cross the finish line confidently and comfortably and not give Team Geo a window back in.
It's just, the more I think about this game, what are you thinking here?
I just saw Marlon hanging around the middle of that lane. By body language, I wasn't sure if they spotted Takui, but he does manage to get himself out of that bush. He pink-warded it down. Heretics, they have the gold lead. Feels insurmountable. Maybe one moment of magic could be the cost of this. Blue Resort off of vision, has flash, has ults.
It's going to be Ivo's ultimate, just a chunk, just a zone away for the moment. Do get the wave cleared out though. So just a chunk of damage, I said chunk, that's a big old chunk out of that tower. Down to just 1/3 HP right now. Elder in 1 minute 20.
Yeah, 1 minute 20, and Heretics, they haven't really dealt damage to the base, and this is where I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. Not because I don't feel like they can't close this game out, but simply because I feel like Team Go, it just takes one mistake on the side of Heretics. Whilst that Elder's up, things start to look a little bit dicey. I've seen it too many times over the years. But Heretics taking their time, they finally chip away at this tower, they get it down, they'll go for the reset, the vision is still there, and they can just sit patiently and hope that Go overforce run into them, and for them, close out the game.
45 seconds until the Elder. That feels like last chance saloon in this standoff. Team Geo coming into the quarterfinals. You wouldn't have been amiss to call them potentially tournament favorites. They looked exceptional in group stage, but the Heretics, they started off this way in their last tournament, won the whole thing. 4-2 coming out of group stage with 2 close losses to the Wildcats, looking to take what has been actually a close series over Team Geo. One last fight would see them with another historic result.
Not gonna overextend here, although they do have a lovely little pincer coming in.
Blackhead
is just gonna go a little bit wide. They throw it down everything. Blue Resort stopwatches the ultimate. Blackhead does get caught, and he almost kills his support! Oh no, that's gone so wrong! But now he's turning the attention onto Ragnar.
Oh, no.
That's one. Now Jesse gets the bear down. It's not gonna be enough, because 2 kills coming in, and X marks the spot! The dunking has happened! And that is another ace over to Los Heretics!
Buried underneath the X, and the Spanish may have just found their way to the semi-finals. The executioners of the French, it seems, have everything, considering the France history. And they've got that cannon minion with them to drag themselves across the finish line, and they will take down Team Geo 3-2.
And it is a quick game as well, just under the 30-minute mark. Heretics in a best-of-5 series take it all the way, and they beat out Team Geo.
Last summer, the French Orthodoxy downed by the Spanish Heretics, and yet again, Los Heretics will continue on their campaign. Defending champions, reigning champions. Yes, they came out as second seeds from their groups, but they have continued to grow and grow again. It took a whole series of growth. Game 1, Sucker Punch, but as they went through the series, they took a win on Red side, and in Game 5, they pulled out all the stops, showed us something new, and showed us why the LVP should not be taken lightly.
Yeah, I feel like that red side win was really the series breaker. I think as soon as you win on red side, all of a sudden the pressure is just on Team Geo to like really pull something out of the hat, because at that point, things just start to feel really rough. And I think being able to just go, you know what, Game 5, screw it. Draven, Pyke, Rumble, who cares? Like, let's just flip it on our comfort champions. It says a lot about where they were still at mentally, and to see them come out with such a huge performance under that pressure, under the circumstances, still, even on comfort champions, massive for them, and they get the Superliga into the semi-finals.
And they will have themselves a date with the Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition. So it's them versus Prime League, one of these other ERLs, which has been so often kind of caught beneath the shadow of the LFL, which for the first time since 2019 summer, only the second time ever in the history of this tournament, will not progress past the quarterfinals.
Honestly, we just got an absolute banger. Last 2 days, actually, of games have been super, super good. This side of the bracket has been exciting as hell, but it is now all donezo, so we're going to pass it over to the layout analyst desk to break that game down.
Los Heretics, they've done it. They found the answer in that final game to close it out. And once again, they're the ones to kick LFL whilst they're down. No more LFL. One of the most dominant regions in EMEA Masters is no longer with us. They're out. They're not even going to the semis. But Los Heretics, they're chilling.
I mean, it's a huge blow
Absolutely.
over the most dominated region for the past 3 years over at EMEA Masters. Namira said it as well, only in 2019 they didn't manage to make it past quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't think you didn't expect this from the reigning champions of summer 2022.
You know what? Let's speak to Blizzard himself to see what they expected from coming into this game and going up against Team Geo. So, hello, Blizzard, how's it going?
Hello, hello.
Hi.
It's going pretty nice.
Yeah,
it
you
was
happy?
a hard series. Yeah, of course I'm happy. It was a hard series, but in the end we took it home. So I'm really happy, yeah.
So you've once again shattered the hopes and dreams of LFL. Last time it was in the finals, now it's in the quarterfinals. How does that feel?
Actually, it feels really good because like a few days ago, I remember telling my coach I had a dream that even before the playoff got relieved. I mean, I don't know how to say it, sorry. So basically, I told my coach we are gonna play against Geo on either 19th or the 20th, and it actually happened. And I told them in my dream we beat them. So it's I don't know, it's like such a nice feeling, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't a dream. It was kind of
dreams come true.
It was looking into the future. It wasn't really a dream, right? Blurzer, I want to take you into like a deeper question because you were playing for Team BDS Academy. The team moved into the LEC. You weren't the chosen jungler. Then you played for Heretics. You won EMEA Masters. Heretics get an LEC spot. You weren't the chosen jungler. Now I'm assuming you just won your second title back to back. Is that to prove to people to give you a shot at the big league?
I would say yes or no. I would like to prove myself, of course, in the best league, but I didn't get my chance this year, so I'm just doing my best to get there one day. So yeah, I'm just like proving to myself and everyone that I deserve my shot, and I will keep going until I get there.
Okay, well, you had the dream that you would win, and you won, so we'll see how that plays out. But looking at the mental, the morale of the team, of this series specifically, because it was down to that one final game, what was it that made you guys go for, we're gonna pick the Draven, we're gonna pick the Pike, we're gonna go Rumble top with Ignite, and we're just gonna go for it?
So, so basically, like the games we lost, they should be stomping us really hard, and they were doing so many mistakes that we could come back to the game. And even after the fourth game, the game was super lost in the early game, I think, and then we still come back. So we had a kind of a feeling they are playing a bit scared or not playing on their level. So we were like, just play our not best champions, but play full aggro and just run them down.
Yeah, and that seems to have worked over in the LVP as well, as is very aggressive in the early game league overall. Now, of course, I saw something on the screen. Flakked came and kissed you on the forehead. How has it been playing with Flakked?
Hey, Flakked is always kissing everyone, so it's really nice. He's my little baby, always kissing me. So yeah, it feels good.
Just a little question. You just said just then that you didn't think Geo was actually playing to their level. Did you actually expect going into the series that it might be more difficult? Do you think they underperformed, overperformed? What do you think?
I think they played pretty well in the early game, some games, I think. Like, for example, in the first game, they were stomping us. But the mistakes they made, like in the mid and late game, that they let us come back to the game, which is huge for us. And I think if you, like, for example, this game, it felt like it was such a smooth game. We play our system, we play how we need to play the league, and they were doing so many mistakes. So yeah, but I think they were playing good overall, of course.
Okay, I have a little surprise for you. Are you ready?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah? Okay, so you get side selection in your game against Unicorns of Love. Now, you won red side, so do you have a preference? Is it going to be blue?
I don't know. We will see.
Well, thank you for the spoilers. We do appreciate it. Thanks. But that's another point. You're up against Unicorns of Love. They had a great showing yesterday as well. So how are you feeling going into those semifinals?
I think Unicorns of Love has been always playing really good. Even the last split, when we played against them, they were playing super well. And even now, I think they are performing really well. So I would say it will be a close series, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much for taking the time with us to have this interview. It was lovely having a chat. Have a good evening, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
And next week, indeed, is something to be looking forward to because that is the semi-finals. We have 2 semi-finals and a final as well. Having a look at the bracket, or, you know, if you've missed it, we're going to give you a little recap. The first semi-finals that we're going to be looking at is Wildcats up against SK Prime, and the second one, Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition up against Los Heretics.
Okay. No shade to the first semifinal because I think it's going to be a banger. There's like ex-LEC names over in SK Prime, Wildcats coming from the TCL, you know, MSI Worlds experience and whatnot. But Heretics playing against Unicorns of Love, dispatched of Movistar Riders. Now they have the chance to completely take the Superliga out of the competition. And honestly, Unicorns have showed back-to-back really great rosters, a lot of promise, haven't managed to make it to the finals yet, so that would be their big shot.
And I think for the first bracket at the very least, it'd be really interesting to see just how far Istanbul Wildcats go. They've been a bit of a wild card to me. Sometimes I'm a really big fan of the Turkish league, and then sometimes they get kicked out of play-ins. So I really want to see how far they go. Maybe they take it all the way.
I think Wildcats will go all the way. I believe. But also, I think looking at this, Prime League has that chance.
You bet a shoey on it?
Oh, hell no. I ain't doing that. Miss me with that shoey. But looking at the Prime League specifically, they have like a 50% chance, right? To be in those finals, to have a chance to crown and make their region proud. So what's the likelihood of missing that, right?
I just have to say that for SK in general, it's been a few rough years over in the LEC and in the Prime League. But this year they've had a pretty good winter split over in the LEC, followed by a not as great as the winter split, but their spring was pretty good as well. They managed to get into the groups. And of course, the team over the academy team has been doing so well. They got second, almost won the Premier League. Now they have made it on to the semifinals. So big props to them.
Big props, I mean, and big props to both of you as well for being here for the last 3 days, because you cast it as well. A woman of many talents, okay? Aragon, before we close this out, this was your first time here.
Yeah, it's been absolutely phenomenal, right? I've really, really enjoyed it. Shout out to my cats, emotional support. I get pictures of them daily. But no, absolutely phenomenal. I hope to be back soon.
What's your cat's name?
Luna and Finn.
Okay, that's very cute.
Finn?
Yeah, it's a boy.
Nice.
Treble, any lovely words you want to close out this week?
Yes, it's been absolutely a pleasure to work with both of you guys. It was the first time I worked with you, Jeannie. You've been doing fantastically.
Thank you.
We hope to have you back. And Aragon, congratulations. That was the smoothest first illustrator I've ever seen in my life.
Someone give this man an award. Okay, this needs to become like a medal that you get, and analysts that come in need to start competing for it. You're the holder, right? And you got like, it's like the WWE belt, you know, for wrestling that you pass down when you lose.
Just invisible.
So, yeah, just invisible.
Yeah.
You can put it in your Twitter bio.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I really
it can be your claim to
appreciate it.
fame.
I really appreciate it. My heart was going, you know, so.
We couldn't tell. You did great. So thank you guys so much for tuning in for this week. It's been banger after banger, and that's something that we promised. So if this week was any way to benchmark the action that's up to come, you know next week is going to be pretty spicy. Make sure you guys stay hydrated, take a shower, and we'll see you next week.
Tuve una caída en mi carrera, pero he vuelto más fuerte que nunca.
Pero ojo con Supa, va a reventar a Marlon. Se atreve ahora con el 1 contra Flaque. No debería de ganar el tetón.
J'ai progressé une étape à la fois jusqu'à arriver au sommet.
Maintenant qui est dans la mêlée, et la côte de Roguette, elle est magnifique du côté de la TSC.
Ich weiß, ich kann der Beste sein, jetzt muss ich es nur allen zeigen.
선택할 수 있는 길이 많았습니다. 저는 지금 걷고 있는 길이 옳다고 확신합니다.
Napiszcie tutaj na gotowe, nie odbierajmy. Pentakill jak najbardziej zasłużony.
Uzun zamandır bekliyordum, şimdi benim zamanım.